Odyssey Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live and all back together again on the FW Sports Station at 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. He's off to his usual gimmicks. Bobby Roberto Belt back from his family road trip. And Peyton Phillip Russell back from the bachelor party in Nashville, Tennessee. Welcome back.
Thank you. It was quite a trip, and it resulted in me having a completely broken computer, but we press on today.
Wow. Are you going to upgrade to a Mac?
You literally can't press on. What's going on with your buttons?
Yeah,
you can press them.
Yeah, I mean,
can't see the results.
Yeah, so if you'll look, I'll actually just turn this around. I got to be very careful in the way I turn it around. So this is my computer screen this morning. As the last day of the trip, my backpack was on top of the luggage. I opened the hatchback and it had slid while we were driving, and it just fell right out and hit on the corner of the concrete. So now if you'll see the screen will kind of like just even tapping it, like causes it to spaz a little. So this isn't good. I'm going to need a new laptop, and writing the email yesterday was a little bit of a challenge, but we got through it.
Well, let me let you in a little bit of advice.
What?
One word. Costco.
Look, I mean, I'm going to be looking around today, and hopefully by tomorrow I'll have a new computer. I was trying to figure out if it was worth getting the screen fixed, but this is not like a
Geek Squad.
Yeah,
it's not like a super great computer anyway. This was just like a get me over computer when I bought it.
Come to Costco with me today. We'll go.
Okay.
You can use my membership. Get yourself a good computer. This computer I got,
not a Mac. I'm not going to get that.
Macs are great computers.
I would rather have this computer like this for the rest of the time.
This is better than the phone. I got this way before I got the phone.
But that's the start. That's how you get on the phone.
It's a gateway drug.
Because
there's no doubt.
They go like, oh, look at how it just streamlines everything, and then you're using worse products.
Objectively, the Mac computer is fantastic. Objectively, it's fantastic. It's way better than the phone. Way more advanced.
I hate it. I've messed around with Macs before because my sister had one when we were living together, and I did not like it.
How long ago was that?
12 years ago. Which 12 years ago, that was the technology I'm sure Dell was using 20 years ago, because that's how Apple typically does it. They throw their stupid logo on 20-year-old technology, and then they go, look how great this is.
I will say, I do not. The one thing I don't like about it is when you're scrolling with the two fingers on the mouse pad.
Sure.
You have to go backwards. It's reverse. In order to go down, you have to swipe up.
Right.
Right? It's strange. It's like, so that takes something to get used to.
Swipe up to go down. I'll remember that.
Yeah,
right.
You get used to it.
Yeah, you'll get used to it.
You don't know how to swipe up, down, up, down, up, down. How old is that computer?
Year and a half. I mean, it was not like it was like
what, 800? I mean,
this is not pennies, but I mean, it was like a $400 computer. It didn't have like a ton of memory and stuff. I just used it for work, but now I'm gonna have to get another one. And I told myself on the next upgrade, I was like, I'm gonna get like the one with all the video capability I need. So now I'm gonna have to go splurge and spend a bunch of money after I just spent however much we spent on that trip the last week.
Pepe, welcome back. How was it? When did you return?
Oh, man. Sunday late afternoon, early evening, I think is when I flew back in. Nashville is great. Going out 3 straight days is a lot. It's a lot, especially whenever you start your night at 6:30 at night. We were out at the bars at 6:30 because we didn't want to Uber back and forth.
Are you trying to say that's too early?
Oh, yeah. And people are still eating dinner. They're not IDing at the bars. That's way too early.
When did you leave Nashville?
When did I leave Nashville?
Yeah. Sunday. At what time? I should have just invited him for lunch since I was in Nashville at noon on Sunday.
Oh, yeah. I flew out right before noon.
Yeah, when I was texting you guys, I was at barbecue. I was sitting there in Nashville at that.
Oh, you were in Atlanta and then
No. We crisscrossed everywhere.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, so we were at the bars at 6:30, 7 o'clock each day. I mean, people are still eating dinner. Usually, I don't get out in college. I didn't get out to the bars till almost 10 o'clock. Because we're going till almost 2 a.m. So I mean, we're at the bars at 5-6 hours.
What does 2 a.m. even look like?
Man, what a rough life. Again, his best and worst, preparing for the bachelor party, and now it's like, 3 days in Nashville, and we pre-gamed at 6.
6:30.
Man, what a beating.
8 hours of just partying.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, $20 for a vodka Red Bull, that'll lead up quick on the bank account. Yeah. I was trying to get other people. It's like, hey, let's all get a round of drinks, but, you go first, then you go next, and I'll get the last one. But
Because he was hoping they were all drunk enough by that point.
Right. I was like, no, I already paid it. I got the first night. Remember? And they go, yeah, you did, man.
So was it all on the main street there with all the bachelorette parties and everything? What's the main street? Broadway.
Yep. It was all Broadway.
Did it feel like, touristy, commercialized?
It did, yeah. And there were, you could tell which, groups were bachelorette and which were bachelor parties. They were all dressed the same and everything.
Well, today, you never know. Yeah.
But man, live music.
California, not Tennessee. It was Tennessee, not California.
Live music every single bar. And they played the same 4 or 5 songs. It seemed like Freebird was everywhere. You had to pay money to get the band to sing whatever song.
Kid Rock bar.
Yeah, Kid Rock, that's what, yeah. Morgan Wallen's bar, no one threw anything off the top of the rooftop there, so that was fun. But no, it was great. And then it got cold at night, so it was perfect. Boots for 8-9 hours a day for 3 straight days was a lot, but I held in there, and I hope my voice sounds good. It feels tough.
It does.
Again, this how difficult it is. Hopefully my voice is okay as Sean's coming off of strep.
Yeah,
he's trying to go I was just hollering at all the woo girls in Nashville.
Girls.
All the screaming of chug, chug, chug really got to me.
Don't be scared of the boot.
Yeah. So there it is. Pepe is back from Nashville. Bobby is back from everywhere, seemingly across the country.
How you feeling?
No, it started Thursday before the show.
Okay.
Because if you saw when Amanda came in with Ava on Friday to the broadcast, she dropped all these cough drops on the table. You may have thought they were candy.
I did think they were candy.
Yeah, I swiped them up real quick because don't drop anything that looks like candy in front of a 2-year-old.
Right.
But it started Thursday night. It started pounding emergency, and then I'm like, all right, let's see what happens. And then Friday, I felt the daggers in the throat. So that performance and day sucked. But I was treating this starting Thursday. So people are like, oh, it's a quick strep. Well, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So then it went from the sore throat to the head stuffiness. I'm past that, basically, to a little bit of the cough, and then getting out the last of the gunk.
Meds?
Oh, yeah.
Like prescription?
Not prescription. It's been a long time since I've seen a Z-Pack, man.
They don't do those anymore. A lot of these places.
Man, God, I used to love just Zithromax for anything. But you see my bag here?
Oh, look at the goodies.
You see my bag? This the throat spray. Yesterday I started with the Vicks. What did you tell me? Was it Sudafed or Mucinex? Dayquil?
Yep.
Pounding all of it.
Sudafed's great.
So I'm just trying to make it through Thursday, man.
And did you survive? I only tuned in for the first segment yesterday, and I heard Choppy identifying that he had gotten a text from the bosses because it was going to be him and Eric together of just like, hey, y'all, let's make sure y'all behave, okay?
Yeah, I did. He did get that. I did get that text. It was like,
did they text you about the morning snacks too?
They did not. Oh. They did not. But they were like, hey, look, stay on track. Be simple. Follow the structure.
Simple.
Stay on time. Stay on time.
It's like a Bill Parcells quarterbacked offense, non-Bledsoe.
Right.
It's like, don't turn it over. Just hand it off.
Must drive this thing, man.
Yeah. A punt is a win.
Yeah, and I was like,
don't go for the hot take. Don't go for the big laugh in the segment.
It was
just a punt is a win.
It was, look, stay on time. We're not reinventing the wheel here.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, all right. I was like, well, talk to him. I was like, because he's doing this tomorrow. Not me.
And Eric led the way.
Yeah, and I was like, let him do it. That way, we all.
Is that really gonna lead? I mean, is that who do you trust to stay on track, topic wise, and break between Choppy and Eric? I may go Choppy.
So break time, Choppy. Staying on topic.
Neither.
Probably Eric a little more, because I do think Eric hosting would feel like a little bit of paranoia of like, well, I got to make sure like I'm on my P's and Q's. But I still think he'd probably go to break at for instance, this upcoming one, he'd go to break at 22 or something. But Chop generally is on time when you're out. Sometimes we'll maybe get like a 36 thrown in there, but generally on time. Nothing egregious. Nothing fan after the dark or G-bag.
But I know you put in the request for Fred, but we're very happy with the return of Eric.
Oh yeah, I just said I said, look, we got Fred, we got Eric. I had just seen Fred the day before. And I was like, let's throw some names out. I didn't think they were going to take Eric off G-Bag. You never tell how many of those guys have vacation week to week.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, I'll take Eric. Eric's great. It was a great return.
All right. Well done. Thank you, Chio, for filling in. Thanks to all of you for being with us here as the entire morning squad is back together again. The Texas Rangers a fun start to the season.
Rangers have Higashioka at third, Nimmo at second, Seager at first. The pitch, line drive right field, and that sits in front of Beavers for the base hit. Higashioka scores. Everybody else moves up a station. Opposite field single to right for Jake Berger to make it 3-1 Rangers.
Hicksy with the call on this radio station. We are your official home for Rangers baseball, and this is fun to start off. 5-2 in Baltimore. Jack Leiter getting the W. The Rangers are 3-1 with DeGrom going today.
Holy smokes!
Hopefully. If his bed cooperates.
Yes, hopefully. Last 3 games, 6 runs a game. Pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Yes, it is.
Offenses look good so far.
And the catalyst in the second inning was the bottom of the order. And I do wonder. I have no stats to back this up. I need Sandler on this, but if you were to tell me that the bottom of the order starts a multi-run inning, where the bottom of the order is the catalyst for it, which they were, my assumption is you're winning that game 75% of the time, because that bottom of the order, you're not going to get production for the bottom of the order. Theoretically, that's why they're at the bottom. And you see that yesterday. You get Evan Carter with a double, you get Higgy, and then all of a sudden the ball starts rolling. You get to the top of the order, and Berger is on a tear.
Yeah,
he's on a tear right now.
I did get a note from one of the KRLD producers, Tarleton State alum Thomas Winsler, and he was like, "I've been listening to you all offseason talk about the Rangers. You better be, claiming World Series parade incoming after the start of this." And it's been good. It's been a good start to the season. I was texting y'all Friday. I was like, boy, with where I was standing in the bracket and after the Rangers offense performed the way it did on opening day, I would have been incredibly annoying come Friday morning. So it's best I wasn't in there. And then they rallied. And that's Berger, Nimmo. They've been so much of just the pop that you're getting right now. But I mean, even like Andrew McCutchen, who is such a late addition, playing the way that he's playing right now, it's looking good so far.
I'm betting on him till I lose. Yesterday, I woke up. I said, I need to spice my life up. I'm tired of sitting here in bed. I'm going $50 on underdog. Promo code TOLO. I'm going to go with Jack Leiter. Rangers were actually the underdog in the game. And I was like, that Jack Leiter hype, Vegas is not caught up with it. Underdog is not caught up with it. So I got the $50 win on that. And I'm going right back to the well today. It's like blackjack. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 10. Those are the betting intervals. You win the first hand, double, triple. Then 5 times the amount, then 7, then 10. So I'm going back to it until I lose. I predicted the early winning streak now with DeGrom out there on the mound.
You're going to have to, you need to see if you can get a parlay for Josh Young getting a hit. Because if you can get a Josh Young hit, I would imagine that might turn to pays out times 12.
It might.
I mean, really impressive. But you mentioned Leiter there. Leiter was exactly what you want to see out of Jack Leiter. I mean,
he was really good, but I feel like it could be even better.
Sure.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, he gave it, he gives up the home run. He occasionally will get hit a little hard, but, you're going to take, given the control issues we saw the first year and a half he was around here, you're going to take an 8 strikeout, 1 walk performance every single time.
Yeah, he didn't have his first 1, 2, 3 inning until the 3rd, and then he got going in the 4th, and he was really lower in the zone, making everything work. He struck out the side at one point in the game, because early on in the game, I was saying to myself, I'm not seeing and feeling a lot of swings and misses here, and I want to see the electric Jack stuff. And then at one point in the game, Choppy, 18 swings and misses when he got rolling. And at that point, with the 18 swings and misses, that was 5th most on the season. Got into a little bit of trouble in the 5th inning, but got out of it with the Pete Alonso. That was a mistake to Alonso, and Jack knew it. I think it was a high breaking ball, and he was like, oh, gosh, I can't believe I got away with that. I was a little surprised he went back out for the 6th inning.
I love it. We need to start a movement, okay? It is a garbage start unless you go 6 innings. We need to start that movement.
Yeah.
A GS, that's like game start, a garbage start?
It's a garbage start. It's not a quality start, it's a garbage start. You got to go 6 innings. It doesn't matter if you go 5 innings, no runs. I mean, you kill your bullpen. 5 and die. You got to go 6. And for Chat to go out there again, and a pitch count that wasn't crazy high, but it's the first start for him. And a lot of times you'll see teams, want to keep the guy at 80, 85 pitches, but they let him extend because, quite frankly, the game doesn't start for this team until they get to the bullpen.
And he finished. You mentioned 18 at one point. He finished with 21 swinging strikes in this game. And again, that's the kind of stuff you want to see from him.
All right. The Tennessee Pro Day for the guy that's being mocked to the Cowboys at 12. What does Tyler Guyton have to improve on? Is it an open quarterback battle at the number 2 spot? And everything else from Brian Schottenheimer yesterday at the owners' meetings. We take you inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers next. But let me go ahead and take you inside the Globe. We're just a few days away from the opener.
fees. Save more, get more with NorthTexasPropertyTax.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Stars on 105.3 The Fan.
And we do it with the return of our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, here
Touchdown.
on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, with the entire morning crew back together again. Did you have a lot of work FOMO, or you disconnected?
I managed to disconnect stunningly. I had to call people yesterday and be like,
Especially from Todd Archer.
yeah, I did. Todd thought I was ignoring him. I was not ignoring you, Todd. I had to call people yesterday and go like, hey, did I miss any? I think I've got a handle on everything, but did I miss anything? And so I was getting caught up on all the salacious details from the beat of a whole lot of nothing other than one signing. So
Yeah, I think you pretty much picked a great week to be gone in terms of Cowboys news. They are signed, I guess, Jonathan Bullard. Mm-hmm. He is signing a 1-year, $2.5 million max deal on the day of his late grandmother Joyce's birthday, which is fitting because he said she was hollering at the TV Cowboy fans. So a new defensive lineman added to the mix.
Yep, and it's somebody who has worked with Marcus Dixon before, your defensive line coach, but we had talked about that after they moved Oso Digizua, it's like, all right, I don't know if it's a superstar, if it's just a regular old veteran, if it's a cheap option or an expensive option, but they're going to go get another defensive lineman. They have to go get a four-technique, head-up defensive end to spot start in case they don't cover what they need to in the draft. And so that'll be Bullard. So in their base 3-4 looks, he'll play next to Quinnen and Kenny Clark, pending what they do in the draft. They could have a rookie potentially play there, but this is the whole don't expose yourself to liability. Let's try our best to cover our bases before we head into the draft, and that's the kind of signing Bullard is. But really strong run defender, veteran presence, and somebody who can give you a little bit of versatility.
Omar Kelly from the Miami Herald reports that the Cowboys have called to inquire about linebacker Jordan Brooks. So the name that we talked about for the last couple of weeks, apparently the Cowboys have made a phone call.
Yeah, and I mean, he's somebody who, if you were able to, like we talked about before I left, the price point compared to some of the other guys we've talked about, Patrick Queen, Azeez Al-Shaair, the price point, what he's put on tape over the last couple of years compared to the other guys, he would be pretty much a dream scenario, I think. And I don't think if they're willing to move on from him, I don't think it should.
Definitely better than Dean. Definitely better than
100% better than Nakobe Dean
and Quay Walker.
They really liked Quay Walker and had a vision for him. Has put better stuff on tape than Quay Walker. They may have felt that they could tap into something more with Quay Walker, though. But no, Jordan Brooks 100% a better player than Nakobe Dean.
All right, Brian Schottenheimer talking at. Why are they getting together again? They just got
meetings. It's nonstop.
But okay, why are all the coaches there?
To be
owners' meetings.
To be consulted with.
All the GMs are there.
They're all there.
See, everybody said, you're just Jerry's puppet. No. Shotty's going there to run things. He's running owners' meetings now. You never saw Mike McCarthy out there running things.
This is the guy's version of I'm going to golf. It's like, oh, all right, honey, I got to go to Arizona. For what? You were just in Indianapolis. Y'all were just together 3 weeks ago.
Just together.
It's the owners' meetings.
Do the photo. Do the dorky coach's photo out in front of that obelisk at the circle in Indianapolis.
What's an obelisk?
It's that the pole in the middle of Circle Park thing there.
Yeah, don't diss the coach's photo because you routinely every year examine the photo for.
I examine.
What were you just talking about? You're talking about pole or whatever.
Oh,
the obelisk.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. You look at the other one.
I do have to say, Mike McCarthy probably had the worst posture and hand placement in the photo. There was 3 dudes that I didn't recognize whatsoever. And you had Robert Saleh on the total opposite end of Liam Cohen. the Jaguars head coach, after their spat on the field. And there's Brian Schottenheimer talking to the media, and they asked him, have you gotten the latest with George Pickens?
No, I mean, I've had conversations with George. He's doing great. He and CD have been taking a lot of trips together. So when I text them now, I kind of text them both. I was at a wedding the other day. My nephew or my niece got married, and I text them both, and it was great just to catch up with those guys. But, yeah, he's training with Dak. Hey, look, GP loves it here. We love GP. We have plans for GP to be here for a long time. So we'll let the business side of this thing play out and see where it goes.
Regarding him being available, though, for the offseason program, mini camps, OTAs, any assurances that he'll be around?
No, and I haven't pushed that on him. I mean, again, we're all going through the process. It's almost April. We're still a couple weeks away. It's going to play out the way it plays out. Again, it's all voluntary. So, we'll see where it goes.
Man, Clarence also asked that follow-up question to Steven, and Steven, shut it down with a nasty tone. He said, I answered your question. I answered your question already, as they were asking Steven as well about George Pickens. And Bobby, you don't like the selective nature sometimes of the way Steven addresses these deals?
Look, if Steven wants to have the approach of hey, we're not going to talk about active negotiations. It's like we don't discuss ongoing investigations, guys. Sorry, we can't comment on this. If he wants that to be his position, great. But you can't change it up from negotiation to negotiation, and then within the same negotiation change whether you actively comment on it or not. Because then when somebody asks you have to know you're going to get asked about it. You have to know you're going to be asked about it, even if your answer always is we don't comment on it. But because you have a tendency to kind of go back and forth on, yeah, I'll comment on it a little bit. Nah, never mind, I won't. You have to know that's coming, and that there's going to be a million different ways that they want to ask it. And so,
because we knew about about Aubrey's negotiation, we knew about Javante's negotiation, but then when it comes to George, guys, you know the policy,
right? Yeah, and it's one of those things where they fluctuated back and forth on Dak's negotiation. We're not going to talk about it. Oh, we'll talk about it. Nope, we're not going to talk about it. It's player to player, and then even on the player, it's week to week whether they want to comment on it or not. And so,
you talk when you negotiate. You talk when you want to publicly negotiate through the media. That's what we're doing.
Yeah. Just don't pretend like it's right. Fake.
Brian Schottenheimer had basically said we can draft pure now. We are good to go. We addressed everything in free agency. And thankful for the media yesterday, reminding Shotty, did you forget about linebacker?
Look, we made a run at some guys in free agency. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And what do? You just adjust. It's something we're working on 365, 24/7. We've got a good plan. We've got firepower now going into the draft. We're not done. We're always open for business. So, part of it's going to be, Demo having a tremendous year. Shamar James, the guy we're excited about. But we recognize that we got to fill some holes there.
As long as there's recognition that there is still a hole there. Because... yeah, look, we're just going to bank on DeMarvion Overshone needs to be all world for us and available the whole year. That's not a solution. I'm glad that you have confidence in him and confidence in the rehab staff to get him ready. He seems to have a lot of confidence in himself to be healthy and be prepared. That's great. We can have all that. You still need to cover your bases. And it sounds like they know they still need to cover their bases while also trying to give a vote of confidence to a couple guys.
RJ Choppy, the mock drafts that we went through last week are all putting who to the Cowboys at 12?
Jermod McCoy.
And that is who?
Tennessee corner. Well, he was Tennessee corner 2 years ago. He wasn't one. He was there last year in a rehab capacity, but he was not on the active roster.
He was a Tennessee corner during the Biden administration.
Yes,
that's the last time that he played.
Yes, he was.
So he's got his pro day coming up. Could this
today?
So is it today?
I think it's today.
Yep, Vols pro day is today.
So here we go. Could the running and the cutting and running around in shorts change everyone's minds and win you over that he is back fully healthy? Brian Schottenheimer, how important is today for you guys and McCoy?
Very important. I think they all are. But, when you got a guy who hasn't played football in a long time, you see the talent, you see the skill set. I think it's really, really important. And I'm pulling for him, more than anything. But it's important, and I'm sure it'll be very well attended.
You are always telling me that I'm guilty of overthinking things and reading too much into things.
Yeah.
Somebody had texted me yesterday this clip I was like, that's a lot of unusual uhs and ums for Brian Schottenheimer relative to how he normally addresses questions. That was every other word was So
Really?
Hit play. Notice it. It's in there a lot.
Very important. I think they all are. But, when you got a guy who hasn't played football in a long time, you see the talent, you see the skill set. I think it's really, really important. And I'm pulling for him, more than anything. But it's important, and I'm sure it'll be very well attended.
So is that you love him? And you want to play it cool? Or is that, I don't want to say what we're not comfortable with. And so I need to play it cool that way.
I'd have to go back and listen to the average amount of uhs in a Brian Schottenheimer sentence. We know it's there with Jerry, but I'm gonna hit the overthink button on you. I'm gonna accuse you of the overthink.
You overthink, huh?
Although Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News, did go on G-Bag and say, I don't think they want redshirt players. We know that. I don't think they want to use a top 12 pick on a guy that plays 6 games next year. So that's Joseph Hoyt. I understand the hesitation from the Cowboys. Now, I don't know whether Joseph Hoyt has the access that David Moore used to have, but usually David Moore would get fed a lot of this stuff first to go ahead and get the message out. And maybe if Joseph Hoyt has that same pipeline, then that would steer me away from thinking McCoy at 12.
It would, unless they just
looking too much into things.
Unless they don't care. Unless they don't care about a red shirt, right? Which would obviously counter.
They've said they care.
Yeah, which obviously counter to what they've said all offseason. I guess there is a possibility like this guy's just everybody else is gone, can't trade down.
Yeah.
And then this guy's like, all right, look, we're going to just take the best player, and he will, over the 5 years, be the best player.
Daniel Jeremiah, fantastic on KNC last week, Bobby. And the great question that, and I'll put you on the board here, live fire scenario, live bullets. The scenario he came up with, he goes, who behind McCoy, with the usual suspects being taken, who behind McCoy is the name screaming at you that you have to take over him? Daniel was basically being like, look, best body and size and attributes for the position. Yes, you have the questions, but give me the name behind him that's screaming you got to take them at 12 instead. Who is it? Assuming Styles is gone, Downs is gone, Bain is gone.
Yeah. First name any, last name body. Anybody. I would take anybody over Jermod McCoy.
Really?
I really like Jermod McCoy.
Would you take? Is it a different discussion at 20?
Not for me. I wouldn't take him in the first round. Just because talent, I would, but I can't. Given the history of let's jump in on this corner. Caleb Farley from Virginia Tech was this guy a couple years back, where he missed his whole final season, and there was talk of like he's just he's not going to be able to test or do this, but he'll be fine. Don't worry. And I loved him, and I bought all in, and then he was out of the league in like 2 years because he couldn't get healthy. I can't, with where this team is at right now and like how much time Dak has left to be a top tier quarterback or to be somebody that can win you a Super Bowl, I can't risk it on a guy of like, I haven't seen him play in 2 years.
Is a mom justified in kidnapping her son's bully? And RJ's going to Costco today with Bobby. Is it for a wedding? It's PP in the morning. Next on 105.3 The Fan. But man, I already got the news alert this morning that there were multiple
contest. Price includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
PP in the morning. Yeah. PP in the morning. PP in the morning.
That is right. It's Tuesday, 6:40. It's time for a little PP in the morning every single Tuesday at this very time. And guys, we start off with this. Maybe a life hack for some people, hopefully not. But we do start off with this story. If your kid is dealing with a school bully, there might be a new strategy with how you deal with it. A mom in Utah allegedly kidnapped her son's 11-year-old bully and kept him at her house until he apologized to her son for bullying him. She also threatened that the kid might be, or saying to her husband that he might beat him up, which may have taken things a bit too far, obviously. So I don't know, how do you, before I get into the story, how do you deal with something like this if your kid comes home and says, hey, I'm being bullied?
Look, obviously this is a little bit too far, but I will follow that up.
We all have to say that. Obviously, this is too far.
We disagree.
But I don't know how many stories I would disagree with that came up like just short of this.
Yep.
The rage that you feel. It's like Amanda heard me like go off on someone the other day. I mean, like just lose my absolute mind. And I was like, that's probably too much, right? And she's like, it's an animal instinct when your family's attacked, like especially if it's like your mom or if it's your daughter, and you just you have this rage. It is an animal type instinct, and I was ticked off. You know, I felt like my kid's t-ball team was bullied last week by the Army of 9.
Yeah, the Army of 9.
And I was very upset.
Big game tonight?
Game tonight. Hopefully my wife will be attending while I'm watching Rangers baseball and winning my underdog bet, plus 1.5. But this is too far with the kidnapping. But I have had some scenarios go through my mind that if I said them out loud on the radio, I would be arrested if someone was messing with my kid a lot.
So, yeah, this is a weird one. Because I had neighbors that would spank other kids in the neighborhood. Just you do something wrong on their property, you know, you get a whooping.
But were they like your kids' friends? It's
it was friends. Yeah,
this is different.
Yeah, this is different.
This
obviously,
is different.
You know, this is where you. I mean, you got to get the school involved. That's the easiest thing. Just get the school involved. They let them handle it. But then again, you don't want to be that parent. You know, so you take matters into your own hands, and then you go too far, and you're like this idiot who kidnaps a kid. You can't do that, obviously.
I want to hear the story of what you did on the fan text in a bullying situation with either the other parent or the kid. Because what's that movie where, like, the parent gets the kid, like, to the side? It was a funny movie. I can't remember. And they're like, I'm going to beat you. I'm going to scare the living bejesus.
Oh, it was. Why do I feel like it was Paul Rudd?
I know I know that's a Louis C.K. stand-up bit that's always made me laugh. But no, the answer to this has always been, yeah, right, you go to the school, and then the school doesn't handle it the way you want.
Right.
And they're like, oh, why don't y'all talk this out? And so then I teach them to talk it out. And I just say, what do you know about this kid? And then they tell me, and then I go, say this next time they do that.
Yeah.
And start saying this. And I come up with adult-level insults for the bully, and it ends very quickly. So
that's my wife's approach.
That's exactly what happened with... Laura was telling me a couple months ago about this kid that was messing with her, and I was like, tell me something about her. What doesn't she like about herself? She's like, she has a gap in her teeth. And I was like, all right, so like when she was playing jump rope or whatever, just be like, did you bring dental floss from home? Is that what you're doing for your big old gap or whatever?
Yeah.
You just start going after them and making them find out what they're insecure about and just really hone in on
My
it.
wife cuts deeper. She notices the moms who don't show up to the events, and she told Ollie to tell this one kid don't worry, I know you're upset because your mommy doesn't give you attention.
Right, yeah, shut up. I told Luca to tell
Why
kid
is your mommy never here?
Yeah.
I told Luca he was getting bullied. I told Luca to tell a kid one time you couldn't even pass first grade because he got held back.
Dang!
I was like, hey, listen, there's no rules.
There's no
rules. And ideally, you have the kid has an older sibling where you have them take care of it. That's ideal.
Yeah, I was terrified as a kid to tell my parents anything about a school bully to me because my mom would immediately go up to the school and try and take care of it. And the last thing I wanted was other people knowing that, I was getting bullied there. So I just took care of myself. I think this was like first grade. I remember a guy was, pushing me around, bullying, making fun of me in front of all the other students. And so I went back to the classroom while we were at lunch, and I said, let me go to the restroom. And I went back to the classroom. I went in his backpack, took out his Pokemon cards, I ripped them in half.
Whoa!
And I put him back in there. And he came back, he was like, what the heck happened? And I was like, what? I had no idea. I went to the restroom. I wasn't in here.
So
and I blamed it on
weird.
another kid. And man, he was just awful for a while there.
Well
But
done.
Good for him. Because I'm not a fighting guy. I was going to fight the kid, but if I'll embarrass you a little bit here, rip up your Pokemon cards.
But,
so
but you
don't-
blamed it on another kid. So did that kid get bullied after that?
Probably for a while, yeah. But it's not me, so I'm fine with it. But so how this kidnapping happened, I'm sure a lot of people want to know. She drove around the neighborhood looking for the bully. I guess the kid, they go to the same school, so she's like put context clues together. This is something Bobby would do. It's like drive around going, okay, they got to live in the neighborhood or somewhere near me. Once she found him, she was able to get him to climb into the vehicle. She went home and then kept the kid at their house, even though the kid apologized over and over again. He was on his knees begging, okay, I'm sorry. She still wouldn't let him leave. After a while, she eventually, I guess, found God and said, I'm going to drive the kid home here. So at least she did one nice thing. But she could have made the kid walk home. I probably would have made the kid walk home. Said, all right, find your way home, kid. This mom obviously was hit with kidnapping charges. She's a 40-year-old, so she's gone probably for a while here. The alleged kidnapping caused the boy
she qualifies for trying it as an adult.
Right. If she was 35, maybe they'll let her pass. But the alleged kidnapping in this article said it caused the boy a serious emotional distress, and now he suffers from high anxiety has had to alter his daily routines significantly. So, sad for this.
Anxiety.
Yeah, go kick rocks, kid. Stop bullying other kids. But all right, it is PP in the morning every single Tuesday this time, and now we go to one of my favorite stores, Costco, where I'm getting married in 2 months, but not at a Costco, Sean. But I never thought this would actually happen, but a couple actually did get married to Costco last week. That's right, the grocery store apparently is now the new place to marry the love of your life. Is this a smart idea? I'll get into some details here, but what do you think if you were invited to a wedding at Costco? Are you attending it, or are you like, this is weird vibes, I'm not touching it?
Yeah, I'm attending it, but is this a smart idea? No, it's not a smart idea if this is your wedding. This is a bad idea.
What's
It's indoor.
space? Like where? Where at the Costco?
In the
what area?
produce section.
The food court.
Oh.
The food court.
Yeah, right.
All
Yeah,
right.
that's probably why. That's probably where you're going to have the meal.
The $1.50 hot dog.
$1.50 hot, the pizza. Oh, the
Which
pizza.
their CEO came out and copied the McDonald's. Everyone's doing the CEO video.
Yeah.
And he's like, yep, keeping the hot dog the same.
Same. It's been the same price for 30 years or whatever the time is. And look, this is smart. If you run out of wine, you just go in the back, and depending on what state it is, they got liquor there.
You already have seats, tables already there at the food court area?
Yep.
What would
like
they have to give you if they're like, we want to give away a contest, you get married here? What would they have to give away, like in terms of covering your registry from Costco for you to do it?
Like a kick-ass honeymoon. Like you'd have to
No,
like.
what
do
about
the-
all this? Just the stuff in the store.
They've got travel packages. They could redo a bathroom.
Yeah, I would. That's what I'd try to negotiate.
Car, you can buy a car there.
Can you?
Yeah, they got Costco.
Pool furniture's worth a car.
Yes.
You just get pool furniture there.
They can, as long as they cover a honeymoon, like, all right, we'll send you to Jamaica for a week. Then it's like, all right, fine, I'll get married in Costco. But otherwise, I got to think that if you're just looking to cut costs, like, go find a park or something.
Yeah.
And you're there 3 times a week anyway, right? You want to take
Sam's.
Bobby today for his broken computer.
Yeah, there are Sam's. Like, Costco's got to get with the times and do the app where you can just check out on the app. You scan your items on the app, and you don't have to worry about going to a line. They got to get with the times.
The big question is, do all the guests have to be a Costco member? Is there someone at the front there ready to scan your membership card? Because that would be awful.
I tried
if
doing
someone's there.
that before Wild Fork. True story. I didn't have the Costco membership, and I was like, all right, I'm going to go in here and I'm gonna check out the brisket scene. I'm going to check out because they do have a fantastic meat section. I could just get lost back there for a long time.
I'm going to buy a loin.
Pork loin.
The New York strip loin. They have it's a big one. It's like $160.
Yeah.
You cut your own. You can make like 15 steaks out of this.
Yes. Are you doing that for Easter?
No, we're going to go to my mom's. I'm just going to do this for
recreation.
But
no, they had to see the card going in. I thought it was just going out. Mm-hmm. But I wanted to go ahead and see if I can go ahead and get through the line. But no, the security was too tough.
Very exclusive.
And they're very good with customer service too. Like checking out of there versus a Sam's Club. Oh man, night and day.
I love all stores. Personally.
Yep, all stores.
So you're wondering how this couple, did they just rent the whole place out? They just pay a fat fee to, rent the whole Costco out? They did this before the store opened its usual business hours. So it was an early morning wedding, but they got out of the way before, I guess maybe they open at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. So if you can knock it out between 7 and 9, they'll let you do it.
That was miserable.
So yeah, and I don't know.
Like a terrible wedding.
I would hate to get that email saying, to the employees that, hey, you guys got to come in a little earlier.
Most of them around here open around 10 o'clock, it looks like, according to Google.
Oh, yeah, that's easy. You can knock out a wedding. 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. You got a reception, a cocktail hour, maybe a coffee hour, but there you go.
PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time with Peyton back from Nashville here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
You want me to get this last story here?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go to this. We'll say local here, Bobby, in Oklahoma High School in Oklahoma City, where a girls' high school basketball team had won a division championship on a last-second buzzer beater. This was this past season, but their head coach had a feeling the score was wrong. And so he had looked at film. He was like, he said he had a pit in his stomach after the game was over. He's like, I don't think that score is right. The score was, I think, 44-43, very high scoring game there. And so he had talked about going to the film, and he watched the entire game and wrote down each bucket and did the score himself, and he realized we actually lost the game. The scoreboard operator got the score wrong, so he went to the high school, what do they call it? SID or whatever there. They got something there that, keeps track of scores.
Sure.
The league there. We'll just call it the league, the high school league. And he was like, look, I got to get this score right. And so they actually reversed the calling, and they got the division championship to the correct school. This is the head coach, Brendan King, out there in Oklahoma City. And, and I feel bad for the players here, but I don't like this decision. It's the whole thing about being honest. You remember that commercial where the kid's like, he touches...
I touched the ball.
I touched the ball, coach. I touched the ball. It's their ball. And he got bullied for it, I'm sure. Maybe he was kidnapped in this last story. I don't know.
Probably.
But yeah, so I absolutely...
You don't give them the championship. You go, okay, all right, this is where the score wasn't counted. We're picking up the game from this point. And then because that changed how you were going to play the rest of the game.
Yeah, it does change. You got to go back to the incorrect spot. You got to protest the game and go back to that spot in the game.
Speaking of missed calls, the argument that has divided the March Madness internet, should a technical foul have canceled the Yukon Miracle, and why Tiger Woods won't get a driver, pun intended. Next on Sean and RJ, everyone back together again right here on The Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. It's Gilchrist Automotive. They are going to hook you up on that brand new Ford car, truck, SUV, PlatinumFord.com, right between I-20 and Highway 80, worth the short drive to Terrell. To save a lot more on that brand new vehicle, hit them up on PlatinumFord.com, and it's Ford Truck Month. An F-150 XLT, $11,000 off MSRP. An F-250 XLT, 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days. Same deal on an XL F-250 and an XL F-150.
and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Caravan, 2 seconds. Mullins tosses it out. Oh! It's good! With .3, UConn goes in front. He threw it away. Hill, Padis. Did we just see what we think we just saw? Wow!
Confetti! That's how I know the tournament's the best, because it's the only place we get calls like that. The ball!
That's not true at all. You don't get exciting sports calls in
not
other
like
sports?
That. Not like Harlan and Eagle right there. That's
Harlan and Eagle are calling regular season games in January like that too.
Well, Harlan does a little bit too. Yeah, he will scream at
and
you.
I love it, to be clear. I like it. I like that they do it. But I'm just saying, like, they pretty much call the games like that, I feel like, whenever they're on.
It is the play that has taken over the sports world, and now the controversy that has taken over the sports world. Because video, and I thought they did a fantastic job, CBS, getting the John Shire still shot. Not the still shot, but the solo shot of him.
Thought I was looking at John Machota.
Yes. Of him just reacting
Keeping one in.
Or not reacting to what was going on. And then, as it happened yesterday, other camera angles start to come out. The Carlos Boozer camera angle, where he is being shown, and you can see the turnover and him say, OS, OS. And then it flashes over to the Hurley parents, and the mom goes, holy effing S. And it's like, least surprising thing in the world is that Dan Hurley's mom's got a mouth on her.
Right.
Okay. Least surprising thing. But it looked like a great family moment. Like, my mother would never react like that. She would never say that. But I would hope that she would, because that was such an amazing play. But then comes the other camera angle, which is Dan Hurley's reaction to all of this. And I mean, he's going there, he's jumping up, not even jumping up and down. He's got like too cool for school, but I'm pumped up look, and he's banging around with his assistants. Then he goes to the referee, and the referee comes up to him, and they go forehead to forehead. I mean, touching eyebrows, all right, touching bald spots. And this creates a firestorm of, how is this not a technical? Because the Duke...
Now, this was right after the shot?
Right after.
So before the UConn inbounds for the final possession. This is not after the game.
This was 6 seconds after that ball went in.
He goes head-to-head and, stares him down and makes forehead-to-forehead contact. Yeah. 6
seconds after this thing, went in. Maybe not even 6, maybe 4.
Yeah.
Maybe 4.
So this created an amazing divide on the internet over whether it should have been a tech or not. And those saying that it should have been a tech are getting called out by others for saying that shows exactly what type of person, competitor, and athlete you are. Because in no possible way in that moment could you ever call a technical foul where Draymond Green would even say that was a tech. So you got this awesome, great divide on the internet. And it's hard not to have personal feelings get in the way. I would have loved for them to call the tech on Dan Hurley.
God.
I would have loved for them to do it, because I have never been more right about a sports opinion this calendar year than when I said that the Cronin and Dan Hurley thing was being twisted into the wrong story. The story became, Bobby, while you were out last week, oh gosh, do Dan Hurley and Mick Cronin and Tom Izzo, do they coach their kids too tough? Is society just too soft for this type of coaching anymore? And I said, no, that's not the story. I put Izzo to the side. It's about you being douchebags. It's about you being immature, psycho lunatics. And Dan Hurley, I would have hoped, I do hope, I wish he got punished in that moment. I would have loved it. Loved it.
I don't know how anybody can say, well, that just proves you're not an athlete, competitor, whatever else. It's like, if you're an athlete or a competitor, I would think every single time I've seen somebody touch an official, they get tossed out of a game, pretty much. I remember one of my earliest memories is like watching basketball was Magic Johnson coming back in, what was that, 96 when he came back for a little bit, and he just walked up to an official on one of these NBA on NBC Saturday games, and he was getting a little mouthy, and he got up there, and he just, like, touched him with his shoulder, touched an official, and he didn't even have a tech in the game already. That was 2 techs, you're out. Like, you touch the official, you're out of here. Like, that consistently, you touch an official, you're in trouble. You're not allowed to...
And why did he even go after the official?
So
I have
weird.
no idea.
He puts his forehead on his, and he just starts twisting it around. It's the weirdest video.
I have no idea why he went up to the official. It is an all-time moment. That footage right there is going to go down.
Why didn't CBS show that? Is all this footage coming out from like CBS's B-reel or whatever the backup footage is?
Yeah, it could be. I don't think they may not have had it right away. I'm surprised they've
got so many angles, and like I know like that's a director's job, but like that director's looking at so many different angles. It's probably like, all right, let's go to replays. We're trying to do this, and like they're looking at a million things. He probably just didn't even see it the first go around.
So if they show that right after, the internet erupts. That's all we're talking about the next morning.
It erupts.
That's all. We're talking about the shot, and we're talking about that for the other half of the show.
Absolutely. Like, look, I love the emotion. I love that he did it. But you still that has to be a technical foul.
I see why they didn't do it.
I get why they didn't do it.
Yeah.
But
I don't.
Bump official or not, it's pretty cut and dry. Did you bump an official or did you not bump an official?
Forget bump. That wasn't a bump. That was a near headbutt.
If that happened in the first half, did they call
this is me
attack?
on the mic. This is it. Look at me on the fan cam. Since we don't have Aiden, I assume like playing the video. It wasn't a bump. Like if you bumped him with the shoulder like this.
Yeah, if he chest protected him.
Bobby and RJ gonna reenact. I don't want to do it with a strep throat. Look at that!
Let's go, baby. Let's go. And that makes it look like the referee's in on it.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Yeah. Which, I mean, he very well could have been in on it because UConn's not good enough to have gone this far. But I don't understand it. Like, if that happened in the first half, he's getting a technical foul.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And so to me, it's not like, well, you can't call it there. Yeah, you can. Like, you call that anywhere else. If a manager bumps an umpire, they throw him out. If a head coach bumped the head official in an NFL game, they're throwing him out. Like, that's exactly what happens every time. They didn't do it with Dan Hurley, and the only reprieve that he gets here, where I'm like, all right, fine, is... This is 2 years in a row where John Shire just is such a loser coach for that Duke program that to me it's like, all right, well, like, yeah, you do deserve to lose. You deserve to lose in the first round this year. You deserve to lose when you lost last year with Flagg and Kneppel, and now you deserve to go out here.
Now, we have some defense of this. Seth Greenberg said he spoke with the official.
Shocker. Seth Greenberg, someone on ESPN is going to defend Dan Hurley or big time coach.
Snoring right now.
He spoke with the official after the game, and here's what he said.
This situation right here. First of all, Roger Ayers is the best official in all of college basketball. He's a tremendous communicator. There isn't, and he refed a ton of my games. There were games where he's put his arm around me, walked me back to my bench. There was times where he said, "Seth, that's enough." But that situation right there, that is absolutely nothing. I talked to Roger today. He said, "What are you talking about?" He literally didn't know what I was talking about. He said, "Nothing happened. The ball went in. I was running back. They were celebrating. Danny leaned in, said something to me. I said something to him. It was absolutely nothing."
So you're saying that was coach fired up in his own way in the moment and
the official interacting with him, which is that guy is the best communicator in all of college basketball as an official, a guy you would want on every single one of your games.
That makes it seem like the ref is cool with UConn winning then. That's what it seems. I'm not launching a real official investigation. No, and the more I look at it, I can see how Dan Hurley, like, it seems like he likes the official. If I sit there and look at this video replay, you know?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
No, not like that. Hey, what's your official ruling on this?
It's the same thing with, when players run off the bench and there's still half a second left. It's like, yes, if they run off the bench, you should call a technical foul, but you're not going to call it there.
You think that's the same thing as this?
Yeah, I think if there was a different point in the game, I think they probably do tee him up there. I think that. I think it's just, it was at the very end of the game. I don't think they want that to be the deciding call. Yeah, just let the guys play out there. But I have no problem with them holding in the whistle there and not calling it there. I mean, it's weird. I love having the clip out there forever, but I'm not calling in this instance.
There's just this tough divide. It's like the the Duke announcers calling for the technical foul. Like, that should be a technical foul. I know you guys played that yesterday, right?
He ran on the court. Oh, Malachi's on the court!
Yeah, it's this divide between appearing like the soft, whiny, complaining fan versus me wanting to see Dan Hurley get his, which is the side that I'm on.
Okay, so I
want to see Dan Hurley get his.
Okay, so your hatred for Dan is higher than that for Duke.
Yes. I don't hate anything about Duke right now. Give me the last hateable thing about Duke.
Just their name?
No, but give me the player. Give me the coach. There's nothing to hate about John Shire. I don't hate the Boozer boys.
The guy that got trampled by Missouri fans on the...
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
The white kid.
Grayson Allen.
I know that
Grayson
narrows it
Allen.
down, the white kid.
Yeah, Grayson Allen was the last really hateable Duke
No, it was
player.
the other player after Grayson Allen.
Yeah.
He was taller. He was bigger than Grayson Allen. He got trampled.
Yeah.
Remember, he went down with the injury, but then miraculously he was back the next game.
I hated Conconapple. I really didn't like Conconapple.
Shut up.
That was I did.
Being a flag
No,
homer.
he's fine. People say I'm too hard on flag. So in general, I think Duke is just always, it's easy to go like, yeah, who's your best player who's a little too intense? I don't like it.
Filipowski.
He's the last one.
See, this was the game I was watching as a kid. This is Magic Johnson getting thrown out for bumping Scott Foster when he was, which he's going at him aggressive, but that got him ejected. No technicals got him ejected.
I hate to say this, but after listening to Seth Greenberg, this seems like there's a close relationship.
Yeah.
Like, it seems like Dan and the referee, they like each other. I'm not accusing the referee of being in the bag for Duke.
I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
I will. If he's going to be that, if they like each other that much that it's like, go ahead, 3. Yeah. Let's chest bump. Me, the official, and you, the head coach. That's too personal.
It's like if there was a referee who, like, Dak Prescott got along with, and he threw a Hail Mary at the end of the game and wins it, and he goes up with his helmet like this, like... You know, it's not like in your face, I'm rubbing it in. He's like celebrating with him.
We've seen referees in football do like a fist pump with a player or something. We've seen that.
It's but that's more like a good game, gentlemen. It's not like good play. Yeah. It's like y'all be sportsmen or whatever.
How's the fan text reacting to it? And Bobby, what did this do to our brackets?
So this has put us in a advantageous position. We know ball. Sean and I do. And as much as Sean hates to own that, he has to own that he knows ball and that we talk ball, because Sean and I cannot finish in last place. We're fighting for the title in our bracket. What this does is it puts RJ Choppy and Peyton Russell in a tough position, and it's the Michigan-Arizona game. Whoever wins that game is going to avoid last place. So for Choppy, it's Michigan. For Peyton, it's Arizona. If Arizona wins, Choppy is hosting. If Michigan wins, it's going to be Peyton.
And you said you were still alive Friday at Just Love Coffee. You said there was a chance to turn things around on Peyton.
Yeah, it flips with every Arizona win. It flipped with every Michigan win.
Yeah, because it was treating every game like a 50-50. So it literally was just showing you who has the most path to potentially get eliminated.
And, ironically, like my worst path would have been if Tennessee had won, which I had nothing to worry about. And now they lose, and now I'm in a much better spot because I got Michigan, and Michigan's going to have a home game. This game's in Indianapolis.
So what is the big lesson here? Let's see who knows it between the two students in the class.
Use AI.
Watch
my bracket.
less.
Or follow your own facts.
Well,
don't just chalk it up.
You both missed.
Don't chalk it up.
You both missed on the lesson. All the numbers and facts that Choppy gives us throughout the year, and you guys followed it the least.
I followed it, and I had Illinois in the Final Four, and they ended up in the Final Four. I would not have put Illinois in the Final Four if not for all the stuff we were going over.
877-881-1053 as the entire morning squad is back together again here on Sean and RJ. We go commercial-free in the Expressway with some Texas Rangers Diamond Cavs with the winning streak that's taken place. Commercial-free and Ask Reddit on the home of the Rangers next.
But let's get you over to Underdog.
Brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
The pitch. He struck him out swinging with a slider. That one down around the shoe tops. How about that? Jack Leiter strikes out the side on a cutter, a changeup, and a slider.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about still having something that isn't dead yet? And that is a real cleanup hitter, Jake Berger, baby. Having a year.
Man.
Have a year, Jake.
Corey Majors looking good. Best he's ever looked. Coming from Surprise, Arizona. He's tweeting me over almost every other Corey Majors at bat. He's just viewing it as his own after his scouting report of Jake in Surprise on your home of the Rangers. They get another win, 5-2 over Baltimore. Evan Carter with the double in the second inning. Nimmo, RBI single. You see the big hammer? The big what is that thing that he's swinging in the on-deck circle?
I don't know what it's called. It's
sledgehammer.
Yeah, sledgehammer.
Nimmo RBI single puts him up 2-1. Berger RBI single 3-1. Jock with the sac fly 4-1 after 2 innings. And that was Evan Carter's second hit of the game. Jack Leiter did his thing, really got locked in the 4th inning. And then you get the bullpen. As Junis is forced to got a little bit of a break, I think, there at first base.
Yeah, I think he did. Look, that is
Junis, Beeks, close it out.
It was a really nice play by both him and Berger. Berger standing in there. He has to go across the bag, get into harm's way, with the runner. Hanging in there. You got 220 pounds barreling down at you at whatever speed that guy's running at. I mean, that's scary, right? But Berger had a day. He's having a season. I love that Jack Leiter went out for the 6th inning. That to me is this is my game mentality, and not everybody has that. A lot of pitchers now are like, look, I hit my pitch count. I'm not going to risk it. And then Jack and his dad was like this. His dad would throw 140 pitches in a game. Did not care.
Yeah.
Is that Jack or is that Skip?
I mean, look, Skip has to allow it, but I think Jack has to talk him into it, too, at some point. Maybe not today, not yesterday.
In today's baseball where it stands, is 4 innings of your bullpen normal or like a little bit too much? So, because I was a little surprised he went back out there, but then I'm like, you don't want to use bullpen for 6, 7, 8, 9. But is that more the norm today, or is that stretching a little bit where ideally you want 7, 8, 9?
Ideally, you want your pitcher to go 6. 4 is absolutely normal, though. Like, it happens all the time.
Yeah.
And it really, I think it's a shame. Because, if you want to go, like, what is the number one, just from a crowd perspective, the number one reason why somebody buys tickets day of is a good pitching matchup. Oh, DeGrom's on the hill today. Oh, it's DeGrom against Skubal? Let's go. Right? Because you don't know at the beginning of the year, when the Tigers come in here, I don't know when the Tigers come in. Let's say it's July. You can't circle on the calendar, I'm going to buy tickets to this game, because you don't know who the pitching matchup's going to be.
Oh, my. Brian brought us with the text message that Jake Berger will be on the G-Bag Nation today.
2:30.
Hey, no Berger innuendo, dum-dums.
Yeah.
Brian, I know he'll stay out of it. No Berger innuendo with Jake, who is also a burlesque man.
Yeah.
He is.
Burlesque? Burley? Burley, not burlesque.
Burlesque is right
that's
there.
burlesque, and she does not look like Jake Berger over there on the wall.
There's a new girl tomorrow, by the way, April 1st. New girl tomorrow,
right.
Sean. There'll be a new girl there.
Burley, Jock Peterson off to a bad start.
I'm just saying, I'm going to throw it out there. Anybody on G-Bag who wants $50 to ask the first 3 questions about brisket, I'll give it to you.
50 per question.
But let's see. So I said right there, is the cleanup hitter dead? And we don't have that right now. Right now we got Jake Berger, who's off to a great start. Over the first 4 games of the season, he's hitting .471, 500 on base, .882 slugging percentage. And I noticed that if you go around the sport, the cleanup hitter is a dying breed. And that's kind of what it looks like. These teams have put in guys like Mason Wynn, who had 9 home runs last year, and Pete Crow Armstrong, who had an on-base less than .290, and Alex Baum, who had 11 home runs last year, and Mountcastle and Adley Rutschman had an OPS less than Marcus Semien last year. And, some of the reasons for that is that pitchers throw about to 21 hitters a game. And the theory is that after 18 hitters, they're already gassed. So you want your best hitters on those final 3 spots to be 1, 2, and 3 in the order. And the cleanup hitter was your power spot. Now it's not that anymore. It's a completely different type of spot in the order. And the Rangers are not going with that trend necessarily. Now, Jake Berger's not going to sit here and hit you 40 home runs. That's not who he is. I mean, he can hit home runs, but no one's expecting 45 out of Jake Berger. But they're getting a lot of production out of the cleanup spot right now, and that's awesome.
If he hits 40 home runs, will you get a Rangers jersey that says 40 Burger on it?
Oh, baby.
Oh, God.
Oh, wow. That's good.
Yes.
All right, there. We got a commitment.
Yes, I will. Look, that's all the good. By the way, are they doing that in high school baseball with the cleanup hitter as well? Are they changing things up where best hitters hitting second?
No. I think with Luca's team, their best player hits leadoff. So I guess maybe they are because they're putting their best hitter at the top.
So look, all that's good. Let's get that out of the way.
There's some bad still.
I got to get to my bad. I can't physically stand watching Josh Young hit. I can't look at it. I'm rage texting Sandler early in the game. Then I texted you guys with a later at bat. Then I put it on Twitter. I couldn't hold back. Bobby sent the perfect meme and GIF. Like, he may as well take that damn sledgehammer that Nimmo was swinging in the on-deck circle, because that's what it looks like. Someone get him a smaller bat, for God's sake. Try anything. I know we tried sending him down the minors. I cannot stand watching. It's like having my kid try to pick up his bat and swing it. Josh Young with zeros across the board to start the season. 0 for 17. 0.000 average, 0.000 OPS. I can't take it. And I know a lot of people threw in Jock. I get it. But I don't have as much hope for Jock as I do Josh Young. I can't take watching him swing, flail over, how long it takes. What was the GIF, Bob?
It was a big lumberjack swinging an axe.
Yeah, I like it.
That's Josh Young. Now, I will say,
I can't stand it.
Early on, it's not been the normal Josh Young of him just like ripping and missing. It's not like a high whiff rate, but that dude has one of the most like violent uppercut swings on the team. And I was looking at this last night. He's had 17 at-bats now. He has hit 0 fly balls. There's not a single fly ball that he's hit so far this year.
No,
he's got a line out. In fact, in his 17 at-bats, he has 1 ball that's been hit in play and left the infield.
Listen, I'm a big fan of what's going on with him right now. I mean, look, fly balls take too long. Ground balls are quicker. He's swinging and missing at 3 straight pitches. Those at-bats take no time. We're moving on to the next hitter. You know, the good news is you can move him in the lineup still, so you can move him down. You still got a couple of spots to go. But that he has 1 swing. He's got the Joey Gallo. He's hit the Joey Gallo part of his career where he has 1 swing, and it's that same looping swing, and there's a hole in that swing. There's a hole in the swing. It's like Mr. Baseball. Good movie, Peyton. You better go watch it. Tom Selleck, Mr. Baseball. Fantastic movie. The Rangers do have another problem with their offense. Even still, they are 18 runs over the last 3 games, 6 a game. They are striking out at a really high rate. 11 more last night. They have 45 strikeouts through 4 games.
Jake Berger, I think last night was the first time, like as good as he's been the first 3 games, every single one of his at-bats was a hit or strikeout for the first 3 games. He only got out with strikeouts the first 3 times.
It's like the 3 true outcomes. That's what they're going with. But they are on pace. You know, again, 11 strikeouts per game. They are on pace to not break the single season record, shatter the single season record. They're on pace right now to have 200 more strikeouts than any team in the history of the sport.
What?
Any team no one's ever averaged 11 strikeouts per game.
Does this seem like that when you're watching them, or is it just different when they have the lead and it's affecting how you're viewing it?
It's what you were talking about at the beginning of the season of like the teams that take more pitches. Like, for instance, Josh Young is still striking out a ton. Josh Young has struck out swinging, I think, twice.
7 overall.
Yeah, it's a bunch of, he's just taking pitches. Like they're taking a lot more strikes right now.
And guys, they don't even lead the league. They're not even bottom 5.
What?
The Rangers have 45 strikeouts. The Tigers have 46. The White Sox have 53. The Mariners have 55.
Man.
The Guards have 55. The Angels have 55. And the Athletics have 57 strikeouts in 4 games.
Now, first week or two, first month of the season, advantage who?
Pitchers. Not even close.
First
30 games, maybe not 30, maybe a couple of weeks. Big time advantage pitchers. The hitters are still trying to get. It's cold a lot of places too. Hitters hate hitting in the cold. And then of course, you're seeing pitchers sometimes for the first time. Pitchers have developed new pitches. Jack Leiter, right? He's working on that cutter. That's something that a lot of these hitters haven't seen a whole lot of. So you got pitchers working in new pitches. So they're a little bit ahead, but to lose 33% of your outs without getting any runners on, any runners over, putting any ball in play. I know the nerds prefer strikeouts to groundouts, but those nerds have never had a man on second base with nobody out and a ground ball to the right side in a tie game in the 7th inning. All right, and it matters. It helps. So I wish you could clean that up. But as it stands right now, that's not the case.
Skip Schumacher had a quote during the offseason. He said that he wants the lineup to be a lineup of tough outs. That was just the most important thing to him. And he said the tougher the out you are, 1 through 9, the better off we're going to be in the long run. I don't like these huge gaps in being able to game plan against you. Like there's one way to get you out and you can't overcome it and you go 0 for 4. I like baseball players. I like baseball players that can change the game a number of different ways. We're in an era now where like guys strike out a ton. So there's that aspect. I don't feel like they've been an easy out lineup, though, the first 4 games. So even though there's a bunch of strikeouts, it's like I don't feel like it's been easy to get them out every time. They're working counts. Josh Young is, in some of his strikeout at bats, he's like worked 7-8 pitch counts, and then he strikes out.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers with Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again, along with Pepe back from Nashville.
Allow me to go after Sports Illustrated here for where they have the Rangers rotation, gentlemen, ranked. They have the Rangers rotation as the
like
sixth.
7 jobs ago.
They have the sixth best rotation in the sport. It's top 4 at worst. I have no problem if they have Seattle ahead. I have no problem with the Dodgers ahead. By the end of the year, when Garrett Cole returns and Rodon, I have no problem. They put the Yankees ahead. But that's it. First of all, Detroit. They have Detroit. So they have the Rangers at 6th. At 5th is the Dodgers. I've got no problem with that. That's too low. At 4th is the Phillies. I don't really have a problem with that. When Nola is your 3, that's not a big deal. Head because Toronto, I would have lost my you-know-what. The biggest signing of the offseason was them signing Dylan Cease to $210 million. That guy is lucky that Aaron Judge is in the sport, or he would be the biggest gag artist in Major League Baseball. The choke is on him. The choke's on Cease and all this. He makes 33 starts a year. He's never sniffed 200 innings. He gets a drop of sweat in his brow, and he packs it in for the night, just like he did in the playoffs. He's a loser, just like Sonny Gray. The Rangers should not be any lower than 4th on this. If you want to, I could argue that they should be a 3rd as well.
Diamond Cavs here in the commercial-free expressway on DFW Sports Station.
So,
final thing.
But to what extent do you look at that and go, Skubal is, a lot of people would argue, the best pitcher in baseball?
Absolutely the best.
So if that's the case, then at what point do you say, you've got the best pitcher in baseball, and then some guys who are good, some guys who are decent, does that trump having like 3, what you feel are like 3 really good starters for Texas? If you've got the best guy and then some guys who are decent.
I think I would rather have 3 or 4 really good starters, like 8 out of 10s, than a 10 out of 10, a 7 out of 10, and 2 5 out of 10s.
Let's hook you up for turning it on and leaving it on every morning this week.
Don't let the days
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Bush at Toyota Music Factory on Tuesday, April 21st. One of the 5 winners this week will be randomly selected to get 2 general VIP packages, which includes 2 premium level tickets, access to exclusive VIP photo opportunity with Bush, exclusive VIP only merchandise, and 1 autographed Bush VIP poster. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Do the Cowboys have a new backup quarterback? Brian Schottenheimer comments at 8 o'clock here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Let's get back to Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, where we're going to get your answers here for Ask Reddit. We'll also get you guys on the Twitch and on the YouTube for the fan cam, and we'll kick around some of these questions here in the studio. We do it every Tuesday at 7:40 thereabout. And we'll lead off with RJ Choppy as Peyton Russell does his Bush giveaway. Chop, what are your thoughts on this statement? The best partners get taken by 25.
I mean, I think some of the great ones are great, and they just develop early and they get taken, and then you have a great, wonderful family with them. But I think for the most part, the answer is no, because people under the age of 25 are morons. Like, they shouldn't even be tried as adults, half of them. The brain hasn't even developed until 25. We know this. We have data. Frontal lobe, baby.
Remember, we need 18 to 34 demo, too, so
That's
don't
true.
insult too much.
But in terms of partners, no. Women under 30, no. Grego has always warned me about women under the age of 30.
Yeah, you want a relationship from Grego.
Listen.
I want all kinds of advice
The
from Grego.
people who have struggled, the strife. Fred and I, we kinshipped on this on Friday. I only want advice from people who have gone through strife. That's it. Grego has always said women under 30 can't get in a relationship with them. You got to wait till after 30. That's when they fully have gone into womanhood.
It's a different era. Like it's a different like now there are so many people who wait and do different things. Like, yeah, 30 years ago, people were generally like, all right, getting married at 24 or something like that. Like, that's not as common anymore. People wait. And so I don't know how true that is anymore. I know of 2 people, man and woman, 2 separate people that I know who are still single to this day, that it's like, I think they would be a catch for anybody. And like, to me, it's so I don't think this totally adds up. I think a lot of times it's just opportunity.
It's an amazing question. I have a lot of thoughts. Some may offend, but
how many thoughts?
I'm just being truthful. Number 1, obviously.
Well, obviously.
you got your prime thoroughbred at 25. Okay, you're not getting your physical peak at 35. All right, you can get your emotional peak. You're not getting your prime physical peak. So that cannot be argued. I think what a lot of people also say, I think Cam Newton may say this, is at 30, 31, 32, maybe you're getting someone with a child. And while a lot of times that can be deemed as quote-unquote baggage, I had always said, I'm not going to date anyone with a child, and I ended up doing it and had a fine relationship. So I broke my own rule on it. What happens, in my opinion, and I think Bobby is a prime example of this, you get someone that was too young for that first relationship, and they're really a prime catch. Well, now they have a child, quote-unquote, the baggage, but they're not as impossible to date now that they're a mother. They're not up in the club and up in the scene and as superficial.
They have the priorities.
More grounded. The priorities are there, so you can take advantage, actually, of the prime catch who got away from the idiot that they were with.
Yeah.
You have to become a step parent, no doubt about it, but no, man. I always say, me and my wife, we dated at 25. We would not be married because of the emotional state that we were in terms of temperament.
I've said it on here before. I initially, the first time I went out with Kristen, I was trying to make someone else jealous, essentially. And then when I got on the actual date with her, I was like, oh, this is like a mature, this is what it's like to like go on a date with a mature, like grown woman, not somebody who's just still out there wanting to act like a kid.
You imagine 3 or 4 years out of college thinking that you are the person that you are with. And good for those of you that got it done. You got your lifelong Hallmark card. But imagine 4 years out of college saying, I know exactly what I'm going to be with for the rest of my life.
You have no idea. You have no idea who you are at 25.
No idea.
To compare to be 30, 35
to call people
or 45,
adults in this society at 18 is so dumb. It's one of the most ridiculous things that we do.
Yeah.
No, you're on your own. All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
See you later.
See you later. From the fan text here is 30 is the sweet spot to marry and have kids. It seems a wide range of ages are stunted in this world. Relationships like football players, the best of those with some experience under the belt. The dumbest animal on the planet is a younger female. I don't know about that. Well, let's see. Now, you guys just settled.
Peyton.
What?
They said, nah, bro, you just settled. That's
settled.
I don't know about settling.
Kristen was 25 when we got married. So
I mean, look at our wives and tell us that we settled.
Peyton,
and then, well, I guess we can go ahead and take yours too if we want to. Bring her the next remote.
Oh, baby.
See what happens.
What are your thoughts on
I'm going to tell my wife, now this is just a bet payoff. All right, so when I'm macking with this girl and buying her drinks and charming, it's just a show bet payoff to prove a point, a radio point. So just leave me alone for an hour.
Peyton, what are your thoughts on this statement? The best partners get taken by 25.
I mean, at 25, they're not even off their parents' insurance yet, the medical insurance. So there's no way the best partner is taken by 25. And I mean, most people that get divorced are usually older than 25. So, I don't think I totally believe the statement.
All right. Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys Fan Text 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Sean, what's the worst thing you've ever done?
The worst, man.
I can lead off if you like.
Sure. Oh, you mean with me, on me or you?
Just, I can lead off of, like, what's the worst thing I've ever done.
Oh.
Because I always know the answer immediately.
Is this finding the Papacito story?
No. This is worse than that.
Worse?
Worse. 20 years ago, I don't know if you guys have heard, my mom passed away.
Oh, I'm sorry.
When she passed away, there was a song that, like, right before she died was all over the radio that she really liked called Held by Natalie Grant. So she was playing this. We played it at her funeral, everything else. 2 months later, I can't remember if I've told this story before. 2 months later, my younger brother, who was having a real hard time with my mom passing, is getting on my nerves. And so I turned on that song and turned it up as loud as I could to make him emotionally break down.
Damn.
Look at that.
That's pretty much the worst thing I've ever done.
The worst thing I've technically ever done is like triple felony.
That'll be high on most lists.
Yeah, so I'll give the technical answer of ending up in jail a few times, but the further one was triple felony.
I was thinking, I have no idea. Like, I've done so many things that little things that I regret. Like, I'm filled with regret. Filled with it. But I was lucky enough to also grow up in an era without camera phones. So I don't have to answer for any of these.
There you go. Peyton, worst thing you've ever done?
Oh, so you're just going to dodge the question?
Honestly, I don't know. I
know your answer. I'm not going to say it for you, but you've said it before. You said it on the air before, and now, I mean, you don't have to say it. It's your business.
It's such a lie, though, to say I'm filled with regret. I think you've got maybe I think you can count on one hand the regrets you have. I feel like you moved by them pretty quick.
Yeah, okay. The one you're talking about, that would be, that would be the worst, no doubt. But I wasn't thinking I was thinking criminally or,
Well, it can be
or emotionally abusive like
ethical,
I did.
Criminal.
Yeah.
I'm filled with unethical things.
Peyton?
Yeah, I was thinking back to my teenage years. I was in the era when I was 12, 13 where I was TPing houses, just being a kid, right? And I decided, I found out on the internet, you can stick Jolly Ranchers to someone's car window. And if they break it off, it could shatter the window. So I did that to someone's car.
Did it shatter?
I think so, because I knew the kid that lived there.
You don't know, though, if it shattered.
I don't know.
You're such a teeny bopper. He's like, oh, man, I stuck these navigators on a window, and I don't, they say it could break. I don't know if it did break.
The worst thing you've done is your affluenza, where you're just driving around city streets going 80, but you know the cops, and so they let you off.
Well, if I got a ticket, I would have gone to jail. Then that would be the worst thing, but it never happened.
That's
true.
Never
happened.
There you go. All right, Franklin injury attorneys, Fantex 615. I hooked up with a girl, and then 2 nights later, I hooked up with and eventually married that girl's sister.
Oh!
That's pretty tough. A lot of people upset with me on the Fantex for my story. 972 backed into an old lady's car at a red light who had been tailgating me. Then she says I'm too old to get out and check for damage. And I said, your car is fine. Definitely was not fine. So he said, yeah, your car's fine, lady. Keep going.
It's a little difficult to answer because I feel like the worst things that I've done, I've wanted much worse things to happen to people, but I feel like I was justified in it.
Yeah.
So I don't view it as the worst. You know what I mean? I've thought about hiring people to burn down this guy's building. Mm-hmm. I've thought about unleashing a bag of rat and mice on this big restaurant event to just plague the entire event. I've wanted multiple people to lose their jobs, and if I could have any say and control in it, I would have liked to have contributed to that happening. I just didn't get to execute all those plans.
So yours is an issue of execution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I rely on you. Right now we're 0 for 2.
No, we're not. We're going to be fine because I know how to track that one down.
All right.
All right.
I don't know about this one.
It just happened this morning.
214 photocopied a $20 bill and used it as a Mavs game for concession.
Dang.
I lost my neighbor's cat, then lied about its whereabouts, says the 903. All right. Ask her to hear on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell. Let's go with what event did you buy a ticket for and were most disappointed with your purchase?
So this was the first ever concert I went to in 2015. It was Rascal Flatts at what was Jexa. Now I believe it's Dos Equis Pavilion. I bought tickets to the lawn. The event, the concert was fine, but it was sitting in the lawn seats. I didn't realize how jam-packed it got in the summer there. You're body to body with people. I could barely see, so I did not like the viewing. Again, the concert was fine, but it was just the viewing point of that. I made a mistake to buy lawn tickets and go, I'll get the cheap tickets here for me and my friends, and not good at all.
April 16th, 2003, as I drove to Philadelphia for Michael Jordan's final game. And it was disappointing. I was hoping, praying for a Kobe-type explosion, of course, where he goes off and at least scores 30 and hits a last-second shot. No, it was a dud. I scored 15 points, and they lost 107-87. Because the first game I went to when he was a Wizard preseason, he blew the roof off the place and scored, I think, 50 back-to-back New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, but went for the final game, and I thought, I'd be able to brag about it for life. No.
First one that comes to mind is Counting Crows. I've said it before. It was just the worst show I ever went to. They just decided to play acoustic for 2 hours. Just terrible. $24 down the drain.
24
back in 1997.
That's your big regret?
I mean, it was 97, right? It was just
that's not the equivalent of $90.
To a high school kid,
$24.
$24 to a high school kid. You're paying your own. You're working at the parks department. I thought it was a lot of money.
I'm generally I haven't had too many big regrets with purchasing a concert or whatever else. I've generally got a pretty good handle on all right, I'm gonna like this or not. The one that I can say is the first time I bought really ponied up and bought tickets behind home plate to a Rangers game. And I sat there and I was like, I don't like this view.
What?
I don't like it. You're staring right through the net. You're like field level. You don't get like an elevated view. You're looking at the game happening from behind. You're not seeing where the balls are going.
It's like Cal Ripken last night.
I realized like I prefer sitting in the outfield and watching it than sitting back here. Like I'm not enjoying the game. The experience of like, wow, you're so close to the action. That part of it's cool. But in terms of just like, I paid this money to really enjoy the game, I didn't enjoy the game very much. All right. Franklin injured attorneys. Fan text 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. A lot of people talking about NBA games in general. The load management stuff burns them. 817 flew to Arizona a few years ago, and they kicked the Cowboys' ass. That was Tolo Casey, 817. I gave Tolo Casey a Tolo hoodie when we were out at Texas Live a couple months ago. All right. Peyton Russell. Let's go with what TV show hooked you instantly from episode 1?
You know, I've seen so many TV shows.
I know, you love it.
In my life. there's Stranger Things, obviously, but it was you. I've talked about this before. You was incredible the first episode. Mackenzie had seen the first season, and she was like, I don't know if you're really going to get into it. I saw the first episode, and I was like, I think we're going to have to binge watch this. I really loved it a lot, and we finished the entire 4 or 5 seasons through the first couple months we started watching it. So I liked it a lot.
You know what show I absolutely loved from the jump, and I'm disappointed in myself for not following through, is Snowfall.
Oh, I enjoyed that too, and I
never heard of that, I don't think.
I don't know whether it was because kids happened and everything, and I just lost track in the rotation. Snowfall is freaking amazing. Bassett used to watch it. Bassett got me hooked on it, and I love that show from the jump. It didn't take forever to go ahead and hit with the plot. It was action-packed every episode. I don't know how many seasons they're in, how many I'm behind, but I was trying to think of the most recent one, and I'll say Snowfall.
The first two that come to mind, Blacklist, I really enjoyed from the very jump, and then Dexter. Dexter, I thought had a really good first episode.
Blacklist was really good right out of the jump, and then it went downhill really fast after season 1.
Man.
Narcos too, I can't turn off.
That first episode of Breaking Bad, like the first minute of Breaking Bad, when he's like grabs the video camera and he's like giving the message because he thinks the cops are closing in on him. He's like, guys, I'm so sorry I had to do this. That show instantly, I was like, all right, I'm in on this. And I just started binging and running all the way through. I was absolutely obsessed with that. 512 says Prison Break, 214 Peaky Blinders, 214 The Lincoln Lawyer. Let's hear The Boys on Amazon Prime, says 858. And then we've got Shameless, 817. The very first episode of Shameless. We're watching the first 2 minutes. I really wanted to watch that show. Kristen won't let us watch it because she's like, no, this reminds me of how I grew up. I don't like this. She's like, I'm down with it because they're like passing around the bowl to like cover electricity or whatever. She's like, no, we're not watching this. This is too close to home.
This electricity just went out here in the hallway.
Yeah.
See the lights go out?
All right. Final one here on Ask Reddit. RJ Choppy. Yeah. Who's a person you used to admire a lot but have completely lost respect for, and why?
Ooh.
Well, I don't have a great answer for this.
Man, you didn't do your Ask Reddit prep. You're normally the most prepared. This is your worst batch of answers ever.
I have answers for everyone except for this.
Go around the room.
I'm not going to go with a personal individual because that would just, I'd have to go into too much backstory. So I'll just go with somebody that everybody knows. Dan Orlovsky.
You didn't used to have respect, did you?
No, I did. When he first started doing analysis, he was straight film guy, and then he completely flipped. That's why I can't stand him so much, is because he became such a phony.
So I went with Kanye West here. Before, great music, that's all I really cared about. He was awesome with music, and then he decided to turn into a freaking psychopath. Crazy guy.
Josh Hamilton.
Oh.
Josh Hamilton, that one hurt. Just in general, the whole, and then post-playing career, how everything's gone sideways, that one hurt as a Rangers fan.
There was someone in this industry that I used to idolize,
Peyton,
and I thought was like a genius, and I've kind of backed off that a little bit.
Are their initials CC?
Little bit. 877 CC.
Coward.
Oh, I would say it was no.
Yeah.
I would say if it was
Yeah.
him. No, that's not it. All right, we'll finish up Ask Red with the KNC Masterpiece at 9:40 right here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Why Brian Schottenheimer says he and the rest of you coaches can't wear shades. What's happening at the owners' meetings with the head coach of the boys? That's next at Inside the Star.
Well, we just saw the power go out here. It wouldn't happen if we had base power up here, right? We got it in our homes. He's got the built-in backup battery. That's the greatness of base.
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Entire morning squad is back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Bobby Belt and Peyton Russell back from their trips. Bobby's best and worst of traveling the country with his family at 8:20. Below the Belt at 8:40. And back to your Texas Rangers as well in the final hour of the show, along with the Red Zone. And there's a lot of NFL storylines coming out from the owners' meetings in Arizona. And you're getting a lot of people talking, including Brian Schottenheimer. My prediction for the Cowboys season is that Sam Howell will be the backup to Dak Prescott. And man, Brian Schottenheimer seemed really, really excited yesterday. All these clips, by the way, courtesy of DallasCowboys.com. Machota and Nick Harris also clipping them. Here's Shotty on why they brought in the quarterback that had us all going, huh?
When Sam was the guy, we watched the film, we were like, man, if we could have Sam Howell and Joe Milton on this football team and give those guys both a chance to compete. They're both uber talented. They both have big-time arm strength. Sam started actually 20-something games in this league, which is great. It's an open competition. We're excited for both those guys to go, and you can never have enough quarterbacks to develop. And I think we developed the quarterback at a very high rate in our system, and a chance to get a guy like Sam. And Sam was excited to come here, quite honestly, to be developed by us and the way we do it. So we should be good.
So there's my prediction. I believe Sam Howell will overtake Joe Milton as the 2.
A little bit of factor cap. We develop quarterbacks very well in our system. I don't know. Maybe
Romo, Dak.
I don't think Romo and Dak is the system they're running today. That's something in the past. What we've seen is Trey Lance failed, and so far Joe Milton hasn't clicked.
Right.
I don't know what example he's put. Cooper Rush, I guess, is what he's pointing to.
Yeah. I don't know.
I would not count that as a factual statement based upon who's been here with Shoddy as the offensive mind.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about Sam Howell as the backup. I don't like my backups to be safe. I want my backups to be high floor, high ceiling, low floor. Someone it's a lotto ticket. I'm not interested in safe because I still go back to what Bobby has always said. We don't practice effed.
Yep. Tom Moore.
Once the quarterback goes down, we're effed anyway.
Yep, that's Tom Moore. I will say
I disagree.
If it's a one-off, then I get it.
Well, give me the games. Give me the amount of games out.
If it's one game out, I want a serviceable, But I also think that
if it's 20 to 21, Dak gets hurt the opening game, and they have to play Cooper Rush for 5 weeks.
I want Cooper Rush
as opposed to
Joe Milton. I want Sam Howell as opposed to Joe Milton. That's me. I'll keep me around, keep me alive. For when my guy comes back.
And I would agree with that if the schedule works that way. If the Cowboys had that stretch of the second half last year where they're playing good team after good team. In that situation, I don't want Cooper Rush. I want Cooper Rush against teams that I know we're better than, that he's not going to screw it up. The teams that are better than you, I want that high ceiling guy.
Sam Howell has played 2 career games against the Vic Fangio-led Philadelphia Eagles, which is kind of going to be the standard for, hey, what are we doing here with our defense, or what are we doing with our offense as we're trying to compete within the division, do different things like that. In his 2 career games against the Eagles, he and Vic Fangio's Eagles, 73% completion, 687 yards, 5 touchdowns, 1 interception.
Who's that?
Sam Howell against the Eagles.
Wow.
And so they may just look at it and go well, that's a guy who's going to keep us competitive. We can win with that. If that's a guy who has not been thrown off by a Fangio defense, and you're going to see a lot more of that across the NFL, hell, we're trying to do it over here, then let's go with that.
High ceiling is a nice, fun thing to say. It doesn't apply really to Trey Lance and Joe Milton. They're not going to go out there and have a 330-yard game. I'm not going to get the miracle Jason Garrett game against the Packers more often than not. They're not going to go out there and throw for 320 and 3 touchdowns. I'm betting against that. So give me the safe and hopefully I have an improved defense. I want to stay around. I want to be able to hang around.
Yeah, I mean, it's what we were talking about, the very first Ask Reddit question of like, are all the best taken by 25? And you're like, you're getting the peak looks at 25. Joe Milton, he looks great.
Yeah.
Joe Milton cannot cook worth a damn.
Yep.
That's the problem.
Yep. Schottenheimer was asked, what is next for your offense? He said, evolve. We've got to evolve. We're looking at some different things, maybe a little more two-back, letting Hunter Lipke do some things. I'm pleased with where we are, but because we were one of the best in the league, everyone is studying us, so we have to evolve. That means adding things and taking things out. So that's Shoddy on the offense.
Yep. I mean, that's 100% makes sense. They cannot just rest on their laurels. I don't think the solution to that is let's throw it to 4'9", 40-yard dash Hunter Lipke. Let's get him really involved. Let's do the Tavon Austin 20 touches a game.
Is it really 4'9"?
It's not 4'9", but it looks like it, man. It does not look like. I don't think I would get dusted by him. He'd beat me in a 40-yard dash. I don't think I'm getting dusted.
You would get dusted.
I don't think so.
I think you would get dusted.
All right, speaking of the offense, we need improvement from Tyler Guyton. Is he the big X-factor name up front? Here's Shoddy on where he needs to step up.
Tyler Guyton's got a chance to be an elite player, but he's got to take that next step, and we have to help him take that next step, and that's through the process and the planning and having a very specific action plan of what we want to see him get better at.
What is that action plan for him to get better?
Yeah, it starts with his footwork, getting more comfortable, getting more balanced at the point of attack, and then again, there's his hand usage. He's really a young, raw left tackle, defensive lineman, right tackle in college, left tackle that's missed a bunch of times. So the biggest thing for him will be having a great, healthy offseason. How do you do that? Well, Luke Schoonmaker figured it out last year. He had a great plan leading up from February, March into the offseason program, and that's what Tyler Guyton's done thus far.
If I told you they said they want to improve, they want to do these different things. If I said one of these three things could happen next year, which one are you taking on offense? You got Jake Ferguson breaking out and really coming on in a big way. You've got Jaden Blue figuring things out, and you get the whole thunder and lightning thing with Javonte Williams and Jaden Blue. Or Tyler Guyton is Tyler Guyton is an above average.
Guyton. Not even close.
Not even close. Okay.
I
feel the same.
Above average left tackle? You're
above average left tackle. Not even Pro Bowl. Just that's an above average solid left tackle that you can count on every week.
It's great. That's what you got to have. You got to have that. You have that offensive line. This offensive line playing at the level that it was a couple of years ago. Obviously with different parts, but it playing at that level. It's a game changer for this franchise.
254 said, by the way, in the Tyler Guyton clip, said no from Shoddy in that answer. Call back to earlier.
What else on the Tolos text and Pepe on the Franklin Franco text line?
Yeah, in regards to the Sam Howell discussion, 561 says anything is better than Joe Milton. 201 says you're somewhat safe with Sam Howell because of your receivers. And the 817 says that he agrees that Sam Howell should be the backup of this team.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on DFW Sports Station. Shoddy said Christian Parker, a great coach at every level, but I think he's a superstar when it comes to the secondary. Said that he and Osa both cried during their phone call after the San Francisco trade. Quote, that's the nature of the business. I'm thrilled he's going to go to a place that is a great fit for him. And Shoddy also sat down with ESPN to do a little on-set interview, and he impressed them right off the jump because he was one of the only people that didn't need to wear sunglasses.
And Schottenheimer joining us here, and I want to first of all give you a compliment because so far you're in the minority. A lot of our coaches that have visited us have had to wear sunglasses. They can't deal with the pain of looking into the sun and the TV lights. You apparently are tougher than most.
This is a true story, Laura. My father taught me as a young coach, coaches do not wear sunglasses.
I love this. Wow.
Okay, so I was like, but we're in San Diego, right? And I'm like, whoa, it's bright outside. He's like, the players have to see your eyes when you're coaching them.
Tomlinson can wear the tinted visor, but you can't wear sunglasses.
It's Marty Schottenheimer. But literally, honestly, true story. I was like, okay, makes sense. Because when you're correcting or criticizing, they're like, I want to see your eyes.
Man.
So it's pretty cool. The other coaches I let wear, but I'll never change.
I love that.
I guess I've built up toughness.
I was trying to give you a compliment. I did not expect such an incredible answer to come out of that question. That was absolute beautiful.
Shots fired at George Seifert. Not allowed to have the sunglasses on, apparently. Maybe that's why he wasn't as successful as Bill Walsh. The sunglasses question on set always reminds me of when I was doing NFL Network producing and LaDainian Tomlinson was on set, and he had sunglasses on, and they're like, hey, LaDainian, can you take them off? And he said, no. And so then they called into my ear, and they're like, can you find sunglasses for the other two so they just all look uniform? I'm like, what?
Wow.
You guys can't just make him take off his sunglasses. Instead, it's just like, well, we can't tell LT what to do, so you go find 2 pairs of sunglasses for the others to wear.
And did you?
I was like, I don't have any. Y'all want me to walk away? No, I guess not. And so
I actually think it's a unique take on his part. Like, does it matter? I don't know. I mean,
it's not unique. It's Marty's take.
It's Marty's take. It's but it's family, right? So that you could take ownership of said take because it's family. Tom Landry had a unique rule like this. He did not allow his coaches to wear baseball hats.
Like ever?
Like a lot of the coaches wear the hat with the Cowboy logo. Didn't allow. He goes, we're not a those are baseball hats. We were a football team. So you can wear like a fedora.
Well, I'd be like, we're not in a rodeo, coach.
Yeah.
Why are you wearing the hat?
Well, that was a fedora, right? You can wear a fedora.
Yeah.
You can wear a cowboy hat, but you couldn't wear a baseball hat. But yeah, I actually like this from Marty.
Tristan Hill arrested in Ellis County. The former Cowboy, 28 years old, jail records show, according to Fox 4, he's been charged with assault of a pregnant person, Peyton, and interfering with an emergency request for assistance. Hill was arrested for 2 bond forfeiture warrants stemming from a 2025 criminal investigation, was booked in Waxahachie, and is being held on a $3,500 total bond. So, second round pick, Tristan Hill, apparently still around here and allegedly doing really, really bad things, arrested in Ellis County for this, assault of a pregnant person.
Don't know that I've ever seen a football player less interested in playing football than Tristan Hill. That dude, that was Rod Marinelli's pick. Rod Marinelli, before his rookie season was up, had told people in the building, he's like, I can't do anything with him. He's a lost cause. Like Rod Marinelli, rah-rah, like the guy that everybody connects with, had completely given up on Tristan Hill like 8 weeks into his rookie year. He's like, yeah, that dude's a lost cause. Just could not care less about improving at all.
Is a Cowboy cheerleader in trouble because Eagles DB Cooper DeJean is apparently just running through it in his offseason. First, it was supposed to be Nikki Bella.
Yeah.
And that looked to be confirmed as she continues to desperately try to figure out someone that'll stick with her for over 6 months. And now Cooper DeJean is apparently dating Cowboy cheerleader Abby Summers. Mm-hmm. Now, I know you're not supposed to fraternize with the players. Are you allowed to date other players? I would think so. How is this going to go over from Cowboy Nation and the fan base?
I liked Kevin Walker's theory yesterday on KNC, which is this is just how much Cooper DeJean misses Christian Parker. He's trying to get near him again. He doesn't want to lose that connection, and so
I'm not a fan.
He's going to extremes of trying to date Cowboys cheerleaders now.
This guy's like not even. I can say when a man is good looking and attractive. This guy's not even great looking. How is he? How is he just, well, I don't want to say yanking, but I did. How's he just going ahead and pulling all this game?
I think, I don't know. I mean, I don't think he's a terrible looking guy.
He's not terrible.
Good looking head of hair. Decent smile. Obviously, football player. That's going to add. Add things.
How do they meet?
He looks like he's like 17.
He does look young.
Where are they socialized? Where do they meet up? Is she like commuting from Philadelphia?
That's a DM slide right there, I think. Might be a DM slide.
Yeah.
Makes the most sense.
On his part.
Ooh. I'm going to go his. I'm going to go his.
How do you pick out a Cowboy cheerleader, though? That's a tough task.
Probably watch the Netflix series.
That is a tough task. That is
Bella,
a tough
probably.
task.
Will she catch heat? Will Cowboy fans be all up on her social pages for this?
No. This is a good thing. Maybe you could steal the playbook. You never know, right? You can get some insider information.
Yeah, what intel are you going to get from the cheerleaders? Meanwhile, she can get some intel on the Eagles.
Yeah.
I think she's going to catch some heat. I think she's going to catch some heat as this story has gotten out there.
Was it the Bills player years ago that was dating one of the Cowboys cheerleaders and scored a touchdown on Thanksgiving, ran the ball over to her, and she just had to put her hands behind her back I'm not touching that.
All right, the Mavs lose again, thankfully. Mark Cuban infuriates Mavs fans all over again, and Bobby's best and worst from traveling with his family for an entire week. Next on Sean and RJ.
Roger that, Sally.
If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
He's looking to drive the basketball for sure. Two-man game. Edwards to the cup with a flush. Right back at you, Coop.
Right back at you, kid.
Yeah, wow.
Wolves TV with the call. Entire morning squad back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Pepe back from the bachelor party in Nashville. 124-94. The Wolves destroy the Dallas Mavericks. The Mavericks are 24-51. Let's see where we can get them with the NBA draft simulation here in a second, RJ. But if you look at this box score, you're not going to see Anthony Edwards starting. Weird. Why is Mike Conley starting over one of the best players in the entire league?
What happened to you for the first minute of the game? I was taking a yeah. But, yeah, like I said, Mike held it down for me. Yeah.
So there you go. He was in the bathroom.
Listen.
And he only played 23 minutes. Didn't have to as the Wolves rolled.
I can absolutely understand his plight. I think we all can. And I'm surprised this doesn't happen more often. You mean to tell me that an NFL quarterback at 12:01 didn't have just a meerkat sticking out of there?
I don't know. I would imagine like adrenaline and a lot of other things probably take over. And
I mean, don't you get the toots of nervousness? I mean, I know I did.
Yeah, but you also like
you get them now. Every time I walk back in here, I know I'm walking through a crop dust. I know you farted.
I haven't farted today at all, honestly.
No,
I'm a little concerned.
I don't believe you. I don't even think you know when you do it. I think you're an unconscious farter. I think it just like leaves your body without you knowing.
I feel
and your
like
butt back there is so loose you just don't know when it's vibrating.
I call it gaping.
Worn in like a glove.
I call it gaping.
I feel like generally, because I mean, how many times have we even had this come up in sport? It feels like it comes up in basketball a lot. Like we've had Paul Pierce, who was the player earlier this year that had the streak.
Yeah.
Like, so we've had this happen a couple different times. You never hear about it in baseball. I assume because between innings you maybe got time. And in football, I guess they're locked in.
Rough shooting for flag. 5 of 19. 0 for 3 from 3. Where are we at in the lotto?
Tough day to be a simulator. Tough day. I've done 20 simulations now. We've gone up one time. We've gone down or stayed the rest. And the highest we got was 3. And it's a tough day.
On the third time, I got number 2. But the very first time I did it, it was all the way, it pushed us down to 9.
They're in 6, and they're 3.5 games behind Utah, who has lost 6 straight, 1 in 9 in their last 10. It's going to be tough to catch the Jazz.
Have you...
And a half a game up on New Orleans, with that pick going to Atlanta, only 1 game up on Memphis, so they could fall to 8.
Did you fall in love with anybody during the tournament where you're like, ooh, yeah, let that guy fall to me?
Good question.
Boozer does not do it for me.
I said that last week while you were out. My
It depends on where you are. I wouldn't take him at 1.
Yeah, but he's supposed to be going 3 to a lot of people. Yeah. I'd be nervous at 3.
Yeah, I feel like at 3 though, it's like okay, you're still gonna get. He's a good player. Like I said, I think he's Al Horford.
Yeah, but if this is supposed to be a draft of 6 dudes, I need to make sure if I'm picking at 3, I still get an absolute stud. I'm with you, Bobby. I said the same thing about Boozer last week. Acuff to me does look like a dude. I like him. Obviously, AJ, he's the best player. He's going to go 1. So I hope Rick Carlisle gets rewarded for this unlucky season. And then the Pacers next year come back with all that.
Come back with everybody.
AJ to me is a clear 1.
AJ Peterson. I like Peterson better than the ceiling of Peterson better than Boozer.
The top 2 mock drafts that I see here on Google, the most recent ones, CBS, Darius Acuff to the Mavericks, and then on SI, which came out yesterday, Kingston Fleming's point guard from Houston.
I like Kingston. I think Kingston's he'd be a fun player to have. I've seen people comp him to kind of a KJ.
Mark Cuban infuriating the Mavs fan base all over again when he sat down with the Intersections podcast.
Why did you sell the Mavericks?
Because it's a big emotional commitment. Right? You hear the passion and everything. Now imagine going up and down like that every single game. That's hard.
Yep.
2, my kids, they were coming of the age where they would be of the mindset maybe they want to work at the Mavs, and I didn't want that for them. It can be abusive a lot.
What do you mean by that?
Meaning, if fans don't like what you're doing or the team's not doing well, you're the worst human being on the planet, and they treat you that way.
Do you have any regret?
I don't regret selling. I regret who I sold to. Yeah, I made a lot of mistakes in the process, and I'll leave it at that.
The comments are not being kind to Mark. He's getting annihilated and absolutely destroyed by Maverick fans. My thing is, isn't Mark still trying to, be the GM there? Isn't he still trying to be a loud basketball voice, and you just crapped all over the ownership? And I thought that Nico was the initial regret. Now we're taking the regret to the ownership group.
Well, yeah, because it would be, I regret selling to them and allowing them to, somebody who would let Nico have their ear. It still is in a roundabout way Nico.
Or somebody that wanted the control that took the control, basically.
He's still insulting the ownership group, and Mark is still a part owner, showing up to every game, and what we hear behind the scenes, trying to be the basketball voice. That's not going to happen.
No, I never blamed Mark for selling. He's allowed to sell his property. If he wants to sell the team, let him sell the team.
How mad would you be if you were his kid? I can imagine a 16-year-old RJ Choppy being
let me make that call.
Let me make that call.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. I could understand being upset with that.
I can imagine a 45-year-old RJ Choppy being upset.
No doubt it would be upset about that. I would cry myself to sleep in $2.5 billion. So from that standpoint, but you can't ever know. The only thing you can know is at the time of the sale, did you do all your due diligence on them? If you did, and they still turn and there's something different than what you expected, can you really blame yourself for that?
I disagree. I think he had a beat on who it was and everything else.
Yeah, but he
thought he had some weird contractual. He thought he had some weird contractual out there. I don't trust them, but I've got this little clause that I've slipped in here, and I'm going to be in charge of basketball. And then it was like, no, that doesn't exist, and you can't do that.
Yeah.
And so, in the end, he was still a dummy about it.
But also,
and he didn't want his kids to get mean tweets, and so he was like, let's sell it to somebody who's going to trade Luka. You're still an idiot.
Your options are limited.
No, I disagree with that. I disagree.
With what?
With the options being limited.
How many people have billions of dollars they want to spend?
If he put up the Mavs 2 years ago, someone would come in with this money.
Someone would buy. Absolutely, somebody would buy it. But you still, it's not like you have.
Someone's going to buy these 2 expansion teams in the NBA.
Yeah, but you don't have 300 million people of options. When you sell a house, you've got thousands of options, hundreds of thousands of options.
Yeah.
When you sell an NBA team, you don't have hundreds of thousands of options.
Anybody with a lot of money is interested in the idea of a professional sports team. So you do have
lose, really.
You do have endless options in terms of the amount of money that's on the table. Not the number of people, because there's only
a finite number of people.
900 to 1,100 billionaires in the U.S.
In order for me to be mad at Mark, I think a lot of people are taking this in a political direction. Obviously, Miriam Adelson is in love with Donald Trump and gives ungodly amounts of money to him. So some people are like, oh, you didn't know that she was supportive of this and this and this. To me, that's irrelevant. It's not about that. And I would assume Mark's not talking about that. What would Mark have had to have picked up from them to know that trading Luka, I'm with you, Bobby, I'm assuming this is all Luka related. How could he have known through any of his interactions with them that they were willing to trade Doncic? I don't think that was a possibility.
Did he have a sense that Nico might have, though?
I don't know.
If he had a sense that Nico might do that, then at that point it's like, okay, well then you should have.
So what? I'm not going to then sell to them?
Go find somebody else with $1 billion. Go find somebody else.
How do I know that they're not going to let Nico be in power? Nico just took my team to the finals. They may keep him as GM as well.
Then if you're worried about that, before you sell the team, fire Nico. Fire him. If you're worried about, like, I don't want to leave this up to chance, fire Nico and then sell the team.
I think that's a question from Mark. Like, what's the earliest you knew that Nico was thinking about it?
It sounds like Nico, all the Tim McMahon articles and everything else, it sounds like Nico was 3 steps ahead of Mark the entire way.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, in the end, Mark just got played by Nico.
Yeah, I agree. Let's get to Bobby Belt's best and worst of the family road trip. 877-881-1053 for your reactions to Bobby traveling the globe.
We did get to see Jacob. He's doing great. Family Day was last Wednesday. So basically what it was Wednesday, we did this, it's called tapping him out, where they do this ceremony for Family Day. Yep. And you go over there and the soldiers are not allowed to move until a family member comes over and taps them out. Like basically taps them on the shoulder. Some people choose that time to like film themselves being like, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. How long can you sit there and stand there? Kristen was not about that. She tried to like run onto the field. She left Addison behind. Addison's just like trying to play catch up, but she runs over there. They get to see Jacob. They all broke down crying. So it was good to have Family Day with him last Wednesday. Then he graduated on Thursday. So we basically got him Thursday morning until Saturday late afternoon. But while he's doing great, we still saw a little bit of a reminder of his tendency to just put things off and not address things. So when he got there to AIT, which is Advanced Individual Training or something, when he got there, he was supposed to, he needed to be back in his barracks by like 5 o'clock on Saturday. And so he kept pushing off like when he was going to get there. It's like, all right, he wants to spend time with us. That's nice. But then we got there and she's like, so where are you supposed to go from here? You just go to your room or do you got to go check in with someone? He goes, I don't know. She's like, well, why are we pushing to the last second then if you need to be in there? You need to go in there now and find out the answer. He's like, it'll be fine. And she's like, no, it's not. You need to go in there and find out. And he kept going like, I'll wait for somebody else to get here and see if they know. And like, he just didn't want to go in there and ask a question. So, but he, it's going to be much better for him now, or much better for Kristen. He's got like the ability to call us every day after 5. Previously, he could only call on Sundays and for like 20 minutes. So now that he's in AIT, he's able to call every day at 5. So he'll be there for the next several weeks. And then he'll go to Georgia for, I can't remember, RASP. I don't remember what it stands for, but it's basically the Ranger Selection Program. So he's going to try and be an Army Ranger. But some of the worst that came out of that, Kristen discovered through that Charlotte is a rallying point for Jacob's next 2 stops. He would be allowed to visit as far as Charlotte in both spots on the weekends. So she's like, I could see him every weekend. He could just come live with it. How could I get to Charlotte?
Who do we know in Charlotte? T-Bone?
T-Bone.
Crosstalk with T-Bone?
Yeah.
Bobby, Bell and T-Bone. T-Bell.
I cannot think of a worse sports city in terms of like the teams to cover. Like the Panthers just seem so boring to me.
Yeah.
And the Hornets are boring. And like
Duke Carolina.
There is that, and I hate Duke. And so that
host the Dan Hurley show.
But it was we had 26 hours in the car that we were driving. Ooh. That was hell. But the one good thing is when we were going through Memphis, we Laura had seen that Elvis Presley's Graceland was out there in his mansion, and so she was like, "Can we please stop? Can we please stop?" So we stopped.
Oh, respect for history. I like it.
She got to go in there and do the whole tour, and she was apparently she was freaking out. Kristen could not video. They banned video. They let you take pictures in the mansion, but they will not let you take video. So she went in there, had a good time. It was largely a good trip. There's naturally going to be bad things about driving for 26 hours. There were several breaking points where I wanted to snap, but I did notice every state is awful to drive in for its own unique perspective. Virginia, which by the way is one of the most beautiful states I've ever seen. Virginia is beautiful. Really scenic and nice.
Part,
it's
Blue Ridge
so
Mountains,
nice, but super winding roads everywhere. Like you're literally having to slow down to 40 miles per hour and go downhill and at these weird angles. Then you get into Tennessee and you have just the worst drivers I've ever seen. Instantly, as soon as you cross state lines, it's worse than Dallas. Just people who don't know what they're doing. And then you cross into Arkansas, and all of a sudden, none of the trucks want to stay in the right-hand lane. They want to drive too wide, taking up the right and left-hand lane. So you're going 55 the whole way on the highway through Arkansas, and then you get to Texas, and it's like, oh, normal people again. So
how about your barbecue comparison?
So we went to Martin's in Nashville, which was really, really good. Really good ribs, really good mac.
Dry rub is their style.
What it is?
Dude, it was so good. The one thing
is mayo? Who uses mayo?
That's isn't Carolina barbecue?
Is that Alabama? Alabama barbecue?
The white sauce. Yeah, but we went to Martin's. It was fantastic. The brisket was the most bland I've ever had, though. That was the only thing that was negative, so I was a little put off by that. But I brought some seasoned salt back. I gave you some this morning.
Thank you.
For Martin's. And
what are you going to eat my pork strami, by the way?
Oh, you weren't.
You and Corey?
I ate it on the weekend. I was going to tell you about it yesterday, but you weren't here.
You like spittle. It's like I don't have email or text message.
No, see,
the communication.
To me, that was not a text message conversation. That is not something over text.
Could have tweeted a praise for it. I assume
absolutely
it's
not
great.
That is a personal one-on-one. It was fantastic. Did you use cinnamon?
Yes.
There was cinnamon.
Like cloves,
a
like
hint.
allspice type.
A hint, yes.
Pastrami.
And then a look ahead. The last great thing about this, because we were in the car for 26 hours, a look ahead to Neighborhood Watch on Thursday. I am going to talk about the history of Dallas organized crime that I learned about with Benny Binion and Herbert Noble. One of the best audiobooks I've ever heard. So good.
What exactly qualifies as a Cowboys move? That's next in Below. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. But man, Trajan wealth is exploding. It's
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
What's the most Cowboys thing the Cowboys have ever done? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Window Nation. I'm not above some thievery, as long as it's properly credited thievery. So shout out to Lucius Alexander for what I thought was a great topic starter last week. It was his question of the day on LA Live last week or the week before, where he had asked, every day he does his question of the day for LA Live, where he asks the question to Tolos and they give their answers on Facebook or Twitter or whatever else. And his question was, what's the most Cowboys thing the Cowboys have ever done? And there were some great answers, and it went a million different directions. And so I threw it up on Twitter and Reddit as well, of like, hey, get some answers here, because I'm fascinated to see which direction people take this. So let us know on the fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. What is the most Cowboys thing the Cowboys have ever done? And before I read some of these answers, I'm curious for your answers. What is just like, because people say that's so Cowboys, or that's such a Cowboys thing to do.
I'm going to answer this with some thievery of my own.
Do it.
Over something that went viral over the weekend from, I feel like this is a name that Bobby would text the nosebleeds, Ian Hartitz.
Oh.
Yeah. I like him like that.
Mm-hmm. Verified with a lot of followers, and his tweet detonated X. Being a 35 or younger Cowboy fan is pretty brutal because you're simultaneously viewed as a bandwagon frontrunner, and you've also literally never seen your team even make the NFC Championship.
Oh, yeah.
So that just popped into my mind when it comes to this topic of what is so Cowboy, and this thing went crazy. David Hellman and so many other people chiming in that you're simultaneously viewed as a bandwagoner, but you haven't sniffed the ultimate glory for 30 years. My own personal answer would probably be firing Jimmy. That's the most Cowboy thing ever because it goes back to Jerry and all the credit.
Yeah, like that is a Cowboys thing. Equally, it is a thoroughly Cowboys thing to me that they didn't prep really at all the week of Super Bowl 30. Felt like they weren't really trying very hard. Had like all the stops pulled out by the Steelers and everything else, and then they still won by double digits because they were that good. And then that was just the Cowboys in the 90s. That's a Cowboys thing. It's also a Cowboys thing to get smacked up and down the field by the Green Bay Packers when you just went 12-5 and should have beat them in that wild card game. Yeah. Chop, your answer to what is the most Cowboys thing the Cowboys have ever done?
I think a lot of it revolves around coaching, like, not trying harder to bring Bill back was, you can argue that was a bad idea. They interviewed Mike McCarthy and one other guy, Marvin Lewis, and that's it.
It's very Cowboys.
Right. And honestly, and I love him, but like hiring, Shoddy is a very Cowboys thing. Like you have Dak at a small, finite window, and you hire somebody that nobody was looking to hire that didn't have head coaching experience when you could have. And is that because they didn't want to go out and break the bank?
Not going out to hire threats. That's such a Cowboy thing. Threats to the regime, threats to the way of doing things. Bill Belichick putting Steven out of a job, upsetting the apple cart is more important to them than actually like. If you told them, you can get Belichick in here, and this ended up being a good thing. But Vrabel, there were some thoughts that Vrabel would come in, and even though he gets along, I've heard, with the front office, anyone else who would come in and say, we have to do it this way. Yeah. And if I told them it got them a championship, one title in 4 years, they wouldn't do it over keeping their hierarchy. That's so Cowboy, and that is so depressing.
817, making Mitsubishi pay to put their name on the big screen that they built by threatening to put their competitor's name on the big screen. Firing a coach after back-to-back Super Bowl wins.
Come on, it's the company that built the damn thing.
Look, everything's for sale. 972, Jerry telling y'all he'll find someone else to ask these questions. The most common answer that was out there on social media, already on the fan text, on Reddit, everywhere else, is the curtains.
Oh, gosh.
Building the stadium in the direction of the sun, putting up curtains for every other event, and then they go, you can't put up. Nuh-uh.
You know what?
Refusing to acknowledge the mistake.
Sorry, can't do it.
It isn't even. It's not even the curtains that are the problem. Because it is so Cowboys, the direction it was built, not having the foresight or like doing that extra step to study this, to how you got to build these things. Looking at every other stadium in the sport, realizing that the only ones that are not built north-south that are open air, one is Buffalo, which was built 1 million years ago, and they don't even have the sun in Buffalo after about September 1st. And the other one was the old L.A. Coliseum, and the Rams obviously moved out of there. That's it.
I'd say no. The curtains thing is definitely strikes me as like, yeah, that's a Cowboys thing to do. Some of the other answers here on the fan text 254, letting Jason Garrett hang around for 2 weeks before finally telling him you're fired.
Yeah,
similar sort of thing that went on with Mike McCarthy.
Hiring buddies.
Over on Reddit, Romo throwing 5 picks in one game and still winning it. That was against the Bills years ago. This is a common one that we get. This is over on Reddit. Having the workout area for the players behind the glass so the tourists can watch them. They care more about the brand. Also, the stupid windows that blind the players. You've also got there was a game, I believe, against the Giants. This is on Reddit. End of the game, Dallas throws a Hail Mary, and somehow Dez gets behind the defense and goes up to catch the ball. And on the way down, puts his hand out to break his fall, and his pinky finger is out of bounds, and the first part of his body to touch the ground. Everything else lands in bounds, so it's incomplete. The Dez catch feels very much like a thing that would happen to the Cowboys. I think that the famous Phil Knight Nike sideline halftime on Monday Night Football, that feels very Cowboys to me. My answer for this, though, of where I was just like, what encapsulates the way the Cowboys have just like what it's like to be around the Dallas Cowboys and follow the Dallas Cowboys. And to me, I texted this into Lucius when they were doing this topic on G-Bag. And I said, the most Cowboys thing the Cowboys have ever done is have Lucky Whitehead accused of robbery, cut him in the middle of a training camp practice for it because they were already annoyed about his pit bull being held for ransom on social media, and then find out it was mistaken identity and he didn't even do it. That is like everything about the Lucky Whitehead situation was like, yeah, that's the Cowboys. That's everything involved with the Cowboys. Weird stuff like, why is some local rapper holding his dog hostage on Twitter and posting videos about it, and then you're cutting Lucky because, well, he burglarized a store. And it's like, well, no, it was a different Lucky Whitehead, I guess, or somebody just claiming it was Lucky Whitehead. That is thoroughly Cowboys to me. And pivoting over from that, and this is one of the reasons why I wanted to ask the question, is because we've talked about that's such a Cowboys move, or that's the most Cowboys thing the Cowboys have done. I think that whether it works out or not remains to be seen. But it does feel like Brian Schottenheimer getting here and trying to do things a different way is starting to try and shift what it is that's a Cowboys thing to do. Again, whether it works or not remains to be seen. But some of the different things he does, where it's the running the laps in practice because he doesn't like them fighting, or like the various things that they've done to go through the process of hiring a defensive coordinator like they did with Christian Parker and going through that whole thing. The fact that they sign Oso Odigizua and then trade him a year later and actually win a negotiation. They actually win a trade negotiation for the first time in what feels like forever, where somebody came back and said 4th round pick, and they went, nah, we're good. We'll hold on to him. All right, fine. We'll give you a 3rd. Okay, cool.
You
now
think
we'll
Brian Schottenheimer had something to do with that?
No. I'm saying that starting with the Brian Schottenheimer hire and then Brian Schottenheimer doing some different things and then the Cowboys approaching things a different way, it feels like it's a head coach that's finally tapping into, I can have a little bit of power here that maybe others haven't realized they had.
The geeks still thought we didn't get enough.
On who? Osa?
Yeah.
And look what happened to them yesterday.
Well, those different geeks. Yes, but yes.
You know what?
It's been a tough 2 years for the nerds and the in their business platform.
Chris Collinsworth selling you down the river.
The Football Outsiders, my people. Those are my people. And then now PFF.
Look, and yeah, that's the PFF reference. Yesterday they sell to Teamworks or whatever their name is. I don't know.
I mean, what a generic name. Just name your company after Office Cohesion.
So Chris Collinsworth sells it. I wonder if we're still going to see on the Sunday Night Football broadcasts their PFF grade or their rank anymore now that Chris Collinsworth has sold that. But they're going through this whole change now at PFF. So there were a number of analysts and commentators who got let go at PFF yesterday, which, as much as I hate PFF, I hate seeing people lose jobs. And that's the big one that I wanted to say. I've always hated PFF. PFF is like a super enemy to me now. But I've always just thought they were douchey. They're like a super enemy to me now. I think John Owning is one of the best analysts and content creators that exists in the Cowboys sphere, and is such a good dude and is so smart and is one of the guys that I think is just, if that guy's on your team, you're probably doing things the right way. And the fact that he just gets cold cut yesterday by PFF in some massive transaction to make douchey ass Chris Collinsworth richer than he already is so that he can pick up more 18-year-old girls in clubs like he used to talk about on TV.
I'm not going to follow that up.
That's what he said. He did it. Have you seen the video?
I've seen it.
It's a real thing that he said. Yeah. And so that's what I think that wherever John Owning lands, they're going to be better for it. But that's a Cowboys thing to do. That would have been a Cowboys thing to do, is to let a John Owning walk out the door.
Well, they hire all the assistants.
They've started to figure it out.
Just not strength coaches.
They got Christian Parker.
No.
They got Christian Parker. They've done.
It's not a shot at you, Britt. Don't be up in my phone, Britt.
Not enough. It's a numbers
They're not
thing.
helping you out with enough staff, Mr. Brown.
Numbers game.
I think that they've done a pretty good job, though, circling it back to the idea of what is the most Cowboys thing the Cowboys have done. I think this offseason has felt different. Don't know if it's good. We'll see. But I think they are doing things differently than what we normally expect. That's a Cowboys thing to do.
Bobby back with the return of B-Bell right here on 105.3 The Fan. This is a fun Texas Rangers start. Can they keep it going today if Jake DeGrom slept okay? And an early big win for the entire sport of baseball. We have some Rangers Diamond Cavs on your home of your favorite baseball team next.
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Rangers have Higashioka at third, Nimmo at second, Seager at first. A pitch, line drive right field, and that sits in front of Beavers for the base hit. Higashioka scores. Everybody else moves up a station. Opposite field single to right for Jake Berger to make it 3-1 Rangers.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about that magic number being at about 158? Let's go, baby.
Now, I'll give you some bad news. Now, right now, I'm excited for Rangers baseball. I hope the wife takes Ollie to his game tonight so I can go ahead and watch this. I love the 5:30 starts.
Oh, they're great.
On this radio station. I will not love the 11:30 one where K and C will not have to work. Right now, G-Bag just doesn't have to work. But
a 3-hour show for them, back-to-back days for G-Bag.
That's right. The great news is they won the Phillies series. Super impressive. You don't even have DeGrom starting. Your offense is about, 5 or 6 runs a game. You're off to the 3-1 start. The bad news is I'll give you some quick starts last year or opening storylines from the baseball season.
Oh, okay.
Rangers were 3-1.
Last year.
The Angels were 2-1. The Cardinals were 3-0. The Tigers were 0-3. Milwaukee was 0-3. The Cubs were 2-4. So just keep all that in mind before we start having Brian brought us drink at the parade again. The 3 teams with winning records all missed the playoffs, while the teams that looked terrible ended up in the postseason. Of course, the Dodgers were 5-0. The 0-4 Braves start was a precursor to what was going to happen. So that's just a little quick reminder from CBSSports.com over how teams got started last year. But a couple of absolute home runs for me, pun intended, to start. The Lasso is so damn good. Ravishing Rick Rude. It's taking me back to my childhood. Pepe, do you have any idea who Ravishing Rick Rude is?
Man, that sounds like a cartoon character from Bugs Bunny.
Not from Bugs Bunny, but make sure your work computer can handle it. Bobby, you may not have any idea.
No clue.
No idea.
Nope.
That's what Andrew McCutcheon is doing out there. That's what I'm seeing Evan Carter do out there with the Lasso. Whoever came up with it, I love it. Freaking genius. And then my other tremendous, Ravishing Rick Rude.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
And then my other humongous win is the ABS. Someone has finally mimicked and copied the tennis replay. It's fantastic. It's creating such awesome and quick in the ballpark drama with the crowd reaction, even though there was 14 people there yesterday in Baltimore.
That was sad. That was sad to see.
Right?
That's sad to see.
Off the beginning of your season? Man.
Yeah. You had your opening day, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's back to school, and the weather stinks, so we're going to stay home. And this is why you got to have these early season games in the South or in dome stadiums. But I don't think the weather was bad either.
Yeah. They got that idiot running around like wearing his panda costume, that stupid Oriole fan. Like it doesn't get him a better outfit at least. He looks like a scrub out there. But this ABS challenge system, in my opinion, has been awesome. I love it. And I have a follow-up question. Well, first off, what's the success rate of hitters winning these?
Oh, it's a lot. And let me tell you something.
Seems like every hitter's winning.
And let me tell you something. One thing I've noticed about the ABS through the first 4 games of the season, some teams have played 5. It has really, and I mean really, brought to the forefront how amazing their eye is.
Yeah.
Like these guys are noticing a pitch like a half inch off the plate. That ain't a strike.
Yep.
And they're tapping.
Yep.
And a catcher is one thing. They're looking right at it. They're behind the plate. For a hitter, and I don't care if you're Jose Altuve at 5'7" or Aaron Judge at 6'7", for you to have a command of that strike zone and understand that pitch is a half an inch off the plate, and you're confident enough in that eye to be able to call that out, man, that is special.
So, according to ESPN this morning, pitchers so far are 2 for 6 So they're the only ones below. They're significantly below 50%, but they're not challenging nearly as much. It is a 54% overall success rate at overturning the call. Batters are 42%. Catchers are 64% overturning calls right now.
That seems very, very low.
Yeah.
The Reds were 5 of 5 the other day on CB Butler. The Yankees in the first 4 innings last night were 5 of 5.
Wow.
The hitters were 5 of 5 last night.
So if I challenge it first inning, lose the call, I'm done?
I think you get 2.
You get 2?
I think you get 2 for the game. Now, if you win,
you keep winning.
You keep getting them.
It's awesome. I got a psychological question for you all. I want your guess. And if you're an umpire at any level, text in 877-881-1053. If you get your call, you call a strike, batter taps the head, it's overturned. Do you think that helps me or hurts me for the rest of the at-bat? Do you think the umpire feels shown up and embarrassed, so they're going to be more aggressive with an on the border call? Or do you think they have more respect for you, like, okay, this guy, I got to be on my P's and Q's here, and the doubt has crept in for a half second because you've gotten embarrassed in front of the whole crowd. I'm embarrassed.
Right.
You've been proven incorrect.
Yeah.
I wonder psychologically what that does for the rest of the at-bat when that hitter wins the call against you.
Has it, and I don't know, but have we ever noticed that sort of an impact on the check swings? Like when you check down to I think he went around, I think you're wrong, and then you check down to the first or third base.
Yeah, but that's not the home plate umpire.
Yeah. No, but I mean the home plate umpire.
I don't need that guy for my next call and the rest of the at-bat.
But the home plate umpire could say, could make the call right there. Yeah, he went around. So when it's a check swing and you're appealing down the baseline, you're checking him.
I think you're more on your P's and Q's because you just got called out and you just got proven wrong, and it's like, okay, I need to make sure that not giving any liberties. But then on the flip side, let's say that you overcorrect, and now the catcher and the pitcher get on you, right? And they call for a replay review. It's got to be it's an adjustment period for these guys because
you're human. The batter just was like, no, you're wrong, and I got proven right.
And look, the fans are going to get on you, but the players understand these guys are going to miss calls. They're not going to be perfect.
Yeah,
they get it. Then they're going to try to play to that. I did see this stat that through the first.
Corey Majors just texted me a bunch of pictures of Marty Schottenheimer wearing sunglasses.
Oh no!
Were they real sunglasses? I know he wore glasses. See, they do look like sunglasses.
That's a callback to. Sorry, I just opened that and it made me laugh.
The 10 oldest umps had a 69% overturn rate.
Nice.
The 10 youngest umps had a 39% overturn rate through the first 4 games of the season. Again, that's a very, very small sample. It's an incredibly small sample. But we saw CB Butler miss 26 calls on Sunday.
Man.
26. The Reds were 5 of 5 and challenging him. Stats have come out, like I said, the 10 oldest, high overturn rate. Now, you can have nuance. Teams don't challenge every miss. There are plenty of high leverage situations that have been misses, and maybe the older umps may miss more. I don't know, but I don't know what the MLB could do here because the union is so strong when it comes to the older umps. But the older umps getting overturned at double the rate of the younger can't be a good look.
So the fact that it's by far catchers are challenging this the most and pitchers are barely doing it, is that that's got to be a standing rule with a lot of teams?
Yes.
You do not challenge if you're a pitcher.
No.
I don't care how close you think you are. Let the catcher decide if that was a strike or not. You are going to think everything's a strike.
I think it was either Passan or Rosenthal. Oh, I'm sorry. It was Rosenthal. He said that the players around the sport all say that Bryce Harper thinks everything is a ball that he takes. That he is the one that was like, all right, you don't tap your head too much because we all know that you think everything is a ball, so you can be more judicious about this. We saw some pitchers do that in the spring training where they tapped their head, and the catcher immediately was like, no. Like the catcher knew. I think all teams would say the catcher's the only one that's doing this. The pitcher is not going to do this because first of all, your body is turning.
Yeah, it's 92 because Sean just retweeted it. It's 92 catcher challenges to 5 for pitchers so far.
Yeah. And thanks to Tolo Bullcat who sent that in. By the way, we have a Tiger Woods update. Rangers baseball today. Kevin Walker saying it's scheduled to be DeGrom. I hope so because I bet on it. They got to win by 2 runs or more on underdog. I'm going to keep riding it. So I don't love the pitching matchup. So DeGrom going in to shut them down at Camden Yards. You're going to hear right here on the Fan. So yesterday, we got the report on why Tiger refuses to have a personal driver. Well, now it has come out that he told authorities he was looking down at his phone and changing the radio station before his rollover crash in Florida. Changing the radio station and looking down at the phone.
I've been guilty of that, of changing the radio station, or the phone, right?
And how many times have you rolled over doing that?
Zero. Zero times. I've also never done it with eyes as puffy as his were and glossy.
2 hydrocodone pills were found in his pant pocket.
So see, he didn't take them.
Right, they were in the pants. That's right. They were in the pants.
Woods also agreed to perform field sobriety exercises, was sweating profusely, and was lethargic and slow. What an idiot. I don't want to hear any crap. Get all this, Tiger needs help, mama. I don't feel 1% sorry for this moron. What an idiot. And this whole thing about, I don't want someone to know my whereabouts, so that's why I don't have a personal driver. That's what came out yesterday.
It was insane. Like, you're not that important that you need. First of all, you're in Jupiter, Florida. You have 1 million PGA Tour players around you. They're all billionaires. They're not impressed.
How are you flipped? Does anyone have a friend who's flipped a damn car? Where? There's no hills around here, so no one's. How are you flipping a car? And you're flipping it twice.
There's no hills. I know there's no hills in Florida. That's the flattest damn place on the earth.
Yeah. I love the embarrassment, though, of Donald Trump, apparently his directive.
Oh, yeah, that he told his grandkids.
Because Tiger's dating
Vanessa Trump, which is Don Jr.'s ex-wife.
Yes.
So his grandkids are... that their mom is, so Tiger would be essentially their stepdad if they get married, right?
I'm sure. I can't follow this family tree. I'll just assume.
And it's like, hey, do not. Apparently, they're really like alcohol averse.
Yeah, Donald Trump doesn't drink, or he's never believed in alcohol or drugs. Apparently,
and he's like, you're not. That's the one directive is do not get in the vehicle with him. Could you imagine? And also.
They're not allowed to get in the car with Tiger. Right. They're not allowed to have him drive them around.
You're dating...
I hope he gets locked up.
Like, you're dating someone in that family-ish, right? They're family adjacent. You don't think they can hire you, a Secret Service guy that would never say a single word about your whereabouts?
Yeah.
It's that... If you...
Who's the guy we want to hear from around here? We want to hear from Jerry's driver.
We want to
hear from Jerry's bodyguard.
Never heard from him.
Yeah.
Right? If he goes to the Masters in a couple weeks, next week, and I don't know if he's going to play or not. But you really going to rent him a car if you're Avis or Hertz? Your insurance really going to rent him a car? I don't know. Somebody on the PGA Tour, a friend of his, has got to stop playing nice with him.
They need to put him in jail for 2 weeks.
Revoke his license.
Or
the state
longer.
Of Florida
embarrass him.
The state of Florida needs to say, look, you do not have a license. It's not suspended. Your license ain't suspended. It's gone. It's revoked.
Scotty Scheffler's been punished more for his driving offenses than Tiger has.
Hydrocodone. Now, who can give us a little education on what that does to you?
It'll make you feel nothing.
Right?
And I mean, for me, it puts me to sleep. I am pain-free. I am happier than you know what.
Aiden's nodding. I should have brought in our drug expert.
Have no clue what it does. Known 2 people who were heavily addicted to it, though. So,
Pepe, you ever taken it?
No, never.
It's one of those that makes you feel so damn good that you're scared to get. You'd be like, I could see how people get addicted.
I had it years ago. Then when I got my finger surgery, they gave me a bottle. Didn't touch it.
Oh, give it to me.
He goes, this is for pain, and I go, yeah, I ain't getting in on that, man. I don't mess around with that.
Hydrocodone pills found on him. Doesn't want a personal driver apparently because he doesn't want to. I think he's cheap. I think
his short game's always been better than his driving.
I think he's arrogant and cheap. I think Charles has called out Michael and Tiger for being real cheap with their money.
The best tweet I saw is that I can't outdrive Tiger, but I can outdrive Tiger.
Yeah. Best and worst driver of all time. That's a tweet that went viral. All the driving tweets for El Tigre. All right, speaking of officials and umpiring in Major League Baseball, we may have a major problem with the NFL season. I'm starting to believe it's real. We'll tell you about it with the Red Zone after this. And this.
First 214 or 817-333-3333 with Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
We'll cross-talk with a KNC Masterpiece at 9:40 as the entire morning crew is back together again. Here on Sean and RJ, we got Bobby and Peyton back from their road trips, Nashville and Bobby all throughout the country. This is the Red Zone. It is your football fix, and I got a lot of headlines from the owners' meetings taking place in Arizona. Clemson corner Avion Terrell, by the way, and Jermod McCoy is supposed to have his pro day today. The Cowboys will be in attendance, checking out the health. But Avion Terrell, a projected first-round pick in next month's draft, aggravated his hamstring injury yesterday on the first run of his private pro day at Clemson. He was unable to take part in Clemson's pro day in early March and was expected to have like 29 NFL teams in attendance. So, unfortunate for the Clemson corner.
Don't love seeing that. Now, he's not somebody who's been like banged up a bunch during his time at Clemson, so it's not like this is a continuation of things or like a Jermod McCoy question, but you hate whenever it's time to go out there and perform and put things out there for teams before they make their picks that you see soft tissue injuries and just little nagging things pop up.
Cowboys signed veteran defensive lineman Jonathan Bullard, 1 year, $2.5 million max deal, and the Miami Herald has reported that the Cowboys have called the Dolphins to inquire about linebacker Jordan Brooks. So we will see where that goes, if anywhere.
Really good player. I mean, somebody who would absolutely come in here and make a difference at linebacker for them, I think.
What round pick you giving up? You giving up that Osa third?
Fourth.
If I told you I was trading Osa for Jordan Brooks?
Fourth. Because, I mean, he's got a year left on his deal. So, to me, there's not a lot of security past this year. He's a good player. It's just, it's fourth-round pick for a guy that's got 1 year left and is somebody who, you know, I think is clearly at a position that they have devalued a little bit.
We have 1/4 and 3/5.
1/4 and 3/5.
Fourth feels about right, given my title.
The king of cockmaster.
Yes. King of compensation.
That's what that stands for.
Yes. Yeah. All right, other headlines. Man, this replacement ref thing seems legit.
Does.
Seems like it's legitimately going to happen. This is not good.
No.
We already complained. Everyone bitches and moans and thinks officiating is terrible already. And now you're going to sit here and get replacement referees because of their disagreement?
Yeah.
Owners apparently are alarmed by the state of the negotiations and authorize staff members to start hiring and onboarding replacement officials in the coming weeks. This report from ESPN.com. So they started compiling a list of college-level officials to recruit earlier this month. And they're far apart. Now, everyone always says it's going to take a miracle. It's going to take a last-second Hail Mary. But I'm feeling like this is legitimate.
I think you need to prepare for it. I mean, I think it really is legitimate.
I do like the last-second Hail Mary analogy, since that was the call that they completely fouled up in the Packers-Seahawks game that caused them to go get the refs back. This is something that, like, I thought they learned. Like, you don't play around with the refs. As bad as people like to complain about the refs, that replacement ref error was so bad.
Is the NFL that arrogant that they think they can get by with this?
Yep.
Are they that arrogant?
Yeah, I think what they think is that, it doesn't matter. We'll put the replacement refs out there. The games all count the same. Everyone's going to be in the same boat. They're all going to have bad calls. And who cares? We're not missing games. They don't miss games. Look at COVID.
Well, they're not going to miss games, but...
Yeah, not miss games, but work the deal out. Give them what they want.
Well, let me tell you what. When I read through this initially, I was like, this doesn't seem unfair. Well, there's one number here that may jump out. So the NFL offered the Referee Association a 6-year deal. It's basically a 6.5% raise. The average NFL official, Peyton Russell, the average NFL referee makes what? Made what last year?
$150,000.
Guesses?
90,000.
I would say they are on the level of the other sports. So I would say the average probably around 300 and 350.
RJ is correct, and this may have you kind of change your feeling and thought. over siding with the refs. The average NFL official earned $385,000 last year.
Yeah, the average MLB ump is about $300. They start at $150. They can get up to about $450.
$385,000. Now
that's a part-time job. They all have to have careers. Like, isn't that used to be a rule? I don't know if it still is. There used to be a rule.
I don't know if it's a rule, but I mean, it's something that most of them do.
They have to. They used to have like a net value income worth of X amount of money, because they said they were less likely to gamble on the game.
Here are the other measures that they're fighting over. Increasing the probationary period for new officials from 3 to 5 years. Okay, so they want to have more leeway. Well, you don't put me on probation in year 3, give me up to year 5. Shortening the dead period during the offseason to allow for more training, which every fan would want. That includes a requirement for lower performing officials to work spring football games, more reps, reducing the seniority-based approach to covering playoff games, and go with assignments based on performance. I don't have a problem with that. Whoever is the highest graded official during the course of the year versus the old veteran guy that's missing all the ABS calls in baseball.
I don't know. The better one should be rewarded. That's it. It should be rewarded with playoffs, Super Bowls, higher pay.
So that's what they're fighting about right now, but the replacement ref thing seems like a real deal. Howie Roseman giving Marshawn Lynch-type answers to A.J. Brown questions, saying, I understand there's interest in A.J. Unfortunately, I don't have a home under a rock, but my answer to any question on A.J. is A.J. Brown is a member of the Eagles. So that's what he's going to say. Here's my prediction. I've been giving hot takes, Bobby. I gave a hot take Puka Nacua extension last week. Be careful of it. I think a trade's already been worked out. I think this thing is done and over with, and A.J. is going to be traded after he's a post-June 1 move.
Where?
So, New England.
Makes sense. I mean, that was the final straw for Vrabel in Tennessee, was them trading A.J. Brown when he didn't want them to.
Yeah, so I think this thing's already done and over with. They're just playing it cool and calm, and they'll trade him when they can have a $20 million hit as opposed to a $40 million hit. We have the Baltimore Ravens saying, all you talk shows and all you media, we understand it's the dead period. That's why you made this Max Crosby thing a big deal.
This is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Sashi Brown, who is the Baltimore Ravens team president.
Used to be the Browns?
Browns, right? It was the Browns.
Was asked about the Max Crosby stuff when they were out at owners' meetings. And this is what he said. He said, we've got strong and long relationships across the league. We have emphasized the importance of doing things the right way. We'll continue to do that. And we understand that it is a headline story because of its profile and significance. We believe our relationships, to the extent that you need time to repair them, people understand who we are and what we're about. But he said, when you have a high-profile transaction like this and opportunities like this, it's unfortunate, but sometimes these things do happen. No fault to Max, ours, or the Raiders. It's just kind of how it played out. But ultimately blamed the explosion of coverage on must have been a slow news day. I think that taking the highest-profile acquisition and reversing course on it in a way we've never seen in the NFL is more than just... this is just a little bit of slow news day. No, that's literally in a pretty busy NFL offseason cycle. That has been like the story.
Of course it has.
So just own up to, like, if you want to stand on your take and what you did, fine, do all that. But to just go like, oh gosh, I mean, guys, do you just have no other stories to cover? Nothing. You got to cover us like backing out of the biggest trade of the offseason. What are you doing?
An amazing trade for an amazing player that we just didn't want anymore.
It's the Ravens, for all that they do right, are one of the dumbest speaking teams in the NFL.
Except for their owner. I love Bisciotti.
But he's still kind of an idiot.
Idiot?
Yeah, he's great, but also he would have been a coach for one more week.
Oh, that was a great line.
It's such a
great line.
Gangsta.
No,
for
that's
a
the thing.
week.
He's a good fella.
I love how he said it as he still had the water in his mouth when he just took a drink for a week.
Yeah, that's it. That's just how little he cared about it. But I mean, the big and the little things, the way they address the Harbaugh stuff, the way they address this, the way they addressed the Ray Rice thing for forever until a video was shown of hey, what's this? The way they talked about Ray Lewis for forever when he was just, they are just one of the consistently dumbest teams in the National Football League in terms of their PR handling.
By the way, the Browns pulled the proposal good to allow trades 5 years out. I was totally against that. I consider myself personally responsible for getting that shut down. So, no.
Because you're the king of compensation.
Stop doing all this 5-7 year NBA crap where we lose track of draft picks. It's not as fun. It's not as good for fans. Dan Campbell says he would like to move Penei Sewell to left tackle. And while no final call has been made yet, he said Sewell is ready to do that.
Yeah, and I saw some stuff like he was asked about Taylor Decker, about are you going to call him? And he's like, I ain't going to call him now to look for, because I think there was some article that came out about Decker and how that divorce happened, and they're still trying to bring him back, and the money's just not there.
Now that was signaling to Sean of the headline of what ESPN wants to talk about this morning.
Cowboy offseason drama. Yeah. Kyle Shanahan saying, us traveling, this does us no good, no benefit.
No benefit. And I want this answer. I wanted this answer from Kyle. Okay, because I love the honesty and I appreciate that. But when he said, I see no positives, no benefit to going to Australia, you just built in an excuse for your team. You built in an excuse. You want to hear the coach say, man, we embrace this challenge. Embracing this. We're the ones they want to send over to Australia to show the Aussies all about football.
No, you don't. Because then what if you lose? Now you've got the built-in excuse. You're like, this is really tough. And then if you win, you're like, what a job I did. I got this team prepared to play in Australia.
I think your human nature is you're going to take the excuse.
I mean, Kyle Shanahan has had a decade of excuses. That's kind of his thing.
I think they have to know if you're being real with them. And I think everyone looks at it as a beating, I would think. I don't know.
It's 100%.
I like to ask a lot of these players, like, do you love going to Australia or Germany? I would think, I would be like, oh, gosh, we have to do this and then come back and turn around and play. So I think it's important for Kyle to be real with them about it. Like, I think it ended up being a good thing, but in the last dance, the Bulls went and played somewhere internationally. And I think they viewed it as a beating. And I think the players know when you're lying, and Phil is like, you ready, guys? Let's go check out the peyote in this country. Versus like, we're the Bulls, we're the big show. We got to go and parade around for the league. Yeah. Let's go get it done and then come back.
I think consistently players like the game. Players like being there and like seeing the excitement from the crowd. They do enjoy that. I think the logistics of traveling out there and then the turnaround and everything else, they despise that. I think when the game is going on, they like it. But outside of that, they hate everything else that surrounds building up to it.
And I don't know whether you covered this yesterday, but John Lynch declaring the conspiracy theory, quote, a big nothing burger, the substation, we're in a safe workplace. Got it checked out.
Got it checked out, which they had to say. They had to say.
They didn't have to, man.
I mean, like, if they said,
imagine if this was Jerry. Like, look how Jerry responds to the Sun. He won't even entertain it. At least I give the San Francisco 49ers credit for saying, let's at least check it out. Let's exhaust all options. You know, we know this is a story. We don't want this in our players' heads. I don't want this to affect, anyone that we could sign. And let's go ahead and dot all our I's and cross all the T's. Props to San Fran for this.
I look at it like, there's probably some. If
brought
they
in a scientist, right?
You what?
They brought in a scientist?
Yeah, they brought in some kind of a scientist team.
But yes, they do have to say this was the result.
Yeah, they have to. Like, because they said, we don't really know. It's kind of, if they had said, like, it's up in the air, right? If they had said it's inconclusive, they've got to move the facility. They've got to move the facility. They can't, right? You can't have it there. You have to move if it's inconclusive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a tendency also to be like, oh, they're burying this. This is what they're doing. Like people that have a reaction that way. And in some instances, like, it's also like when you think about it, kind of ridiculous, though, of a suggestion potentially. Like, there's nothing that like definitively says that would be it. But once it's been suggested, now people are going to go, well, that's it. That's why they have all these injuries.
Let's finish up Ask Reddit and see if Kevin Hagelin thinks that the Duke game should have been reversed. Crosstalk with KNC is next.
After we get you over to basepowercompany.com/thefan, that's the website you go.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Let's crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan as we got the entire morning show back together again.
Yay!
Yes, yay. Yay.
Back to the grill again.
Where are you standing on the Dan Hurley technical foul debate?
No, I mean, if it would have been something earlier in the game, fine. But I will admit, as much as I hate UConn, I that would suck if, like, they made the shot, they got the turnover. If that's what would have changed the flow of the game back, I would not have. I would not have loved that. I probably would have been happy that they won either way, but that feels like a pretty crap way to win.
What do you think, Corey? Should Dan Hurley have been called for the tech?
When he headbutted the referee? Yes! You can't just walk up and be like, we're drunk together. That's not how that works on the court.
I know. I would have loved to see him get punished for that. Imagine the amount of crying he had. Would he have owned it?
No way.
No chance.
He was, like, eviscerating UConn fans 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Like, destroying them and talking about how awful they were. Like, the dude does not care.
He's the epitome of never let him know your next move. You have no clue what that guy's about
He's
to
going to do something douchey. I do know that. I know generally I'm in the ballpark of what he's going to do.
Fair.
What's coming up on the show?
Guys, at 11 o'clock, we will revisit for one last time, Kevin, Duke's loss. As our friend Newy Scruggs texted me last night and was like, tell Kevin I said hi.
Yeah.
I said, why don't you hop on and tell him
Newey
you
a Carolina fan?
Yes.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah. Like Newey, I mean, he's got no room to talk. They got eliminated before, didn't they?
That's true.
Yeah, they did, and their coach got fired.
You can't talk smack when you're on the lower step.
And their coach got fired.
And their coach got fired. Mm-hmm. So Newey's coming on.
Yeah, so we'll chat with him, and then we'll talk a little bit of baseball. How two of our predictions so far are coming true right before our eyes. And Jack Leiter looking fantastic, and Jake Berger continuing to roll.
All right, real quick before we finish up Ask Grade, I need your help with an underdog play. Do I bet on Josh Young getting his first hit tonight? I'm being told he may not play.
I wouldn't.
But right now I can bet him. Is he going to go 0 for 21 to start the season? I can go with 2 total bases. I can go with just a hit, a run scored, an RBI, a single. I can bet on the strikeouts.
Oh, there you go.
Batter strikeouts, 0.5.
Yes, take the over.
Oh, my God. I just ripped out my
Who's pitching for Baltimore tonight?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's what I think. He just looks lost up there. I would be far more apt.
I would take over on basically every hitter in 2026 baseball.
I could see that.
If it's a half.
It's a brutal start for him, and it's not like they've been super competitive at bats either. So I think if you were going to make a play, I would be much more likely to go with the strikeout than the
Zach Eflin.
Just
Zach
blindly
Eflin.
bet the over on every player on strikeout.
Batter strikeout
I would
higher.
actually love to see how that played
across
out.
the whole sport.
Yeah.
Blindly bet the over on everybody.
Oh, Eflin doesn't have a great career of strikeouts.
I mean, did you see him just flailing
he
at
needs to go to AAA.
Is that everything? Oh.
He needs to. He missed a lot of spring.
Might be too advanced for him.
And right now he looks like he can't.
Send him to Hickory. Are they still in Hickory?
He looks like he can't see the baseball.
Not Hickory.
Maybe when you come back to Texas,
Myrtle
down east.
When you get back here, you just send him to
That's
Frisco.
right, down east.
You send him to Frisco, so he's close, but he does not need to be taken up at bats at your pro level right now.
Zach Eflin is 7.7 strikeouts per 9 innings.
Good enough. As long as you said more than 5, I was. Yeah.
Who's the Ori I should bet on that will strike out against Alonso against DeGrom? Batter strikeouts higher.
That's a good one.
So there you go. There's my 2 for play.
Yeah.
And it's a 30% bonus.
Oh!
Play.
Always bonuses on underdog.
Promo code or
Masterpiece.
Either one. Bobby, let's finish up Ask Reddit.
All right, let's start up with Kevin Hagelin. Kevin Hagelin, what thing was ruined because it turned into a rich person's hobby?
Cards. I have thought about this.
Is that why Bassick's into him?
Maybe ruined is too strong, but man, I really hate to see the way some people like deal in this hobby. It's supposed to be fun too, but for a lot of people, it's just straight up business and not fun at all.
Corey?
Medical care.
Okay.
Brisket. Making brisket. Brisket used to be cheap, and now it's become expensive. That's like economics.
Did you eat my pastrami yet?
Healthcare one.
I will this weekend. Is my plan. It's still frozen. It was frozen in the thing.
Is it still here?
It is. No, it's not still here. I got it on Friday.
You know what?
See? That's why I asked.
Don't ask me for no more hookups.
No, I didn't ask you for this first off.
Yeah.
But you were kind enough to bring it up. But my plan was over the weekend, I needed some sourdough, need some provolone, I need some sauerkraut.
Okay.
I am going to try it without any of that stuff, but I wanted to try it on the sandwich. And I wanted to do it proper.
All right.
But yes, making brisket got expensive, dude.
It's golf. It was already a rich person's.
You were going to say
it's
that.
already a rich person's hobby, but then COVID happened, and more people that are middle and upper middle class said, "Oh wow, this is actually a pretty cool thing. I can get out of the house. It's the only thing I can do right now. I get out of the house for 4 hours, leave the wife, leave the kids. I go hang out with my buddies. I go play golf. I can drink beer, get some vitamin D in my life, hit the little white ball around, and then they all decided, hey, we like this. We're going to keep doing this. And now golf courses, which 10 years ago were $1,500 to join or $5,000 to join with a manageable $300 to $600 a month, are now $20, $30, $40, $50, $60, $100,000 to join with $1,000 a month, plus a food and beverage minimum, plus a card fee.
And you have to wear pants at the buffet
and
now.
You have to wear pants at the buffet line.
What?
Okay? And now they're letting women play?
Oh.
KNC Masterpiece is
Trails
the
joke. I'm just mad at Jake Reed,
supportive show of women.
You're not the one to give that.
Man, I was like,
disclaimer,
no wonder
Corey.
you love the Masters so much.
Dude, Sean, what are you talking about? Did you know that recently it was International Women's Day, and it was on a day where there was only 23 hours because of turn back the time stuff?
Tired of this phallocentric
the next day, we gave the women an hour of our show.
Look at that.
Look at us.
Really?
Yeah, we said y'all can enjoy the show too for 1 hour.
It's golf.
No, the answer to this is rapidly it's becoming youth sports.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they've always been crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been crazy, but like we read that whole study the other day about how like backyard games are dying in America. Like kids are not playing. There's not as many like just pickup basketball games or kickball games or whatever. And it's because it's become co-opted by like, I gotta Earl Woods my kid to the top, and I'm gonna just throw all this money. And the amount of
fun,
like you've talked about the what is it, the like different baseball coaches or whatever, the people like, hey, we'll get your highlight tape out there. We'll make highlight tapes.
Yeah, they call up and they say, we need to sign this recruiting service. You need to join this recruiting service, and it's going to be it's $2,500 or it's $3,500 or $5,000, and we'll do all of your highlight tapes for you, and we'll contact all these colleges for you, and it's just a big scam.
Yeah. I miss the good old days
grab,
whenever scouts would just drive down the road and see a kid make a shot, and they'd be like, that kid right there is going to be a star.
All right, Sean, you got one you want to throw out?
No, I'm trying to figure out who else is likely to strike out.
All right, let's go.
I got Young, I got Alonzo, but I'm trying to figure out who else.
I thought he was going to say like there's some family situation. He's like, no.
Oh no, I got a 40% boost now.
Oh, who is a nepo baby you think deserves their success because they're legit talented?
Joe Buck.
That's a good answer. That's a good one. I love all nepo babies.
I don't know why that answer surprised me.
I used to not think this, but I've come around to doesn't make awful music all the time and can actually sing is Miley Cyrus. Miley Cyrus can actually sing, and I used to think she was just a propped up, you're the child of a celebrity. She's not a bad singer.
Rob Reiner, objectively, and I don't care whether you love Rob. Rob was an amazing director. Anderson Cooper.
And Rob Reiner's dad was who?
Carl Reiner.
Carl Reiner.
Anderson Cooper's a nepo baby. I mean, he's a good anchor. Whether you like what he said, it's a good anchor.
He always looks like he's about to. His eyes are too closed.
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Oh yeah.
Jennifer Aniston or Zoe Kravitz? I think Zoe's a pretty good actress.
Ken Griffey Jr.
Who's Jennifer Aniston's?
Jennifer Aniston, her grandfather or somebody was
John Aniston.
He was
these are the days
actor
of our lives.
Plus, she paid her dues. She started off in a Leprechaun movie.
It's true.
Who was the one that always like
the first one?
I respect, even though I don't think he's that good of an actor, is Nicolas Cage.
Yeah.
Because Nicolas Cage is like he's
Francis Ford's kid, or
it's his nephew. He's Francis Ford Coppola's nephew, and his name was Nicholas Coppola, and he changed his last name because he didn't want people to know he was a Coppola. He wanted to just try to like earn
Check
his
out
way.
Valley Girls. Not bad.
And
Does
so-
anyone disagree with Joe Buck?
No,
Joe's great.
I like Joe Buck.
No, I think that's a good one. All right.
Gunnar Henderson, by the way, Sean.
Yeah?
He's got 7 already this year.
Yeah.
He leads the Orioles.
I was like, who's his dad? Ricky?
Jack Leiter. People saying Jack Leiter.
Nepo answer.
All right, you know what, Kevin Hagelin?
Oh, no.
What's a belief you once defended but later realized was wrong?
Oh, I got an idea.
Ooh, what's your idea?
Well, you change religions.
Well,
oh, yeah, Catholicism.
Yeah, you went full Luther.
Yeah, no, Catholicism.
man, did I go down you would have been so proud of me last night. I went down a religious rabbit hole last night after the Chicago Bulls.
I was going to say, I know exactly what you did.
Yeah. Oh, man, my wife, she was so proud of me.
Let's talk about it.
She's like, what are you staring at on your phone? I'm like, I'm looking at, can you rank, do you rank sins?
Not supposed to.
Yeah, we've discussed
You're
that
not
a lot.
supposed to, but I get it.
Yeah,
I struggle
mortal
with
and
that.
venial. Mortal and venial
I
sins.
struggle with that.
Oh, yeah. I got a lot of questions for you in crosstalk.
Do you want to touch on it? We got like a whole minute to get into Jaden Ivey if you like. Nope.
It is a very dangerous. What I don't understand about what the Bulls did, I guess you can give him credit, but he basically spoke out against, was it Pride Month in the NBA?
Correct.
Yep.
He spoke out against it. The Bulls announced that they were cutting him for conduct detrimental. Jaden Ivey had just come out and basically said, my career's done. I'm not the same player. He had played like 3 games. He was detached from the team. Yeah. Why did you come out and admit it was conduct detrimental? Why didn't you just freaking cut him for not being good?
Right.
Why did you put yourself in this situation and position? I know it's in Chicago, but one of you guys, someone said, what a dangerous precedent to set for cutting someone for what many people would say is referencing the Bible.
So, if you can cut somebody for whatever you want. When there's been discussion about like, has the NBA punished him yet, or is the NBA going to punish him? That is you're running into problems if the NBA punishes him, I think.
Did he say more stuff? Because I keep seeing allusions to...
I think people have pulled up some tweets and stuff, but the thing that kicked it off was he specifically said, Pride Month, they celebrate unrighteousness.
And I did hear that part, but I felt like I kept seeing things where it said he called out the Bulls, and I didn't know if they meant just for that or if he said other things.
Or another kind of bull.
Yeah, not that. I haven't seen the other things anywhere else.
All right, the bet's in. I just made it.
Okay, did you put Henderson on there?
No.
Okay.
I went Rangers to win.
Okay.
Josh Young gets a strikeout. Pete Alonso a strikeout.
What kind of odds are we getting on that?
I played $25 to win 91.
Ooh, nice. So
that's not bad, right?
Almost 4-1. Not bad.
Almost 4-1. There you go.
DeGrom's giving up a home run.
Shut up, Corey.
Just one, though.
Almighty.
Better be a solo. Better be a solo.
That is the good news. Is a lot of them have been solo home runs.
Because they're like guys on base.
We're back tomorrow. It's the KNC Masterpiece with Rangers Baseball today, right here on The Fan.
and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Corey is on one today, and I am excited for it. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Sean was sitting here, and I'm a little I didn't think about having to clean the area up from his infection.
Okay. Gotcha. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053. Franklin Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
I'm doing really well today, Kevin. Thank you for asking. I got a text last night from one Newy Scruggs that said, "Hey, tell Kevin I said hi." And I was like, I kind of want to tell him to just tell him himself and send him your number. So I sent you his number in hopes that y'all would, connect and become friends.
I did not save it into my phone.
So it feels like it's going to be a little tense.
He is a UNC super fan.
And Kevin is a Duke super fan, as yesterday's show was mostly about Kevin's healing process. And today we see if Kevin has healed, as he'll get into some conversation with that. But yeah, the Rangers won.
Hell yeah!
Jack Leiter looked awesome last night.
Did he ever?
And so I'm in a good place right now, Kevin.
Alec, how are you? And where the hell were you yesterday?
Yeah, dude, what's up?
I was at the dentist yesterday during the show. Yeah, I was chatting it up with Dr. Golding. He's a huge Tolo. He loves the show.
Oh, what's up, Dr. Golding?
Yeah, so he's always just asking about, what the people are like and stuff. Are the morning show guys really that toxic and everything? So, I was just chatting it up with them. But yeah, no, had some stuff to get looked at and everything. But my streak continues. I'm better than The Undertaker. No cavities ever in my life.
You've never had any cavities?
I've never had a single one.
Wow.
Never lost. So we are in heading into year 25 of no cavities. So everything's all good.
How old are you?
I'm 24, so we're going into year 25. Yeah.
I wanted to see if he said he was 25.
Okay.
And then heading into year. When did you get teeth? When do people?
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, when do people?
I don't think you should be able to take credit for one of those years.
I mean, were you there to see it? Were you there to prove it?
Wow.
Maybe I was just born with veneers.
Were you
know
there?
what?
You?
Actually, that's a fair point, because I'd always heard a stat that I never actually bothered to look up. So this could be entirely inaccurate. That they said 1 out of every 6 million babies is born with all their teeth.
What? I just came out of the womb looking like Roman Reigns.
Why would you?
Not breastfeeding that one.
Why would you look that up?
Yeah, I don't know. But
Nobody would want to. It's terrifying.
I didn't. All right. Well, like I said, it's going to be one today. I hope everybody out there in Radio Land is doing good as well. Can you give me cut number 2, please, good sir? Because we're going to talk about the Rangers-Orioles, but also to go along with it, can Jack Leiter move into your must-watch starting pitcher category?
The pitch. He struck him out swinging with a slider. That one down around the shoe tops. How about that? Jack Leiter strikes out the side on a cutter, a changeup, and a slider.
Now, by the way, I don't believe we will have access to this, but from the 214, pull the Dennis records. I do not believe it. I think we could have difficulty getting those records unless we really wanted it to make it happen, and then maybe we could. But Jack Leiter, and I know we're going to talk about the broader discussion about the Rangers and getting another win and still being in first place, but I want to start with this. Jack Leiter, could he move into your must-watch starting pitcher category? Because it feels like, and you can correct me if you think I'm off about any of this, but Eovaldi and DeGrom, for a lot of Rangers fans, are must-watch every time they take the hill. And then Mackenzie Gore, he started the season in his Rangers career with 5 hitless innings, so we'll see where that goes. But Jack Leiter is an honest-to-goodness, drafted here, brought up here. He feels like he took a huge step forward last year. Do you think he can get to the point where he is must-watch as a Rangers starter, especially since there's a few different metrics that would tell you this was certainly one of the best starts of his career?
he has been must watch for me, I think, since he was drafted.
Okay.
You remember I went to his first game at Frisco,
right?
And it was an electric environment. Everybody was really excited to watch the pitcher. And then his dad was there too. Like, his dad was pumped for that game. So like immediately I was interested in seeing what this guy is all about. And Kevin, I honestly don't think that over my career as a fan for the Rangers that I've had a pitcher that was drafted that I was this excited to watch. And like I can't think of anybody. Like Derek Holland obviously is one of those guys, but I didn't know about Derek Holland when he was drafted.
Right.
So this became like college football type feel of I need to watch this person play. That being said, we saw immediately there was some need for growth. And so we were I'll give him time. And I think last night was a perfect example of why you give that number 1 overall pick or number 2 overall pick the opportunity to grow and develop and remember how often Mike would tell people, guys, these draft picks don't just run right into baseball.
Right.
And then Wyatt Langford shows up and, the Paul Skeenses of the world, and you're like, well, crap. Sometimes there are dudes that are ready for the league.
Yeah.
But watching him throw last night and watching him throw in the back half of the season last year, because last year he was putting up all-star type numbers in the back half of the season, he got a little more comfortable with it. And so now that you see, obviously last night too, he did need to get some first inning jitters out because he was excited. But Kevin,
and he thanked Eovaldi for that too.
We were 2 innings in and he was only at 30 pitches. And I was like, 15 an inning? I'm good with this right now. I'm very happy. Yes, you're right. He did thank Eovaldi for that. His swing and miss, his whiffs, nice to see. The location, the fact that he just went after the strike zone and was like, Eovaldi and Jacob deGrom told me, you have great stuff, attack them. And he was doing that last night. You could see the confidence. And there was a moment where he got away with one. And he was just like, whew, I did get away with that one. But he is now becoming, because he's got the velocity, he's got the nasty stuff. Still late in the game, his ball was moving all over the place. He's becoming the one that you're like, okay, I'm glad I invested my time and my care in this player because he's done the work and developed.
So you mentioned something that I think is a huge deal for Jack Leiter. There are 2 specific numbers or comparisons that I think stand out. 1 walk against 8 strikeouts.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's going to be the same thing with Rocker as well. Is you can get hopefully a strikeout to walk ratio of 3-1 or better over the span of the season, at least. That would be good. But you mentioned the whiffs. Jack Leiter got 21 swings and misses yesterday, which is the most he's ever had at the big league level. And I think that's really important because that reflects on the stuff you have. Some people might argue like a strike is a strike, but if you're looking for that next level of stuff and potential dominance, I think it's going to be monitored by those swings and misses.
I agree with you on the swing and miss part. Like, if you look at called strikes, you can say on about 8 hitters, you're going to get first pitch called strike if you're attacking the strike zone. Called third strike, different. Swinging third strike, very different too. Like those are moments when the hitter needs to swing. Now, did you get them into a situation where they had to swing at whatever you threw up there?
Sure.
Hey, that's brilliant on your part too, because you did the work on locating your pitches to force them to say, I have to swing at the next pitch because I don't have any other options. And then you throw one in the dirt and they're like, I look foolish, but I was in that situation. The swings and misses means it's coming out of your hand and they aren't picking it up, whatever the pitch is, fastball, curveball, cutter, whatever it is. And I think adding that cutter along with this changeup is really going to come in handy for him this season because that changeup looks good.
And then for the rest of the team, you do get another victory. And so 5-2 win over the Orioles. It is true that I think it was Beeks that had the inning where you were like, oh no, here we go. But they held on to it. And the bullpen so far, they haven't always made it easy, but they have been effective enough. And now you're up to 3-1 early in the season. But we talked a lot about that yesterday, the importance of the start of the Rangers' first quarter of the season in particular.
Beeks did have some runners on, and it got a little hairy there. But Tyler Alexander's clean inning was nice.
You'd love to see it.
Eunice, Is that how you say it, Kevin? Jakob is what you said?
I think it might be Jakob Junis.
Junis. Yesterday, he had two awesome plays. The one with it looked like it should have gone foul, and he decided, I have to run into foul territory to throw this. Athletically does Jordan Montgomery type stuff. That's what it were kind of reminding me of, even though it was different plays, but makes the throw. I will say, I think he was safe. But Dave Raymond
controversial.
Mike said that he thought he was safe. Dave Raymond said that he thought he was out because they don't have the same angles we have. They only have a limited number of angles that they can watch this from, and I don't think with the 2 or 3 angles they have, they're going to be able to say that it was legitimately out because you couldn't see where the ball and the foot were at the same time. I thought he was safe based on that, but Dave was right, or I thought he was out. Dave was right that he was safe because of that.
It was a play,
awesome play.
It was a play too that I was like, well, you have no chance of making that play, and just to see even how close it was, I was like, whoa.
And then the next play was another one, another dribbler right in front of him. So I'll give the bullpen some credit for the work that they have done. They have been able to get out of the game.
Now we've already gotten a variety of questions. Always appreciate that interaction. Who is going to pitch on Friday right now? Because initially it was going to be DeGrom, but you had the scratch. He is set to pitch today, which would put Eovaldi in line to start the home opener, which makes a lot of sense, especially because you have the off day anyway. But that's the way that the rotation would kind of naturally flow out. I think we would all agree that having Eovaldi as the starter for the home opener makes a whole lot of sense. And then the question came up about Wyatt Langford and Josh Young. Obviously, both have gotten off to slow starts. And are you concerned about either one of them? I'm not concerned about Wyatt Langford, and that's just a matter of what have I seen the last 2 seasons. You know what I'm saying? Like, you've seen a player that is moving in the right direction, has gotten so much better, and has put up the numbers. Josh Young, I am worried about it because part of it is injuries, and I accept that. But even last year, when he was relatively healthy, he was meh. And so that's why I'm concerned. I don't think anyone would describe Wyatt Langford last year or even the year before as meh. I would absolutely describe the last several years, probably just 2, of Josh Young as meh. And that's why I'm more concerned about him. Plus, he's had far less competitive at-bats.
Yeah, I mean, the same kind of drop-off we saw with Adolis from the World Series. No, except for Adolis was like far higher on the list, and Josh Young had some impact moments. Josh Young's best game in the World Series, or maybe in the playoffs, was whenever they lost and he hit 2 home runs, and you're just like, well, great game today, buddy.
Yeah.
But yeah, this version of him right now is not productive, looks lost at the plate, looks like he's swinging it and not thinking, and looks like he can't find the baseball. And that's not a good thing. He's guessing up there.
Yeah.
And whenever you're guessing at the plate, then you're already behind with these pro pitchers. You have to have a thought of what it's going to be. And then whenever you time it up, you got to be square with it. And Kevin, you saw yesterday, everything he made contact with was off. You've seen this so far. Everything he's making contact with is just at the bottom. He's right underneath the ball. He's not squaring anything away. He needs, in my opinion, to... I guess let's do the thing where we give him a month. But if he can't figure it out in the next month, you're going to have to say, all right, what are our options at third base, at least until we get him back on track.
Yeah. And then, by the way, it's early, but weird factoid of the day for you. The Rangers are now 30 road wins away from matching last year's total.
Let's go.
They were 33-48 on the road last year. So, in addition to you're just happy they're winning, getting off to a good start on the road is important as well because you've got more road games than you do home games in that first quarter of the season.
And Alec, still on track, 161-1.
Let's go!
But as somebody said yesterday, 160-2 isn't too bad if if they have one around the All-Star break that's just kind of like, That being said, 160-2, actually, Kevin, I'd probably be less frustrated. Because remember, 161-1, I'd be like,
what happened in that one game?
Happened.
Yeah.
But 160-2, I can be like, well, they lost 2 this year.
Right.
So we'll see how it goes.
Would you accept 121-41?
Oh, I guess I'd have to.
Best record in the history of the regular season. You'd begrudgingly accept that 122-40.
We'll celebrate it.
Okay. Begrudgingly.
They do that. They do that. Here, I'll tell you this, Kevin. Yes, they do that. I will begrudgingly host a pizza party.
Okay. Man, Corey's only mediocre celebration pizza party. I like it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the biggest NFL questions after free agency, but before the draft. Next, right here on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our...
Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3rd down and 8. Good pocket. Here they come. Kuntz. He can't get Mahomes. Look at him weave. Down he goes. Crosby. What a sack. Number 11.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I knew it was too soon to get rid of these. From the 214, hey, Kevin, since the Rangers need a closer, maybe they can borrow Duke's closer. Oh, wait. Too soon?
Does Duke have a baseball team?
They do have a baseball team. I think that was in reference to their basketball team's inability to close.
Caden let the season down.
That's what he said. He said, I ruined the season. And
he should have been named Cameron.
I get his point.
James Cameron Stadium Arena.
I mean, his brother is named Cameron.
Oh.
Like, having brothers or twins is complicated
I thought it
enough.
Was Cam.
No, well, it's for Cameron.
What? You're kidding me.
Do we need to hit the breaking news sounder?
You think that Carlos, whenever he was playing there, he was like, here I am at James Cameron Arena.
No, it's not James Cameron Arena.
This movie's going to be so awesome.
Oh, Alec, he wasn't like this when you weren't here. Oh. All right, I've got questions.
You bring the best out of me.
Let's go.
That is a debatable
You're
statement.
welcome, Kevin.
I've got questions. Hopefully you guys have answers. Questions post-free agency, but prior to the NFL draft. Gentlemen, can Kyler Murray be Minnesota's, or really the NFL's, next Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield?
I think he can.
What does that mean for McCarthy?
Baker's interesting. I think McCarthy's done. Dude, did you hear how that tune changed from J.J. McCarthy as our quarterback to,
right.
Oh, guess what? Like, that changed immediately. Yeah. And like I said, he had to do that. You have to. If you don't have a person in the building, you have to be like, well, the guy that I got in the building's the best.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, things change. I think he's got the arm talent. I think he's got the leg talent. I don't know if he sees the game. And he now has a person that I believe can help him see the game. And I don't think he really ever truly had somebody that was that good at that before.
Right.
And so I do think that he can be. And I hope that he, whatever O'Connell does with him, I hope he takes it to the field and applies it and doesn't just shake his head and go like, yeah, and then get out on the field and be like, whatever, man, I forgot everything he said.
Alec, there has been some questions about Kyler's coachability. Do you believe he has the potential to be Minnesota's next Sam Darnold?
If I was coached by Jonathan Gannon, I'd probably play pretty miserably too.
Okay.
So, I mean, that guy cannot get anybody motivated, even if they pay him millions of dollars. I think Kevin O'Connell is the perfect guy to try to get this guy's headspace back in the right place because he's talented enough. We've seen it here locally. We've seen it on the national stage from Kyler Murray that he is uber athletically talented. He's got the football IQ. He really does. Does he want to show it? I think that whenever you're with a team that has shown in recent history that they can win with a revolving door at quarterback and that their coach is really good at getting through to these guys that do have very specific and notable inefficiencies, I think Kyler Murray has less inefficiencies than Sam Darnold does. So if he's able to tune into that and just say, hey, this guy's going to put me in the right position to win, then he's going to look great.
Corey, is Aaron Rodgers returning to Pittsburgh, and do you care?
No and no.
My answer would have been, I don't know, and no.
I was just watching at the meetings, McCarthy's talking about his time as the Cowboys head coach. I'm sure that he's going to be asked a ton of questions about Aaron Rodgers. And I just couldn't. I could care less. I could not care less. I don't want to know about Aaron Rodgers. Please, media, stop reporting Aaron Rodgers' words.
When you say media, do you mean mostly Pat McAfee?
Sure.
Okay.
I loved the version of Aaron Rodgers that won me multiple fantasy football championships. I thought he was one of the most aesthetically pleasing quarterbacks to watch for a long time.
Oh.
And right now, he is not. And I think he is done. And I think that he and Mike McCarthy should just go ahead and level that right now.
Okay. All right. Next question.
So I'm sorry, Aiden. I know it's your favorite player of all time. Players get old.
This next question is for both of y'all. I know it's all peace and kumbaya right now, but what's going to happen with Max Crosby? I know the Raiders are like, this is the greatest thing ever. We got Max Crosby back. Yay. What's going to happen with that? Nothing?
Well, I think the Ravens saying what they said might have helped galvanize him a little bit when they were just it was a slow media day, obviously.
What a stupid thing for him to say.
But I actually think this might be a positive thing for Max Crosby. And he goes to the Raiders. He knows he can go anywhere. He's like, as long as my knee's proven to be okay,
sure,
I can be traded to anybody. But I did go to another team. I kind of went through the emotions of what it would be like, and then I'm back home and I feel like I'm excited to be back home again. So it's not that I don't know, did they not want him? Is that the feeling that you think it is? Is they're like, we didn't want you, or they wanted the compensation
clearly
so much?
The Raiders wanted him. They just traded 2 first-round picks for him.
Yeah.
Is that not?
That's actually a good approach.
Okay,
I like that.
yeah.
But yeah, I think it's going to be fine, but he's going to always have this little chip on his shoulder about when I can go anywhere I want as long as my knee shows I'm healthy.
Alec, everyone is shiny, happy people. Is that the reality? Max Crosby just going to play there?
I think it is. I think he's going to play there, but I would love if he just goes into every game, dominates, and then post-game, he kind of just stands at his locker, gives a 1-minute speech, and then doesn't take any questions and just leaves because he's like, I hate this place.
Yeah.
I don't want to be here. I don't want to talk to any of you. I wasn't supposed to be here. I was already looking at houses in Baltimore. I don't want to be here, so I'll give my little speech, kind of like Mike Tomlin at a presser, just here's what you need to know, and here's your quotes. I'm going home. See ya. I don't think he's thrilled to be back there. I really don't. I think he's kind of fed up with everybody there, as he should be, but I think he's going to play. I mean, he's a man of his word, and he's come out and said, no, this is where I'm supposed to be for whatever reason, so I'm going to ball out, and he's probably going to do just that.
Corey, we go back to the quarterbacks. Is Tua going to be able to revive his career in Atlanta?
How many quarterbacks do they have there?
Him and Penix, and they're... Yeah.
Chris Chandler.
Chris Chandler retired
Jeff George
30 years ago. I remember Chris Chandler.
I honestly think it's going to be just kind of this back and forth of which one, him and Penix, kind of like they were. They didn't know if they wanted Penix to be the quarterback.
Right.
And they're like, we kind of have to, though. We've spent a pretty high draft pick on him. So, and then they're looking at this one with Tua, and they're like, well, I mean, he's not that expensive.
Yeah. They get him for $1 million.
Yeah. So I think they're gonna. I think it's just going to be a back and forth that never satisfies anything, and they're probably going to end up looking at somebody else down the road.
Gentlemen, question for both of you: if the numbers are good, will the NFL consider permanently switching to the Wednesday-Thursday opening combo?
Hell yeah, they will.
Okay, man, and you're fired up about that because it gets us one day closer to football all of the time. I know they're like, oh, we had this game in Brazil, and that's why we had to lies.
Tuesday night football is what we all are looking for.
This was a test pattern for Wednesday-Thursday combo.
Can't take Friday from high school.
Exactly. I believe that is actually
but you
prohibited.
can take Saturday from college.
That you can. They've proven that a couple of different times. Alec, Corey says, hell yeah, if the numbers are good, will the NFL consider permanently switching to the Wednesday-Thursday opening combo?
I'll double down on it, absolutely, because the numbers are going to be great, because we are all sick in the head. We all want football so bad throughout the year that we are going to watch the Browns versus the Jets at some point on Wednesday night, and we're going to like it for whatever reason. We are so addicted to NFL football, and we will willingly admit it by watching all of the games. It's going to be a success, and they're going to run away with it and start doing it every single year.
Next.
I can't wait.
Okay.
For 20 games.
I mean, we've discussed this. I think we're moving down that inevitable road. Are the Chargers doing enough to make Justin Herbert's life easier? Because first it was supposed to be Harbaugh, and then it's this and that, and obviously his offensive line was in shambles at times last year.
And he still has Quentin Johnson, huh?
Does that automatically
That's his first
disqualify?
He's got Ladd McConkey, so I guess he's doing all right there. No, I still think he needs a better weapon. Their offensive line, that offensive line was problematic last year because it was built to be the next wall, and it turned out to be a very there were a bunch of holes that the little boy had to put the. You know what I'm talking about? You know the story?
No,
there's the holes in the.
Oh, I know.
The dam, otherwise known as
man.
And
if you don't make it weird, you could have just said the expression.
That wall is falling apart. And so
he wanted to say plug the holes in the dike. That is an accepted expression, but he made it weird and led up to it, and God.
So no, Kevin, I think is my answer.
Alec, I missed the greater point. I'm glad he just cut right to the chase. Are the Chargers doing enough to make Justin Herbert's life easier, and are you going to make this super weird?
Kevin, they once said no, I'm kidding. They have not. If you want to make his life easier, you go and trade for Jalen Waddle. You go and trade for DJ Moore. You go and trade for A.J. Brown. One of these names that, hey, it was pretty public that these guys could be had for the right price. You did nothing to try and add to that room. Like Corey said, I'm a TCU guy. I love Quentin Johnston. He's not that great. So if he's your number one option, you got problems. Like Corey said, they tried. They tried to address the offensive line, and on paper, it looked great going into last season on paper. Then injuries happened, and they had no depth. And what does that do? It exposes how bad your pass catchers are.
So one last one for you guys, and this is something that comes up for every Super Bowl champion. How much will Seattle be affected by all of their losses so far?
I think their defense, the philosophy, they're going to have to make sure they have the players to be smart enough to play in that defense, because that defense is very complicated. It takes very intelligent players. They think that losing Kenneth Walker is not that big a deal because of the people that they have.
Feels like they've been pretty upfront about that, right?
Yeah. Here's
rude.
Like he broke the game open for them multiple times. He's the reason they won the Super Bowl. In addition to how good that defense was, and it was a good team. And I think, Kevin, at this point, they get the benefit of doubt for they made the decisions that got them to the Super Bowl last year. John Schneider put the team together. The coach coached his ass off. Things look pretty good. So I think that I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, and everything's going to be fine.
Alec?
Reality.
Oh, okay. That segment is later about the draft.
Overreaction.
Damn it.
Push.
Oh, my goodness. I am going to concede defeat.
Alec, you weren't here for yesterday.
The next segment.
During the C Block hits and misses, we created a new category called near miss, where Jake Berger almost lost the weekend for us, but things turned out okay.
Wouldn't a near miss be a hit? Because you nearly missed it. But
it's a near hit.
You didn't. You hit it.
Okay, you know what? Near miss, near hit.
In between.
TMN hit. We'll come up with we'll come up with something for it.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
Oh, Alec didn't answer.
God help us, right? Yeah, that's your fault. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for baseball nuggets where those minor league players are getting paid. Next, right here on The Fan.
Take us with you where...
Your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
3-2 to Smith. First and third, one out. Payoff pitch. Hit in the air to left, not very deep. Coming on, Ward slides, and he can't quite handle it. It drops in. In to score from third is Berger. Josh Smith, an RBI opposite field single. He makes it 5-2 Texas.
And that would be the final score as well. The Texas Rangers victorious 5-2. They are now 3-1 on the season. You get DeGrom tonight, 5:35 first pitch, 5 o'clock pregame right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. It's time for some baseball nuggets.
Kevin, can I steal baseball nuggets for a minute?
Sure.
There were two moments last night that I felt ABS affected the psychology of the player.
Ooh, okay.
And
in this game in particular?
In this specific game, and I didn't watch all the games last night. I'm sorry, Sean and RJ.
Would be tough.
That I don't watch more baseball than everybody. But
you watch more baseball than them.
I was in this game last night. There were two specific moments. One was Jack Leiter got a batter. It was got Crozer out. Cal Hoser. Anyway, Cowser, thank you. He got him out on a called strike low, and he immediately went to the ears.
Cowser, yeah.
And right when he did that, I was like, dang, that was a ball. I knew it was a ball,
yeah.
But you saw Jack Leiter throw the pitch. It was a well-located pitch, low. It looked like it was in the strike zone. And Jack Leiter walks off with he's just got this kick about him as he's kind of walking around the mound after a strikeout that just got this swagger. And then he saw all the hustle and bustle going on, and he was like, oh, they're going to go to the board on this. They're going to go to the ABS. And now this batter was no longer out. And then another run gets scored in that inning. That was a moment right there that I was like, oh, no, that's not what we wanted. But in the psychology of it, you think you got a batter out, and now you have to go back to do it again.
Yeah.
All right, I went through everything in my progressions to get this guy. Obviously, you and your catcher have to come up with something else. And it's, of course, if it would have been called a ball, he's throwing the next pitch. But because it was called a strike, I wonder where his psychology, his adrenaline levels were, and how that changed.
And if he'd already started going through his plan for the next one.
Yes, exactly. So that's one. Okay. And I told you I want to. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this because I can't watch all the games.
Sure,
but I want to be able to keep some statistics on the success after a failed or a successful ABS call. Let's go to another one. The other moment last night was Wyatt Langford struggling at the plate. He's trying to find his place. And already we've seen too many times early in counts where you're like, that was a ball.
Yeah.
And he's not getting those calls. There were, in this particular moment, he lost the ABS call on a called third strike, which was low and inside. There were pitches that were above the zone and inside that I thought were balls, and I know they're not. I think that what they're preferring is if you're going to call it, let it be on a deciding call, not on a first pitch strike, not on a second strike. Let it be on a deciding call. But that being said, you could see Wyatt Langford go in his brain. You could almost see it on his face. That first pitch was a ball. This pitch was a ball. And now I'm being called out on this one. Go to the headset because I don't think it was, when in actuality, he was probably really deflecting towards those other two pitches that were balls as well.
Do you think as time goes along, then certain players will get more of a benefit of the doubt, either because they seem to get bad calls against them, or you just have so much trust in that player that you're like, you know what, Wyatt, you have the green light to challenge when you need to?
That's a good question, because the next batter was Corey Seager, and he got a couple calls from the umpire that I thought were very lenient, and I was like, the hell? but it's Corey Seager.
Superstar call.
Yeah, exactly. So I do wonder, and Wyatt Langford, we're hoping kind of generates and becomes that kind of player, and he's not quite there yet. But umpire issues have been a problem for him since the start of his career right now.
Yeah.
And but I do wonder in those moments, I think that Wyatt Langford went to the ABS, asked for it when he didn't need to because of the other pitches that he thought were balls, and sometimes you start to those things build up, and you're just like, you're frustrated. I think he was more frustrated last night than anything else. I do wonder, though, because they're telling these guys to wait till later. They want Higgy or Jansen to have the options to call these. They're saying we'd rather have those than the hitters use them, and right now the percentages are showing the catchers are better than all the other guys anyway. And as you saw in spring training a couple times when a pitcher would go to it and the catcher was like, no, shut up. Yeah. I know it wasn't a strike.
Yeah.
But I do wonder if the psychology of that, how it's going to affect moments in games where Jack Leiter could have gotten out of that inning earlier, but ended up giving up a couple more hits, and now he's got a little more on his ledger. Maybe he could have gone a couple more innings if that hadn't happened.
Let's go to last night where we talked about the struggles of Cal Raleigh, and he did not get the start yesterday. But guess what? It ended up pretty well because he got the walk-off hit. So good for him. Let's see if this moves him in the right direction. Then again, I guess not good for him. I don't want the Mariners to win. But somebody who I do think good for him, Michael Soroka. Michael Soroka had 10 strikeouts last night, including, for the fourth time in Arizona history, the immaculate inning. 9 pitches, 9 strikes, 3 strikeouts, immaculate inning.
I love that.
I do too.
I really am looking forward to the immaculate game, but that might be, you know how you've always been like, this is a very hot take of Kevin's that nobody's ever going to go 162-0. I think that's a very hot take on your part.
I don't feel like that's a hot take at all.
I don't know if anybody's ever going to get the immaculate game.
Well, considering in the history of the Diamondbacks franchise, they've had 4. They don't even have enough in their history to put together like an entire game.
All right.
So,
hot take. The Diamondbacks will never have an immaculate game.
Okay, I'll double down on your hot take. There will never be an immaculate game in Major League Baseball.
So far,
I bet in high school there's been close.
And that would be 9 consecutive immaculate innings, 27 strikeouts on 81 pitches. So that's what it would take.
Yeah.
81 perfect pitches.
I don't really feel like I'm going out on a limb and saying, I do not believe that's going to happen. Let's talk about players who have never played Major League Baseball getting millions of dollars. So we start with the Mariners, who have reportedly reached an 8-year, $95 million extension with Colt Emerson, who has played 0 time in Major League Baseball.
Good for him.
He's 20 years old. He's going to stay in AAA. This is the largest contract in MLB history for someone who has never played in the majors. However, that's not the only one. We take you to Cooper Pratt. Cooper Pratt, before this year, had never played above AA. He has now played 3 whole games at AAA. Cooper Pratt got an 8-year, $50 million deal, and that includes 2 option years for $15 million apiece.
Emerson, it's about 11, almost $12 million a year, right? 8 for 95. Yep. Is this going to become more prevalent? We talked about this with Evan Carter and those guys so young in their contracts. Yeah. It's a very cheap price for what is predictive.
Sure.
You're trying to predict that this guy is in this 8-year window is going to be in his prime.
And so think about it. I realize the first 6 years, let's just do some quick math. So the first 6 years, he would make a total of about $2 million, give or take. If he turns out to be really good like they think, well, maybe even the scale of arbitration would be, let's say, 8, 12, and 20. Mm-hmm. So now that's $42 million over the span of 6 years, and then stud players are going to get $40 million. So you could be looking at $122, $125 million. So, and that's probably on the lower end if you think he's going to be really, really awesome. And so they're like, hey, we believe in this kid with all of our scouting abilities, so why not lock him up now and save potentially $30 million, if not more. And like I said, this is the highest ever for somebody in that situation. Usually the deals are closer to like Pratt, who, again, if he takes off and you're the Brewers, you can save a ton of money. But I can also see if you're Pratt or Emerson, you're like, what if something catastrophic were to happen to me? It's good to know now that I will have at least $50 to $95 million in the bank.
Is there part of you, from like, I see where they're coming from with this, from the 469. What's the incentive to bust your ass to get to the big leagues?
I think
the per diem, for one. We discussed that yesterday. The other part is like a lot of these kids grow up dreaming of playing in Major League Baseball.
Sure. And if you want to just look at the monetary aspect, I like to think that there's a lot like what you just said, who are just intrinsically motivated, and they're like, I'm doing the best for me.
Yeah, there are other players out there that aren't.
Yeah, but like, let's just look at it from a financial. All right, so Pratt would be 29 when he was a free agent, and Emerson would be 28 when he's a free agent. You can make a lot of effing money at that point if you've already shown that you're good enough and you're all ready to free agency at that age. So if you just want to look at it from a monetary standpoint, there's that. And then good news for baseball, the NBC opening day presentation, the primetime window at Dodger Stadium was the most watched opening day game in more than a decade.
Really?
Yeah, and even the afternoon game was the highest rated afternoon game they had on record.
So baseball is beating the NBA.
I mean, it's a heck of a start.
That's awesome right there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NBC5 Sports Director, Emmy Award winner, and irrational Duke hater, Newy Scruggs, will join the show. We will do that next right here on The Fan.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now we bring to you NBC5 Sports Director, Emmy Award winner, irrational Duke hater, and guest I would not have booked. It's Newy Scruggs. Good morning, sir.
Hey, baby. You okay? Are you okay?
You know I'm not, and I feel like that's why you're here.
I mean, it happened last year, so, I mean, it's not a shock. Did this before.
It did. I was at that game.
Through that door. Coach Kane walking through that door. So that's the first thing we got. We have to reach the acceptance part. I did it when Hubert lost a 19-point lead to VCU, got fired. I've accepted it, and I'm good. You all may need to fire your guy, too, because we're seeing two dudes do the same thing. But if you don't want to do what Carolina did and take real action and understand that we can't keep having this happen, then you be my guest and continue with John Shot.
And you think it's going to end the exact same way next year again?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know who's coming in. He's like Coach Cal now. You know, Duke's not what you grew up with. You know?
That's true.
Used to be guys that wanted to stay here, the Wojos and the Bob Hurleys. You know, Greg Kubek, the good white star that hung around forever and a day, like Danny Ferry. Now you're just buying these dudes that come in here, claim us the brotherhood, these Cooper flags that are here for less than 9 months. I'm disappointed in what Duke basketball has become. It's not what I grew up with, or you either.
You know, I told my wife, it's funny that you say that about the white player. I told my wife when we were watching the game, I was like, oh, yeah, Duke has a long history of hateable white players from Christian Laettner to J.J. Redick to Grayson Allen. I was like, oh, yeah. We've had plenty of agitating white players to other teams over the years.
Danny Ferry. Don't forget the great National Player of the Year, Danny Ferry, now number 35.
Danny Ferry is a good one. Do you have any other helpful recommendations, or are you just here to be like UConn in the second half and dunk on me?
No. I mean, look, you and I both get this. All right? There's joy in watching your team win, Duke for you, Carolina for me, and there's joy in watching Carolina lose. You know you had fun watching that VCU comeback. You know
Hell
you
yeah, I did.
You did. In the same arena where you escaped Siena, then you guys stuck around and watched Carolina get beat. Oh, it was embarrassing. I was like, he's got to go. I had to go to dinner that night. I was a Cowboy. He's got to go. Can't have it. I'm done. I'm finished. Thank you for beating Coach K twice at Cameron Indoor to end his career and then sitting on top. Thank you, Hubert. 2 of the biggest 5 wins ever. But we can't do this anymore. But you guys are continuing it, and I'm happy. I'm happy that you're going to continue with Jon Scheyer.
Because you think it's going to end up with another catastrophic loss, and we're going to do this same thing all over again, and you're going to be like, what about now, Jon Scheyer? You ready to fire him?
Well, I don't, you guys operate differently than Carolina, so I don't know. I don't know. I mean, Johnny Dawkins should have gotten that job over Jon Scheyer anyway.
I'm not going to argue that. I'm not going to argue that.
The AD wanted Johnny Dawkins, but Coach K wanted Jon Scheyer. But Johnny Dawkins was the first major star that agreed to come play for Coach K, which saved his. I'm so old. I remember when people wanted to fire Coach K when they weren't better than Wake Forest. They were the 4th team in North Carolina, where they get beat by 40 by Ralph Sampson, Terry Hobbs, Virginia Wahoos, and people wanted to fire. But Johnny Dawkins helped save the day with Billis and Mark Allery and Tommy Amaker, and they came down to Dallas in '86. They should have won it all. They should have won it all. But they didn't, and Mike Krzyzewski said, I wish I was a better coach for these guys, because he was a young coach. And obviously he turned into an amazing coach, a Hall of Fame coach, and he got better. Jon Scheyer's not getting better. Jon Scheyer's looking like Jason Garrett, where you're just sitting here looking at a smart guy that can't figure it out.
Wow.
Will Coach K ever cut the cord and not be associated with Duke basketball again, or is he always going to have a voice in what they do?
He should always have a voice in what they do. You don't get rid of the man to help build this brand what it is. You listen to him, you talk to him. Same thing with what you watched at North Carolina and Roy Williams, but and before that, Coach Dean Smith. So they built it so you would listen to them. But I just thought that Johnny Dawkins had earned it. Yeah. I mean, Coach K's not who he is without Johnny Dawkins. He needed Johnny. Johnny was the one who turned it around. The guy who allowed everybody to say, you know what, you can go there and play. Because at the time, in '82, when Dean Smith won it all and then Valvano wins it all in '83, and then you got Virginia going to Final Fours in '83, I mean, Coach K was cold product. Tom Butter saved this dude's bacon, but it was Johnny Dawkins. So if there was anybody who sat next to him and earned the spot, it was damn near Johnny Dawkins. I just found that to be very, very distasteful. But, hey, that's just me.
Now, there was a UConn fan who had to go to the ER after the game after he completely tore his Achilles celebrating the win. Worth it?
God don't like ugly.
Oh,
but I understand the emotion because when the kid hits the shot, I'm screaming downstairs in the living room, and my child runs downstairs. She's like, is everything okay? Oh, yeah. Daddy just saw a miracle happen. But I'm okay. We're good. Which it was as much as a celebration I had last year in my kitchen when Duke got lost to Houston. But it was right up there.
Yeah, I was at that game against Houston last year, and it was pretty soul-crushing, but that's been the MO this time of year, like you mentioned with the Carolina Final Four game.
I'm going to say this, okay? 36 years ago, Christian Laettner hit an amazing shot over Tate George, and Duke beat UConn in New Jersey to go to the Final Four. My frat brother and I, we were sitting in Wellens Hall at Pembroke State University. He jumps up, and he's rubbing it in my face. I'm just pissed. And after that game, I called him. He goes, say, Newy, I'm not talking to you right now. And he hung up. I called my other frat brother. I said, man, do a three-way. He about to get this whooping. This is 36 years in the making. You going to take this grief from me. So I watched a lot of stuff. when Kentucky hits the shot 92, I called him. I'm like, dude, you going home? I told you it's not going to be no back-to-back. This is over. This is ended. Later hits that shot, man. Phone rang. I wouldn't answer. I had to unplug the phone, man. I had to unplug the phone. This pettiness is real.
Yeah.
Between Duke and Carolina, man. We live for this pettiness. I made a lot of phone calls. I had a lot of people on Facebook I had to get in touch with. Even the person who blocked me for the last 4 years, I had to call him. And do you not know how many people called me when Chris Jenkins of Villanova hit that shot?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. That was a hard day, brother. That was a hard day because I was in between the set at Channel 5. So we're in a break. I go back. I watch Jenkins hit the shot. I got to go back and do the show. I got to go back and do the show. Get on TV, man. It was hard, brother. It was hard. Yes, this is hard, man. I grew up on this stuff. This stuff is real. The pettiness is there. Because I remember when Duke had nothing and we used to joke, win a championship and talk to us. Then they ended up winning 2, and that was when they were like, Mike's got 2, Dean's got 1. That was some hard years, man. Some hard years.
In 2022, I remember I turned off my phone at the end of that Final Four game against Carolina. When I turned it back on, I had FaceTimes from Jesse Holley. I had messages. I had everything just waiting to dunk on me. I mentioned yesterday a girl I dated like 25 years ago who went to UConn commented on my timeline on Facebook. I can't escape this.
Hey, man, I've been there. It's your turn. But
Yeah.
I've been there. It hurts. It's not fun, but it's what we do. But it makes the glory of why you watch this thing so intently. And I tell people, I love living in Texas. I've lived in Texas most of my life. But my time spent in Carolina, just what it means. This is what we did, because when I lived there was no professional sports at all. The Hornets weren't there. The Panthers weren't there. This was as professional as it got. And there were 2 things you did in North Carolina. People ask you, who was your team and who was your driver? Who was your college team and who was your NASCAR driver? That's what you needed to know. That's what people wanted to know. And you had to choose sides. And when I was growing up, ain't nobody choosing, dude.
Who was your NASCAR driver, though?
You know, I was a petty person until I became a Jeff Gordon guy. When I had to start covering it, because my first job was at WBTW-TV in Florence, South Carolina.
Pause. How are you a Jeff Gordon guy, but you aren't a Duke guy? That feels the same.
Great. This is great. I'm glad you said it. So when I first started covering the sport, Jeff was a rookie. It was his rookie year. And I had to get to learn things, and I would ask Jeff. And because nobody knew who he was just the nicest guy. I talked to Jeff in the infield before anybody knew who he was, back when he had that goofy mustache. So I got to know Jeff Gordon before he became Jeff Gordon. It was Jeff Gordon and it was Kenny Wallace who were the rookies that year. Jeff had the 24 DuPont and Kenny had that Dirt Devil black and pink car. So, I was on the Jeff Gordon thing before anybody knew who that dude was.
And that mustache was not a good look for him, was it?
Well, yeah.
No, it wasn't. But, starting there, and that was my first job in 1992, man, having to learn about NASCAR. So Joe Gibbs first got into it, and I had to figure it out. I didn't know anything except for the fact that they had good food at the track, and so I always showed up hungry, and I get a lot of cigarettes from my friends who like to smoke, and the smokeless tobacco because they gave it out like candy around there.
They did. Yeah, they did. They definitely did around those tracks.
Man.
Hey, Newy, I just saw Jim Nill, according to Leah Simakopoulos from the Morning News, is now getting an extension. Can you rank the GMs in the DFW area?
Yeah, it's pretty easy. Chris Young is number 1 because he's got a championship. At the end of the day, you win a championship around here. I mean, that's there.
Golden.
As much as I love Jerry, the championship happened before a whole lot of folks could. Were you guys born, or were you just in toddlers or?
We were born.
I was in high school, Newy. I was in high school.
Okay, you're in high school. Okay, I was just saying because I covered one of those Super Bowl teams. I'm that old. Damn. I had hair. Yeah, it was a long time ago. I was there, Jimmy's last year. I got to cover that team. That's where they put Tom Landry in the Ring of Honor. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. So, so I would go. I would go him number 2, Jerry number 2, Jim's number 3, and that's the way. That's me. That's the gold medal stand right now. So that's it. But
until Michael Finley gets the GM job for the Mavericks,
he should. I mean, I don't get that why. I mean, here's Finn, who worked for the team, was an all-star for the team, was the guy that Dirk and Steve Nash basically learned from. Then he went to the Spurs and learned under that organization. We've seen how many GMs and people they've had from the Spurs organization run things. Why wouldn't you want Michael running? I don't get it. And you talk about a former player. We've seen a whole bunch of former players be able to be in charge of organizations that play for the Spurs. People like Vinny Del Negro and Sean Marks. You want to tell me that Michael Finley is not a guy who's there? And then I've heard some clown say, "Oh, you know what, man? Michael Finley, man, he went to our rival. You know, he disrespected the Mavericks." I'm like, please understand what happened. Michael Finley was signed to a contract extension, and then they decided that they wanted to let him go. And afterwards, Michael had two choices he went to. It was Miami and San Antonio. Now, had he gone to Miami, he'd have been a part of the team that beat the Mavs in 06, but instead he went to the Spurs. There was another team that beat the Mavs, and he won a championship. Like, what do you think he's supposed to do, start with the Charlotte Bobcats? He's going to go to a contender. But the Mavs decided they didn't want him. They wanted Jerry Stackhouse, and you know what? It worked out just fine for everybody.
Do you think Kevin's going to be okay? Is he going to get past this by next year?
What's my mourning period like, you think?
Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just driving through downtown Dallas. I hit a dead spot. Say again for me.
I said, do you think Kevin's going to be okay? And he asked how long his mourning period should be.
Guys, I'm sorry. I'm losing here, man.
All right. Hang up on this guy.
Sorry.
Yeah, we're done with you,
We're done with
Newy.
him.
All right.
That's it.
He's gone.
Jim Nill's contract extension is for 2 years, Kevin, so through the 27-28 season.
That's a pretty hot take. He put Jim Nill third below Jerry.
Hey, he doesn't have a championship. Jerry has 3, even though they were a long time ago. He has 3 still. So
you like those championships? You realize, and that's the weird thing, and I know it's because they're always like in the mix, whereas the Cowboys are not. It's only been 4 years longer that the Cowboys have not won a title since the Stars have not won a title.
Yeah,
but the Stars are always like close.
They're so close.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus what not to do when you win the Powerball, especially don't do it 3 times. Next on The Fan. Brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to remind everybody, in the noon o'clock hour, we will continue our Rangers giveaway of 4-pack of tickets to Rangers Mariners on Monday. And then remember, Friday for the home opener, we will be out there live broadcasting our show leading into the Rangers home opener. But right now, put all that aside because it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that die.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas.
I'm
little
sorry,
bit delayed
for some
there.
reason I was thinking after.
I take one day off and see what happens.
Yeah, Kevin Walker said do it before, but no, I'm just kidding.
Oh.
He has his own segment, which we need to work on that acronym.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now that I think about it in my
Kevin's
head,
kicks.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it out loud because I'm not going to clip myself.
Need to change up that acronym.
But I'm also the mayor of the Medfordplex. Okay.
I almost did it. Yeah, you screwed it all up.
I'm sorry. Hold on. It's
rewind it.
It's all broken.
Rewind it.
Do it again.
Dump the first 30 seconds.
Do it again. I messed it up. I'm sorry.
All right, my name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. I know the Tolos will get that part right. And I'm going to tell you what not to do after winning the Powerball. And don't do it 3 times after winning the Powerball.
Oh, see, my answer is going to be tell people, but if you did it 3 times, that's feels
smart.
like it's something else.
This thing will get you in legal trouble. Lots of it.
No.
We'll get to that here in a little bit.
I got some thoughts.
It's a good for you.
Are we guessing what it is?
You can if you want.
Ooh.
I don't want to.
Embezzle the money? Or, never mind. Go ahead. This is not my segment so far. I'm going to have to reboot myself.
Knew he knocked you off, huh?
Yeah, I know!
Yeah.
Sorry about that, man.
Freaking Scruggs.
That's
I don't want no Scruggs.
All right,
That's gonna be every time he comes back on. It's gonna be I don't want no Scruggs.
Make a diss track.
Yeah. Oh.
Yes. Called No Scruggs.
Out there too.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
To the TLCB.
I'm back.
I already have that instrumental saved somewhere, so we can make this happen. But guys, we look at the National Day calendar instead. We see a World Day today.
Oh, that's a big one.
Today is World Backup Day, as in back up your digital content.
Oh.
Yes.
I was thinking of the Ja Rule song, or Juvenile.
About
back that.
Oh, I was thinking about your secondary option.
Oh, yeah.
In case your first one doesn't come through.
See? That could work. But in this case...
Do husbands do that? And wives? Do they all think of, like...
No,
she would be a good mom to my kids.
Okay, we have that, but only if we both die.
What?
So
like you would hand the kids off to somebody else.
That's a chain of custody, not a romantic thing.
Did she immediately agree with yours?
Yes, we were on the same page.
She did not agree with mine.
Oh, did you pick somebody too hot?
No.
Well, you can see why I would guess that, right?
I had some people that I had in mind, and she immediately was like, well, my sister is a doctor, and they're very... And I was like, well, yeah.
Oh, man. Don't you really want to know what the rest of that guy
No, I'm dead serious. Like, I immediately was like, that's a really good decision.
That is a lie. But also, before we get to the question of the day, our friend, except you hate him, Jacob Ray, he texted an alternate idea for Khaki Kevin's segment that I probably shouldn't read on the air.
But you're going to anyway?
No, I'm going to tell you during the break because the acronym is not safe. Guys, for World Backup Day, what is something digital that you lost forever and you wish you had back? 877-881-1053, because I can tell you easily mine. I want to say it was 2 years ago, maybe. I got a text from the great Nate Wood, formerly of the Fan, now teaching at Mansfield ISD. He was my radio teacher in high school. He kept archive of every single thing I did on the air at our student-run radio station. And he texted me a couple years ago, and he said, dude, you're not going to believe this. The entire system crashed, and we lost everything. Like, everything is gone. From today backwards, whenever this was a couple years ago, I do not have any of that unless it was saved by one of you guys or saved by me for whatever reason in a Google Drive or whatever. So if you have any of your stuff, good for you. All of it's gone from the archive, because sometimes I have a really good day at work and I'm like, that was awesome, and I want to humble myself by listening to my old stuff to remember how bad it was. Like some of my early interviews when I was like 17 years old and I did not know how to formulate words and sentences and questions.
They're never as good as you think they are in your head.
No.
They never are.
Like, I have interviews with Derek Holland from high school, multiple of those. I have an interview with Jane Slater that I remember was awful, and she told me she remembers that, and she tries to be nice, and she's like, no, it was great. You did a great job. No, it was terrible. I remember that.
She remembers it because of how bad it was.
Exactly, and she's just being nice. There's a couple, I think there was one with Jeff Bannister at one point that was just god-awful. Pretty much any interview I ever did in high school was just bad.
Yeah.
But there were some high spots. Like my play-by-play work in high school was surprisingly good for my inexperience. Even got complimented by the great Eric Nadel during a broadcast, so I had to save that entire game just as like a, hey, somebody very good at their job said I'm pretty good at this stuff. I'm going to remember this. So there's some good stuff there that I wish I had, but mainly I just want the awful radio shows that I did when I was in high school, but they're gone forever.
Yeah. No, I still think about that as like, you might think it's at a certain level of quality, and then you go back and you're like, oof. So it took twice for this to happen at the newspaper. I started saving every single story I ever wrote the second I wrote my name as the byline, and I was like,
Smart.
Save, because then,
I remember one of them. Yeah, dude, it just was gone.
And it sucks.
Oh, yeah.
It sucks.
That's the worst day right there. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That means it's your turn?
Every single song I ever downloaded on Napster and LimeWire.
Yeah.
Now I know I have Spotify and I can like access, whatever 3 billion songs they have.
Sure.
But those were curated to me, and there were some like demo versions that don't exist in the world that I downloaded, like some Jimmy World stuff that was very early before they don't even have those things released that I really like. Some Bob Schneider stuff that I really like. So yeah, there's all of those songs, and again, yeah, they were all illegally downloaded probably, but they're on a hard drive. I have saved the hard drive. I still have the hard drive. So I know I can get to them. It's just the process of building a computer to actually like connect it all and do that. Do I really want to go through that effort?
So your take on this is it's not lost. It's technically lost because the effort I would have to put in to recover them is just too much.
Yeah.
I kind of respect that.
I think that's the answer for a lot of them.
Yeah.
Is that any different than my story?
Sure.
I could have rewritten the story, but I was like, ooh, that's
I respect
a lot.
it.
Yeah.
I respect it, honestly, because there's a lot of stuff, maybe like old phones that have proprietary cables that, like the old iPhone.
Yeah.
It had that specific charger, not the Lightning, but the one before that,
Yes.
the super wide charger. They don't make those anymore. I'm not going to go find one on eBay to go read my old text messages or anything or find old pictures. I'm not doing that.
How much time do you spend trying to find that way back to the original stuff instead of restarting? Because I realize I probably spent so much time looking for those old stories where I'm like, I probably could have been like halfway through rewriting it by now. But instead, you're just like, what about this? What about this?
I've even done that when planning shows here, where like I'm on the go and I take stuff down on my notes app, and somehow in the process of like putting the phone back in my pocket, I accidentally wipe it out because I didn't lock my screen in time. So like a finger ends up hitting the delete button or something, and my entire show sheet is gone. I'm like, well, all my ideas are done. I'm going to start over.
Dude, one day Sean asked me what's coming up on the show, and as I pulled up my run sheet, it was blank. And I was like, what? And I built everything. I was ready for it, and the run sheet was just gone. And I was like, Well, we're going to have to figure out the show on the fly today. So we know we got Are You Better coming up at whatever time it was, but that's about it. And that is a terrifying moment in radio.
I think that happened to Reggie and I one time when I was hosting the Get Right with him. Dawson asked what's coming up on the show, and Reggie had this beautiful Google Doc that was so organized. It had different tabs for the different kinds of topics. Here's lifestyle, here's football, whatever. And it would just all be there so we could get there. If we had extra time, we could grab something else. It was beautiful. And sometimes he would work on it offline, or I would work on it offline when I wasn't connected to the internet. So none of it saved. So you pull it up in the show sheet, it's got 2 segments on it, and we're like, oh, that's cool. Didn't realize that. Did not realize that. So for World Backup Day, what is something that is lost digitally that you wish you could have back? 877-881-1053.
There's a lot of really interesting answers, from a photo somebody took with Paul Newman to a pocket watch from the 1800s. Man, those are brutal because you really can't get those back.
Yeah, from the 561, there's a lot of similarities with me here. Their mom passed in 2011. Dad kept her phone on for over a year so we could call and hear the voicemail message. I never realized that, one, I wasn't predicting losing her, but two, whenever you get voicemails, what do? You listen and you delete them.
Yeah.
And now I have none of those. And I think it was Zach Rowe who asked me the week after. He was like, you have those, right? And I'm like, nope. I have nothing. I have some birthday cards, some handwriting. I have nothing digital.
Dang.
I have some pictures and stuff, but a lot of them are physical copies of the pictures, because our family growing up, they were huge on decorating the walls with all kinds of family portraits and stuff. So I just deleted the pictures off my phone. I need to get those rescanned and get them on my phone, because I always post the same pictures whenever birthdays roll around and stuff. Anytime my dad's birthday comes up here in March, I post the same picture of him and I from my college graduation, because it's the only thing I have on my phone. Do I have thousands of memes and sports content that are absolutely useless in my daily life?
Duplicates of them.
Yes, screenshots of stuff that I already have. I'm like, oh, that's funny, but I've saved it 3 times already.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. I probably have something north of 25,000 pictures on my phone that I just need to sit down and go through. Even during the breaks today, whenever I'm not busy, I've been trying to reorganize my apps and actually put them into the folders, because I have 8 pages of apps on my phone. I'm like, this is getting out of hand. I have folders made. I just need to put them in there, because I never know where anything is.
From the 469, I had 2 really good scenes as a Klingon in Star Trek Enterprise.
What?
But the scene where I had about 95% of my dialogue ended up on the cutting room floor, so I never saw it and never got a chance to keep it.
That's sad.
That's not a bit, right? That's not something from
that sounds real.
some movie.
The detail they went in about their scenes being cut and why that's extra heartbreaking. That sucks.
That's awesome, though, that you got to try.
Some lost footage that I wish I still had, again, just to laugh at how bad I am. In 3rd grade, we did a play. It was Narnia, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and I was Edmund.
Oh.
So I kind of just want to review that tape to see if I ever had a future in theater in Hollywood. Probably not, because I was even scared to eat the Turkish Delight candy.
Oh, yeah.
But it was actually amazing. It's still really good.
We don't have a digital version of our first show, because our producer did not pull it for us. He pulled the second show, which, why are you rolling your eyes like that,
No,
Kevin?
I'm like, hey, good job. He didn't, after the first one, he's like, who the hell are these guys? They're not going to make it. Then he heard the show. I was like, all right, maybe.
But whenever I was cleaning out my grandmother's house, listening to Corey Tattoo, I found a tape that she recorded of that day.
Wow.
So, and I just have never converted it from tape to a digital. We could go back and listen to the worst segment ever.
The intro segment that lasted 3 minutes, and we both thought for some reason our lives were so interesting that was going to take the whole segment.
But then we started just chatting, and we've done that ever since.
By the way, I just want to let everybody know I see all of their texts about the dirty movies that they've lost.
Yeah, I wasn't going to read those.
There's a lot of those,
but
man.
What I will read really quick, guys, some habits are just so hard to break, even when you win $167.3 million in the Powerball. A man from Kentucky, according to LEX 18 News, James Farthing, 51 years old, has been charged with burglary. after winning almost $200 million in the Powerball. But this is his third time being arrested for said crime. He was found on security footage and accused of stealing about $12,000 in cash and other items from a local area home. So
the only thing I would have thought is if he was trying to steal the lottery ticket back.
Yes.
Like somebody stole it, but that's stupid.
That would, not right, but it would at least make some sense.
Yeah.
This is his third time being convicted of a felony after winning the Powerball for stealing.
What kind of luck is that, dude?
That's tough
Good
luck.
and bad luck at the same time.
It's tough luck.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, the wild card prospects that could shake up the NFL draft. Next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC.
Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
A little cloudy now. Diego Pavia letting one fly. Busted coverage. This is going to be a touchdown for Eli Stowers. 67 yards.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
Ooh, that was a really good dip. So I was reading an article, and obviously Eli Stowers is part of it, but the thought behind it from Bucky Brooks was wild cards in the NFL draft, partially because...
Like Mike Bassix?
Yes, because there seems to be such a gap of thought about how good or not good they are. Personally, I love Mike, but I know there were a few who did not.
What? I know this is gridiron gravy.
Yeah, I know.
Alec was one of them. Last night, I was thinking to myself as I was watching the game, I was like, this is fun to watch a game with Mike. That's kind of how it felt.
I am famous.
But that's kind of how
tell you that today.
That's kind of how it felt. Was like I was watching because he's talking, and that's how he would be if I was sitting in a game with him.
Yeah,
that's exactly what it would be like. Because he'd be like, you got to think about this and this and this, and that's what it feels like. And I'm very happy for him.
He's ridiculously good at that.
Doing what he's doing because we grew up with Steve Busby and Jim Sundberg and so many good ones.
Yeah.
And Mike is now taking his place in that category. He's very good.
I agree with all of that. So there's a variety of names to go through if y'all want to focus in on anybody, but like Eli Stowers is on the list. Harold Perkins Jr. is on the list.
We went through Harold Perkins, I believe, a few weeks back.
Yeah, we did.
When we loved like the burst, the pop. Still trying to figure out why he brought us so mad all the time.
Well, and that's part of the thing. And then Ty Simpson is on the list as well. So, are there any players on that list y'all want to talk about, or is there anybody that you want to add potentially?
I did.
Keldrick Falk.
I got a question, Alec, and I don't know if you've watched him yet.
Oh no.
Have you watched Chris Brazzell? The wide receiver out of Tennessee.
A little bit, yes.
Second, third round kind of guy. 6'4". Has this wiggle and separation that I really like. And I look at his body and I'm like, is that kind of George Pickens?
Okay.
And my brain starts thinking this way of like,
he is a big play guy.
He's a deep threat kind of guy. On some slant patterns, he can really do some work, but he also has some concentration drops that I'm like, all right. Like, I get it. But there's these moments that I watch him and I'm like, could that be why the Cowboys are like $28 million for the tag works for us right now? And if you don't want to sign it, we're willing to find a guy in the second or third round as a wide receiver for us.
Yeah, I know. Well, because like one of the things that Brooks mentioned is with the veer and shoot offense at Tennessee, it's really hard to say going into the draft, oh yeah, he'll be really good at these inside routes or these more kind of mid-range routes. You can project, but you don't really have a bunch of good film to back that up.
Yeah, Heupel's offense does set it up very well for him. And also, again, at 6'4", 6'5", whatever he is currently listed at, you watch a lot of times corners feel like they have to play off of him.
Yes.
Because they have to give him that kind of space so that they can work around his height.
That's what scares me is he didn't see press really much at all, especially when they knew it was like shorter yardage situations where he's probably not moving downfield.
Why would you?
Exactly. So he didn't see that a lot. But then you just go and watch the game against Georgia this past year, and you're like, this dude can be anything he decides he wants to be. He had almost 200 receiving yards, I think, and 3 touchdowns, I want to say. He went off against good competition. So he's got the negatives of just not seeing certain things, but then when he did see those things, he did pretty well. I don't know what to think.
What about Chris Johnson, the cornerback from San Diego State? This is a classic what you see versus what got timed. So he does not look fast on film.
No.
But then he clocked a 4.40. And so, look, this feels like one of the big questions of scouting. Like, how do you merge the combination of what I saw on tape, what I saw in person, versus what the stopwatch says or what the weight room says?
You put them together, and you take you take the information. This is what I yesterday. I got really mad. I was listening to something on when Chiafalo and Chop were doing the show yesterday, and I got really mad. And I didn't say it to you, Kevin, because you were still sulking about the loss to Duke, and I didn't really want to upset you. But I talked to JT from Jack FM, and I was like, we say trust the tape, but then the combine happens, and we stop trusting the tape. So do we go back to trusting the tape at some point? And it does. You got to merge those things together.
Because it feels like everyone's like, wow, Sonny Styles is good. And you're like, yeah.
Yes.
Did you see him play football?
We said that already. Chris Johnson's a baller. And the first person that said this was Wolchuk. That was the first person I saw. Wolchuk's been out at the forefront of a lot of these dudes this year. I'm really happy with the work that he's done. Except for J-Rod. He's got some stuff to work on there. But this dude can absolutely play. So I don't care what any clock says or whatever. Like, I'm watching him, and I know he's fast. And I know the game does look a little slower on some of the grass that he was playing on.
Yeah.
But whenever I watch how he processes the game and how he sees everything, how he is not afraid to put his shoulder into a running back or wide receiver's hip and knock the ball loose and make something happen, how I know that this dude, the ball just finds him. He is that kind of player, and that's a dude right there. Go watch the tape and then just go, and he's probably faster than that.
Yeah, and he's been creeping up on some people's mock drafts and charts and everything.
He should be an early to mid-second round guy. If he gets into the first round, people are going to be happy with that too. They might be like, hold on, what? Because out of San Diego State, you got some questions there, but the dude can absolutely play.
And then Ty Simpson, I know obviously we've talked a lot about him, but I've seen not more and more people. I've seen a handful of people who feel like they're usually in the loop saying he has classic quarterback fall written all over him. Not necessarily his career, but his placement in the draft. Now, saying it would be like a Shador situation, that is too extreme. But I've heard from a couple of people who are like, no, yeah, he's got fall out of the first round written on him.
Yeah, the quarterback bunch right now is not my favorite the last couple of years now, but it does feel more like Arizona is a place. And could you pull that Arizona trade off and maybe work something with them as the Cowboys? I see what you're saying there. Can I give you two other players that I was interested in? Eli Stowers was very fun to watch. A little not as physical as I want him to be when it comes to the blocking game.
Yeah.
But he is a fantastic receiver. He reminds me of Ferguson a little bit in some of the routes that he runs, but now Ferguson's turned into a 4 yards and turnaround guy. I don't know why. But he can run some really good routes inside the seam, in that seam area, in the middle of the field. He can be a powerhouse for you.
And his vertical is unbelievable. So people are like, that could be an unstoppable red zone weapon. But the other thing that you said, can he block? And it doesn't feel like he plays strong.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like, whatever your weight, whatever you look like in the weight room, that's great.
He looks amazing.
He's getting shed, or he's getting pushed off of the block again and again. And so that's another one that has people kind of all over the place.
And that's why all of his highlights are definitely of him catching the ball.
Yeah.
You don't get a lot of highlights of him blocking because there aren't many of them. I also had this, Kevin. Watch Kyle Lewis.
Okay.
If you get a chance, watch Kyle Lewis out of Pitt. Don't know exactly what this dude is. He's 5'11", undersized weight-wise, but played middle linebacker for Pitt, but also could be that safety star guy. He can do all those things in the middle of the field. He's quick, he's strong, he hits with power, he is a good blitzer. He does the John Cena after he sacks people because you can't see him.
No, I understood.
And so, there's one sack that I really love where the quarterback had him coming. He was right at him. He was right underneath him. and he sacked him. He stood up. He was like, "You didn't even see me. This dude did not even see me." He's one of those guys that, like, could you say convert from linebacker to star rather than safety to star?
And if you're looking for those splash plays, he's got them.
Yes.
In the last 2 years, 24 tackles for loss, 6 interceptions, and 10 sacks as theoretically a safety.
But is he Dexter Coakley?
Yeah.
You know, or Sam Mills, like those guys were exceptional, but they were a little undersized, and they've just found the right defenses to play in.
A couple other quick things for you. The Cardinals and Dolphins are going to meet with both Carson Beck and Ty Simpson. Netflix is looking to add 2 more games to their slate, including a Thanksgiving Eve game, which we've talked about before. And then I just think this sucks by the NFL. They're trying to introduce something this week that would not count Friday games as short week games. So you're allowed to give teams 2 short week games per year. So the NFL, which, you know, they're doing the Black Friday game, Christmas falls on a Friday this year, which means you'll have 2 on Christmas, maybe 3. And so they're going to argue that because Christmas falls on a Friday this year, and they're trying to obviously continue to take over Christmas, that Friday should not count as a short week so they can kind of F over, if we're being honest, more teams. How is Friday
schedule
not
that
a short
team on a Thursday and let them play, have that extra time? You can't schedule them on a Sunday.
But that's the thing. So if you have 3 Friday games, you can get 2 of those teams.
Dude, look at, like I said, dude, they will always try to squeeze everything they can out of you. Fight back, resist.
They won't.
They won't.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, this is going to be a weird segment. It's the Mavs and Stars kind of super segment. And are the excuses these athletes made kind of relatable? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on. 105.3 The Fan.
KC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And we're going to go in a couple of different directions here. We're going to talk about Anthony Edwards and Tiger Woods, hopefully through a different lens. But also, that's why instead of being a regular super segment, it's a Mavs and Stars kind of super segment. And let's start with that. Go ahead and give me a Mavs highlight. Oh, wait, that probably doesn't exist. Give me cut number 5 from Mavs Timberwolves last night, where they got absolutely wrecked.
Dante, a wing 3, yes. 5th of the night for Dante. He's locked and loaded, man.
Minnesota wins by 30. This game was over after the first quarter. Now, they continued to play the game per the rules of the NBA, but this game was over. Cooper Flagg had an atrocious night shooting. Daniel Gafford was able to score plenty of points, but it was a disaster game. Pretty much after the first 12 minutes, it was over.
How do you think that Cooper Flagg had such a tough time because of the Duke loss on Sunday?
I do, because he was like, hey, that's the same thing that happened to me last year, except one round further. But yeah, I was
He got his shot blocked at midcourt?
No, well, not exactly the same, but I was just looking at it. Duke, I think they said, is like 75-4 in the last 2 years. Maybe 4 is too low under a certain stretch, but their last 4 losses, they had win probabilities all of 95% or higher. And they lost all of them. So, yeah, maybe he was sad about that. But we start with that game, and we go to Anthony Edwards. And then I'll tell you some positive Cooper Flagg stuff, too. Anthony Edwards missed the tip-off. And
how important is the tip-off anyway?
Well, in this game, it wasn't important because, like I said, the game was over in the first quarter. He missed the first 2 minutes and 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
The coach said, nature calls. And Anthony Edwards responded, Mike had my back. And talking about Mike Conley going in there. And I like that. But my question to start off, have you ever missed something or been late to something because of the bathroom? I don't need specifics on that because I realize it's people's lunchtime. I just want to know because that feels relatable.
I've been sick and had to miss work. Does that count?
No,
okay, so just like an emergency, I gotta go.
Yes,
I gotta use it kind of situation.
I always thought I would eventually get pulled over someday by the cops, and I'd be like, I cannot express to you how much I have to use the restroom.
Let it go.
Yeah, and
be like, see, this is what I was dealing with.
I always wonder if the cop would be like, all right, right here. Or if he'd be like, that's not a real excuse. Or if they would be like, that's understandable. We've all been there.
If you're a cop, text into the show. I know you should be obviously doing your job, but
what if they're off?
If you're off duty right now, off duty, get it? Then text in so Kevin can understand how cops think.
Yeah, and can the cops see the look in your face and you're like, oh yeah, that's a panic restroom situation right there.
It almost happened to me one time. Oh, yeah. I was going down Lake Ridge and Grand Prairie. I was going probably 70. I was going way too fast. And a cop got up next to me, and he honked at me, and he gave me the hand motion, slow down a little bit. And I just kind of nodded my head, yeah. But, man, I was sick the day before. I had, food poisoning or something. And I was like, he does not realize this is a life or death situation. I'm not speeding for fun. I'm speeding for the safety of my car.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you make it?
I did. Barely.
That's always the case. You never make it with plenty of time. You're like, I had 8 minutes to spare.
I had. That's what that I got to use it thing right there.
Yeah.
One day I got home from school and I was kind of sitting there. My best friend Darnell from down the street. He would walk home because he was in middle school at the time. And one day he was sprinting down the street, and I was like, Darnell, what's up, dude? He was like, I gotta use it, and he only lived 2 more houses down. I don't know if he made it. I really don't. He says he did, but
okay. I was like, did you never talk to this person?
He said
again?
He did. I just think there's a chance that he didn't.
I have straight up canceled meetings because of this from the 214. I was walking to a restaurant from the 940 to meet my future father-in-law to ask for his blessing, and I had to be 10 minutes late because of that. See, I feel like, and maybe I'm
That's
wrong.
nerves.
Maybe this
That's
is
nerves.
sexist. I feel like it's better that you were meeting with just the dad instead of the dad and the mom.
Why?
Because would you not want to say that to the mom? And is that a sexist point of view? I don't know. These are questions I
feel
need
more
answered.
comfortable talking about that with a woman.
You said you feel more?
Yeah.
What? Really?
Yeah, especially a mom.
Oh.
She understands that kids go.
Yeah, she gave birth.
What's human fecal matter?
Yeah, exactly.
That's-
Think about
That's something
this
they
for a
don't tell
second.
you about when that baby gets born.
How many diapers did you change versus how many diapers Jess has changed? Do you think Jess has changed more diapers?
That is true. I will argue in my defense. For a couple of years, she did not have a job. And so she stayed. No.
Wow.
Why is that? Because she wanted
She
to.
wasn't carrying her weight around the house.
No,
so I
said
you clean these diapers.
That is not what I'm saying.
You better get some reusable cloth ones.
No, she stayed at home with Noah to care for him. So obviously she changed more diapers.
She cooked.
Women, right?
Oh, damn it, Mike. I don't need Mike from the past agreeing with me on this. I probably don't need PJ either.
No, I'm just that's I've always thought this.
Definitely.
Adrian is so much better when it comes to the upchuck and the dirty diapers. Like she's just better at that stuff. I immediately am like, ooh. So
from the 214 Dallas PD here, I would escort you. And I believe that there are some cops that would do that. And then I believe there's other cops who I'm sure have heard every variation of every excuse ever given, and they're like, save it.
Yeah. How do you decide? That's what happened to my friend, though. My friend was in Dallas. It was over near PV Road. He got pulled over, and he just told the guy, I have to go really bad. The guy said, where do you live? And he said, literally around the corner. And the cop said, I will follow you to your door.
Yes.
And he did follow him to his door, and he let him go.
And then from the from the 214, I wasn't late per se, but my wife was in labor and we were waiting for the doctor to come in. And yeah, I could see how she would not be super pumped about that. He's like, no, I really had to. And she's like, were you in pain? Oh, I'm so sorry. Like, I could see how that might not go.
The 972 other Dallas PD here. I'd arrest your ass.
See,
State Trooper Tolo. It's a matter of discretion. Are you driving dangerously trying to get to your bathroom? Pregnant women do get a pass.
Yeah, I would assume that pregnant women would get a pass because you're like, oh, yeah, probably.
Seems unfair.
Okay, well, sexist.
Oh, you're carrying child? Is that what you're saying, Kevin?
I
can't carry child.
You can. Pregnant person.
I don't know.
That. Okay.
I don't know if that works.
You want positive information for Cooper Flagg. Going back to that Portland game on Friday.
Yes.
He had 20 points in the first half in 19 minutes. He's already had 11 20-point halves this year. That's more than the rest of the rookie class combined.
Okay.
So just that. And
Seems
then,
positive.
Yes, it is. And then Cooper Flagg, he's the sixth teenager in NBA history to record 30-plus games with 20 or more points in a single season.
Dang.
Tell me what you think about this list.
Okay.
LeBron, Melo, KD, Anthony Edwards, Luka, and now Cooper Flagg.
You lost me with the Luka thing.
That is an insanely talented list.
Do all those guys have champion? Melo doesn't have one. Yeah.
And
he was probably
Ant
the greatest
doesn't.
college basketball
And
player we've
Luka
ever seen,
doesn't.
though.
There's only two on that list that do have titles, right?
So, sorry, Cooper.
Well,
That's what you're saying?
He'll make it 3-3.
Okay, there you go. I like that.
All right. Now, the next part of this, I want to know if just this part of it is relatable. We're going to talk about Tiger Woods, and hopefully it doesn't get uncomfortable for everybody. Tiger Woods, and just for the record, I don't particularly believe him, especially because he had 2 hydrocodone pills that were loose in his pocket when he says he was looking at his phone and blamed changing the radio station for the crash. Now, my question to go along with this, not so much about his guilt or innocence.
He was looking for his phone?
No, he was looking at his phone.
Well, that's your first problem, bro.
Agreed. But I think we would all agree on that. Looking at your phone can get you in a lot of trouble. What I wanted to know is about the radio part. Have you ever found yourself almost in a negative situation because you were doing something with the radio, or if you were listening to us on the Odyssey app, or whatever the case might be? Bonus, why is it that turning down the volume to the radio makes everything so much clearer? Because so it true. Does, right?
So true.
When you're,
even the navigator are like, lost. Shut up, navigator.
You're lost, and you're just like, I need to know what street. I need to see the street, so I'm going to turn the radio down.
Yes.
It's just, Kevin, I think that's just changing the static in your brain.
Okay.
Sometimes whenever there's a lot going on, you just need to calm the static down so you can do another thing. So I think that's part of it. The Tiger part and the radio thing, he has a nice enough vehicle that everything should be on the steering wheel. Or he can just tell Siri or whatever to do it for him. Hey, change the radio station. It's all he has to do. Hell, I can do that on mine. I don't even have as nice a vehicle as I'm sure he does. I just have a vehicle. All right, Alec, that's what I have. Well, me like that.
It's beautiful, though.
It is. But, like, I can change everything. Kevin, the first thing we did when we got to Arizona after we found your phone, which took a long time.
It was trapped in a secret compartment.
But the first thing we did was make sure that our phone was connected so that we could have our route all figured out and that we could do whatever we needed to do. So I don't think that either one of those, and if that's the case, you were looking at your phone and changing the radio station, I don't think that you were sober.
Yeah.
I don't think that, because most people that are in that state, in a sober state, aren't trying to do multiple things to distract themselves like that.
Yeah.
And then flipping their car. That means you were going at a high speed.
That's a good point. And then I saw multiple people say that's why it's turn it on, leave it on. So you don't ever risk having to change the radio.
Very smart. You don't want to risk that, Alec.
What?
I feel like that, but I just always feel like that's a universal thing, is even if it's the navigator that you're listening to, you're like, I can look at the map, I need to turn the volume down, and that will help me focus. Or you'll tell other people in the car to be quiet.
Oh, you don't have the map lady turned off?
I do now.
Okay.
I used to not.
Yeah.
But then the way she described things, I thought was insane. Like, if you ever get up to 35, whoever designed that part where you can either break into downtown or go off in the other direction is a psycho, because they'll be like, stay in the second from the left lane to turn right and merge into the center. And I'm like, what? The hell does that mean? And so if you're new to the city or you don't totally know where you're going, that little loop will screw you over time and again, because they're like, hey, what if we put 3 exits all together? And one of them will look like it's going to the place you think you need to go, but it's going to break off in the other direction, and you're going to be like, son of a gun.
You know, the best part, though, is your Siri or whatever, what kind of accent does she have?
Oh, I have it to the factory basic, because I have it turned off. I have it turned off. I don't listen.
Mine's the Australian woman.
Yeah.
Why?
She says the motorway.
Sounds hot.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Corey.
She says motorway?
Yeah.
I don't like that.
How do you know what that even means?
Exit the motorway.
I do not have any tables in my car.
Okay.
That's a letdown. That's an upset.
All the tables belong in Plano.
That's right.
Oh, no.
I'll give you one tomorrow.
From the 713, I hope your sister got better at driving. My sister took out the sidewall backing of our garage in high school twice, messing with the radio in her Jeep. Man, you'd really think that first time would be your come to Jesus moment, right?
Nope. My buddy got in a wreck at a Jack in the Box drive-through because he was kissing a girl. They were making out, and he took his foot off the brake. Yeah, put it in park, dude. You know how ladies be, right?
I don't. I feel like we're dangerously close.
How women are.
No, PJ, we've gone too far
Thank you,
in
PJ
this
Washington.
segment. By the way, no thanks to you, PJ Washington. 2 more notes. The Vikings did, in fact, pick up the 5th-year option on Jordan Addison. And speaking of Tiger Woods, him and then Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Serena Williams, it's an all-star cast, are all going to be part of the partnership with the NFL-based Flag Football League. That's probably something I'm sure we'll talk more in depth about as it starts to come together more. But that was one of the reasons they had the flag football event to gear up for the Olympics. But also that seems to be the next the thing that led into the launch of the NFL Flag Football League. We're the K&C masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do a little NFL draft overreaction or reality? Plus, we will give away a 4-pack of tickets to go see Rangers Mariners as part of a jam-packed expressway next on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep
On-time experts.
On 3rd down and 6 on the fringe of field goal range. Flag down. Reed taken down. Reuben Bain again.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to do some NFL draft overreaction or reality. Also in this segment, we'll give away a 4-pack of tickets to go see Rangers Mariners on Monday. Quick, another couple of NFL notes for you. The Seattle Seahawks will be the Hard Knocks team for training camp this year. And then, in an interesting move that I don't remember them doing before, they've announced next year's Hard Knocks team will be the New England Patriots.
Oh, really?
So
you get to see all the behind-the-scenes cheating stuff, huh?
Oh, yeah. But the Super Bowl teams, so Seattle Seahawks this summer for training camp, the New England Patriots next summer for training camp. Maybe that is HBO saying they think the Patriots are going to win the Super Bowl.
Look at you.
Maybe?
Is Drake May good enough?
I don't know.
Throws a good ball.
He does, but I'm undecided.
That offense was very meh.
Undecided. All right, NFL draft overreaction or reality. I feel pretty strongly about this one. The NFL draft should start an hour earlier. It begins at 7 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Eastern on a Thursday. 2 years ago, took 3 hours and 35 minutes. Last year, took about 4 hours, which means on the East Coast, it's ending at midnight on a Thursday. So overreaction or reality, the NFL draft should start an hour earlier.
And end an hour earlier.
That would be the hope.
Yeah. No, I mean even earlier. Like, let's go quicker.
I also think 10 minutes is
Didn't they
long.
reduce? Yeah, didn't they reduce the
From
times?
15 to 10.
It should be 7.
They did again this year. In the first round, you have 8 minutes.
Yeah. And I think if you have the first pick, you should get 30 seconds.
We know exactly who it is. You're not fielding any calls at this point.
Right.
Yeah, no, so 8 minutes and round 2 and 3. What's round 2 and 3 looking like now?
Goes down by a minute for those two, so 7 and 6.
Okay, and then the next day, is it like 35 seconds?
It should be.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't believe that is the case.
Like for content purposes, it's really good. You know, like it fills time. Those advertisers, like you want to sell the advertising out of it, you know.
Sure.
But I've always thought it was 15 minutes was way too long. 10, now 8. That's nice. That's a really nice number. But if you are trying to work a deal, like if you're the Cowboys at 12 and you're like, hey, let's try and swing a deal. We need to talk to 3 different teams. You have to have 3 people on the phone.
Yeah.
And they all have to be on the exact same page about how they're going to pull this deal off. So I understand that, but that is it's a long event. And there are sometimes, Kevin, when you get to about pick 20 at that Pluckers party where everybody's like, What's the next thing?
Yeah,
what's the next item?
It's an event, yes. Oh my God.
What are we gonna win next?
It's an event that's longer than the game. And I think that's a
as
little
you said,
odd.
The single most important non-sporting event.
Sporting event. Yes, absolutely. All right, NFL overreaction or reality. The Cowboys will select an All-Pro in the first round. Now, hear me out. From 2018 to 2022, the Cowboys made 4 first-round picks, and all 4 of them were named All-Pro at least once. Now, I realize on other sides there are not only bad draft picks, but catastrophic draft picks. But from 2018 to 2022, the Cowboys made 4 first-round picks, and all 4 of them were first team or made the All-Pro. Obviously, Mozzie Smith will not.
I am told that the Cowboys' additional 30 visit Kevin from Ohio State, Caleb Downs, and Arvell Reese.
Huh. The Reese one is interesting.
I'm not told about Sonny Styles. Did we already talk with him yet? Anyway, long story there. Reality, if they have one at 12.
Okay.
I think that the names we've been discussing now, we may get to draft day and they're like, Caleb Downs, number 2. And we're like, what? And everybody's laughing at us. You guys thought Caleb Downs, and I'd be like, Dan, I told you no. I said, forget about it. And then Daniel Jeremiah came in here and tried to drop that on us, and everybody was like, well, it's still a chance. And now my heart's like, hold on, what do I do? This is Daniel Jeremiah. He's like my draft god here. What am I supposed to do here? So I think they will, though, Kevin.
Okay. Alec, overreaction or reality? The Cowboys will select an all-pro in the first round.
Reality, because Caleb Downs is going to be there at 12. I've talked myself into it. Daniel Jeremiah gave me all the hope that I needed. I think somebody's going to be there, and I've even seen people throwing around the idea nationally that if one of those guys like Ruben Bain or Caleb Downs is available at like 9, moving up, which if the price is okay, I would do it, but that feels like a Jerry thing, if we're being honest. He's talked about this defense so much this offseason, where if he sees it's just a few spots, it's not going to cost as much as you'd think, go ahead and do it. Go and do it so we get our guy and we say we fixed the defense because we got a future All-Pro and maybe even a gold jacket wearer one day.
Oh, man. You know what? I might have a bonus question. I'm going to hold on to that for this moment. Overreaction or reality? We've talked about this once before, but now that it looks more and more at least possible, I wanted to bring it back up.
Is it possible?
You are concerned about Ruben Bain's short arms.
No.
He described himself like Mike Tyson, which I really liked.
Short career.
Yeah, no,
abusive relationship situation.
No, not the Jeez Louise. What are you, me? He said he wasn't the tallest guy. He wasn't the longest limbed guy. Talking about Mike Tyson.
Get up in you,
That is true.
I've heard him say before, I want to crawl inside of you and build a nest.
Yes.
That's from Chipmunks, the Squeakquel. Which chipmunk do you think said that?
Simon.
It was Simon. The one you would least expect. I'm not concerned about it because I watched the film, trusted the tape. I was told to trust the tape.
Yes.
And what I watch and what I see of him is a relentless competitor. That's what all I'm asking out of a dude. Because can you imagine getting a Tristan Hill and within 8 weeks your coach says, I'm sorry, I screwed up whenever I said we needed to draft this guy.
Yeah.
Like this is you watch a guy and you can tell how much it matters to him and what he's capable of. So everybody can talk about his arms. I don't care. Until that one time when he misses a tackle because his arm's an inch too short, I'll be like, dadgum, I was wrong about that one.
Alec, NFL draft overreaction or reality? You are concerned about Ruben Bain's short arms.
Massive overreaction. I do not care. All the tape that I watch says this is one of the best edge rushers in this class, one of the most disruptive players, and one thing that it feels like this has been an area of importance for a lot of people here recently is the idea of playing well against good competition. He did that.
Yes.
And he did that very often.
Unfortunately, that's true.
Yes. So he can, I played
Remember that game against A&M?
Yes, yeah. I clearly do.
He was so good in that game against A&M.
Corey, I could play the highlight again. That was him sacking Marcel Reed.
If we could.
So,
interestingly, haven't you done enough so far this week? Interestingly enough. Yeah, thanks. Ruben Bain and Cassius Howe would have the shortest arms for edge rushers drafted in the first round since at least 1999. Before 1999, nobody knows how long people's arms were.
What?
How'd they even find all pros back then if they didn't know how long their arms were?
That's a great question.
I do understand the idea of you're basically trying to shrink the field by inches. You're saying this dude's arms, wingspan, all those things. You're trying to give the running lanes a little smaller because that arm can shoot out. But a player like that creates the space with his body.
Overreaction or reality? Within 20% of the actual number, you could guess how much NFL teams have spent on free agency so far this year.
I think that's an overreaction. I don't know that I'm that good at guessing. I think you're good at this stuff, but I don't know that I'm that good at guessing.
Okay, we'll come back to you. Alec, within 20%, you could say how much teams have spent on free agency thus far.
Absolutely not. Overreaction. I got proven wrong in my ability to guess last week, with the Rangers stuff.
Both of you give me your numbers then. Since you've already said overreaction, I would love to hear it.
$20 billion.
Okay.
Is that too much?
It is.
All right.
Alec, that's probably an unfair hint for Alec.
20 billion's too much, Alec.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that leaves a lot of
notice how
numbers.
quickly I responded to that. So.
Yes. You know what? Give me... Jeez. Give me $4 billion.
Oh, $4.14
go!
billion. But he said overreaction, so I don't give him credit.
Oh,
for that.
come on. Give me a Mickey Mouse ring.
If you would have said reality.
Bubble ring.
Overreaction or reality? Carnell Tate is the clear number one wide receiver in this draft.
I'm going to go to the wide receiver expert and Alec Medford on this.
Tyson, Lemon, there's a lot of
there's
options.
a handful of dudes that I really like. I know Carnell Tate's very good.
But the question or the statement is overreaction or reality. Carnell Tate is the clear number one wide receiver in this draft.
I defer, Alec.
Ooh, that's tough. I went through a Mekhi Lemon phase, especially after Wolchuk told us, like, hey, he's a guy you should probably watch. And the tape was incredible, and then he was acting weird at the combine. I was like, I kind of don't want him on my team. He's weird. Reality. I think it's a reality. At this point, I reserve the right to change my mind because I have nothing better to do with these prospects than think right now because there's no more combine. There's barely any pro days. I think he is. He's a full package. He's got the speed in big moments. He's got separation ability. He's got sure hands. I don't have many questions about him, whereas with some of these other top prospects in the class, I have questions. You know, even some of the wild card names that I was looking at over through the process that we were talking about in the last segment is there's some that it's like, okay, he's got the vertical threat, but does he have the ability to get off a press, X, Y, and Z? I don't have many questions about Carnell Tate.
Kevin, thanks to Alec, I have some new information.
Oh.
Not about Carnell Tate, though.
Okay.
Jermon McCoy.
Not your guy.
Just ran a 4.38, a 38-inch vertical, and a 10.7 broad jump at his school's pro day.
Okay, that is perfect for our next set of statements.
This is very good.
Well, now you have to decide.
I can't wait till the videos start popping up on the internet so we can watch it. But holy cow, if I'm going to trust the tape from 2 years ago,
yeah.
And then also combine these combine numbers.
But that's the thing, because if you just trusted the tape from 2 years ago, he'd be what, top 6?
Yes.
Something like that. All right. So you're going to have two scenarios thrown at you. First, NFL draft overreaction or reality. The Cowboys drafting the duo of Jermon McCoy and Emmanuel McNeil Warren in the first round works just fine for you, especially with this newly gained information.
I still think I have so much. Man, he looks good running this 40 too. I have so much invested in the mindset that you still need dudes up front, but I know that there's depth at the middle linebacker position. I don't need C.J. Allen. I want C.J. Allen.
Right.
I would like Anthony Hill. Like, that would be really nice if I wanted to throw him into the mix and conversation. Jacob Rodriguez, I've been adamant you can get that a little lower. You can get some top-flight secondary options. And when I say secondary, I'm talking about defensive backs to go along with this thing and really give Christian Parker some knives to work with. So I would be okay with that. I want to see more of this, Kevin, because I'm just watching a dude run a 40 right now, and Jermon McCoy, his tape told me everything I wanted to see. But then having a year off of football, what were you? And right now, it looks like athlete is what he is. So we're going to go look at some more stuff as we get some more information, Kevin.
Alec, Jermon McCoy and Emmanuel McNeil Warren in the first round works for you. We feel like we'd all be pretty stoked about that secondary now with Thompson thrown in there too.
Dude, and McNeil Warren hit so hard.
Yeah. I'll go reality now with this new information. I mean, I watched the 40 probably 6 times on the loop because I was like, oh, that boy is flying.
He is.
He looks good. I will say that. Do I know that means he's 100% ready? No. It's just he looks good in that video, that one video that I have of him running a 40.
What about the one video of him jogging? Have you seen that?
Oh, yeah. He looked good jogging, too.
He can jog, bro.
Yeah.
Good.
So whenever the linebackers give up a big run over the middle and he's jogging towards the end zone, it's gonna look great. McNeil Warren is an interesting cat. He really is, because What did Daniel Jeremiah say last week? Splash plays? You want
He
those?
got 'em.
You have plenty with him. Will he swing and miss sometimes because he's trying to make some of those? Sure. But the free agency addition that you made with Thompson, I feel like he corrects some of those missteps and those overreactions by the people around him. So, you know what? You don't need the smartest guy at this point because I think you already found him in free agency. Sure, reality. I like this.
Okay, so that was Matt Miller. We go to Mike Band for a mock draft. Overreaction or reality bonus. Dramod McCoy and Keldrick Falk as your first-round picks would bum you out.
What Mike Band says there is not music to my ears.
Nice.
Alec?
Yeah, I think he would
think of a music pun.
I think he was out of key there. I think he was.
Kevin, when it comes to Keldrick Falk,
struck the wrong chord.
The best people I know regarding Keldrick Falk, myself, Alec, Daniel Jeremiah, Wolchuk, like all the people.
I like the order that you put this in.
So it was just I was just starting with myself. But the best people I know all say the same thing. I don't know exactly where he is. Every single person. But then I think every single one of us would also agree that I wouldn't mind getting him at 20, though.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know that he's a top 10 guy, but top 20 I could probably be comfortable with if I can confirm some of the things that I saw. And I did discuss with a couple of other people, hey, are you seeing what I'm seeing regarding all the work that it seemed like Keldrick Falk had to do to get his team in position? Or it did seem like he was the one tapping a dude to say, hey, scoot over a little bit or whatever. And there is some podcast stuff out there where some of his teammates are like, the reason we were any good was because of that guy. So maybe he's better than that if he's surrounded by better players. But I wouldn't mind getting him at 20. So you're giving me McCoy and Keldrick at 20?
Yep.
Let me finish watching this stuff on McCoy, dude.
All right. So I have two bonus from the fan text. I like both of these. Overreaction or reality? Pro day 40 times are faker than my ex-girlfriend.
Well, I need more context on what she did, but I will say my golden rule, I add about 0.08 to any time I see, any 40 time I see. So, yeah, you could say it's like a mid 4.4 for Dramod McCoy. If
That's
you ask
crazy.
me.
I had 0.07. So, actually, it's 07 it's 0.078.
Okay.
So, very close to 0.08.
So very specific.
Yeah.
Now, next one, overreaction or reality. Now, both Delane and McCoy will be gone before 12.
Dude, McCoy actually, if this all shows out, could be. I think a lot of teams have been like, we have to see him more than anything else. The film, again, the tape says everything for him, but it's 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So I guess my other question is, how far will people let him slide based on that? And over time, we've seen some of those dudes slide to the second round. While you might be hot on their name because of what you've seen, teams are like, we're not willing to take that risk right now, especially with our first pick. How many GMs need that first pick to be a killer so they keep their job, etc. If that's the case, that could change things a lot, Kevin.
Okay.
That could put somebody else in your position that
Feels
you really
like Caleb
want.
Downs is the person that it would put potentially in your position.
Hands.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Wheelhouse.
Oh, my God. So we can keep talking about Dramod McCoy. If you have other NFL draft overreaction or reality questions or statements that you want to submit, would love to hear it. But in the meantime, I have a totally different segment for you. What do you wish had never been invented?
Oh, I got thoughts.
877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or you can hit us up on the Twitch or the YouTube. What do you wish had never been invented?
Heartbreak. I don't think anybody should ever be able to break up
That
with
is not
somebody.
an abstract concept.
Once you start
that
dating
is
somebody,
a concept.
you have to stay with them forever.
It needs to be a tangible thing that you can see
laundry
out in the world. So you would wear the same dirty clothes all the time?
Or maybe we don't need clothes. Maybe if somebody hadn't eaten an apple.
Thanks a lot, Eve.
We all could still be wandering around.
Adam is pretty complicit in that as well.
What did he do?
He didn't stop her and be like, did you not hear what God just said?
Wasn't he on the other side of the garden?
He knew.
How?
Because there's only 2 people in the world, and he was one of them.
He was over there hanging out with the deer.
This would be like if you just invented the telephone and you misdialed. Oh, sorry, I meant to push 5 instead of 7. Come on.
Imagine Adam's talking to the deer. He's like, one day we're going to hunt you.
See? But maybe not. All their food would have been provided for them.
Good point. Yeah, I'm going to stick with laundry, though, Kevin. Do you like doing laundry?
Better than having smelly clothes most of the time. Not all. Most of the time.
Folding laundry is the worst.
Okay.
And folding it actually isn't that bad. It's putting it away.
Okay. See? So your answer could also be societal pressures of folding laundry.
I need to empty. Yeah, my middle kid does not care about folding. Everything's wrinkled.
Okay.
And I think that's one of the great things that millennials have done is y'all have established that it doesn't matter. You don't need irons anymore.
Okay. There's amazing answers already. From the 945, the 5-day work week. What a scam.
It is.
From the 214, the cell phone. From the 817, the atomic bomb. Woo! Alec?
Oh, man, actually,
there's a lot of answers that
true.
The phone and social media have raced out to a really early lead. Although I do see some for guns as well. Alec, I would like to tell you mine because it's much lower stakes than any of those.
Oh.
I decided to have fun with it, but there are a lot of serious ones. It's the self-flushing toilet with no button and the automated sinks and soaps.
Hold on. Let's start with the toilet.
Okay.
Does it scare you sometimes?
I don't feel like it has the rhythm of what's happening in the restroom down correctly.
Yeah.
And if it's got a button there as a backup, you're like, hey, toilet, you couldn't process this.
Yeah.
I'll push the button. But sometimes I feel like the self-flushing toilets are dropping the ball, whether it's me or whether it's other people. I don't know what year we got to when they decided we weren't trustworthy of anything in the bathroom. There's the how fast can you move soap, where you either you put your hand there, and if it's not in 0.1 seconds, you missed it, or you leave your hand there for 8 seconds and you're moving it, and then the second you move your hand away, then it's like, ha, there's the soap and the water. They're not up to federal standards of how long you need to wash your hands. They're like, you can have 3 seconds of water. And then that's it. When did we lose all control of the bathroom?
I'm convinced that the soap in most of these situations, the company that the building is owned by comes in and goes, no, give them less soap. And they're like, but we can only get half a drop. And they're like, less soap.
Yeah.
And then make it take longer for another drop to come out because they're not going to waste their time waiting for more soap.
True.
So they're going to just be like,
you know
what? That's enough
soap that's coming out. It feels like a really watered down version of soap. They're like, we gave you sop. Like, you don't even get real soap.
Not even sap.
Yeah, you get this weird nonsense product that we told you is soap, but it's some BS. From the 972, toll roads. Man, that's toll roads should be abolished once they're paid off, because then I know, like,
what are you even doing here?
NTTA and other places are like, well, we need it for road maintenance, and I was like, you don't get any funding from the government?
How is NTTA going to have their pizza parties?
Man, I guess that, and I would say the express lanes. And they're like, hey, you're stuck in traffic on 635. What if I offered you the chance to pay $9 to go a third of a mile down the road? Would you take it? And they're like, no.
So
there's nobody there. Yeah, because it's $9 effing. Sorry, back to you guys. Alec.
Yes, Kevin.
Can I tell you Jess's? Because one of these I'd never thought about in a million years. Hers were Christmas lights for your car, which apparently infuriates her.
She hates that?
She does.
It's kind of good.
Dude, I bet you like that.
I think it's neat.
Yes, because you love the seasons.
Yeah. She also said whoever invented the musical or the song doormat is the worst. Like if you step on a doormat, it's like, if you like pina colada.
No, those
she
exist?
hates those.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah. So she hates the musical doormats and stuff like that. Probably doorbells
love
too.
Musical birthday cards.
Oh, yeah.
Those are the best.
Okay, everybody in the history of getting a musical card, have you tried to see how much you have to shut it or keep it open when it'll keep playing
When
or
does
not?
it click open?
Yeah, exactly.
I got one, Kevin, that said, I'm a hamburger, and today is your birthday. Happy birthday, Miguel. And I was like,
man, that was an ending I did not expect from that song, Alec. I don't know about you. Feels like that person didn't know you very well.
it was Adrian.
Oh.
And the kids. They picked that out, and they were like, it doesn't say Miguel. And I said, you tell me what it says. And they're like, that's definitely Miguel. They just wanted a hamburger birthday party card, and it was awesome. Speaking of, don't you love Whataburger?
I do love Whataburger.
What a pivot.
They're here.
What?
But you have to keep doing this segment. That's why I didn't want to tell you. This is a great one. From
Alec just gets up and leaves.
Travis is here from the 254 toilet paper commercials. Who's not buying or using that? Like, who's watching there and be like, I've been using these sticks.
But you got to
these
know which
leaves."
one's the softer one.
Yeah. Well, do you have the teddy bear or not?
Right.
Or the angels?
Angels aren't the way anymore.
Yeah, because if you have some gruff guy named Biff, I'm not buying my toilet paper from him. Feels rough to your face. Like, I don't want that.
Yeah, that's called sandpaper.
Yeah.
That's right. Which I bet does a good job of cleaning. Picks up more. But that's why, I do think that they're just trying to tell you, I think with toilet paper commercials, Kevin, their goal is to convince you not to get a bidet. Bidet's the right way.
Oh, yeah.
Today's the bidet. Today is the bidet.
Would you go to that shop if you were in the market? Would you go to Today's the Bidet?
I might.
Okay.
I can't hate it too much.
What if they called it a B-day instead of a bidet? Would that make it any different?
Makes me think of school with block schedules.
Yeah, I don't like it.
But you don't have one at home, do you?
No. Trust me, I'll tell you when that happens. Because that's the thing. I don't want an add-on one. I want the fancy one that also tells me about the news that day and everything else.
Really?
Oh, yeah. That's a new goal.
Sing some songs to you?
Yeah, maybe. And the water might dance. I kind of want to see it.
Would Jess be upset with that?
She would. She'd be like, get this effing song. And she does not get fired up. But she would be like, get this effing song out of here. Somebody said prime hydration.
Dang.
Wire hangers. Those jump scare people. Man.
Oh, louder TV commercials. That's true.
Yeah. Regulate your TV commercials. I'm not saying we would ever do it here. But if you watch the TV at night and it's like, yeah, we'll be right back on Adult Swim. Do you need new medication? And you're like, what the actual F was happening there? And then somebody from the 469 loopholes. If you say you're going to do something, do it. No more insurance companies not covering it via a loophole. Man, I like that. And then prescription medication.
Why?
They're like, why do you need a commercial for that? Don't you need it or not?
Dude, the other day I saw some medicine for eczema. And I have eczema. It's itchy skin stuff. And it said, do not take Glibus or whatever it's called if you're allergic to it. And I was like, how the F am I supposed to know if I'm allergic to it until I take it? And I guess doctors are paid to know that stuff.
Yeah.
I'd hope so.
Do you sometimes wonder how good these drugs are? If they're like, hey, possible side. I seriously saw a drug for depression and it said possible side effects include suicide. And I'm like, what? And then one the other day was like, you might lose the use of your legs. And I was like, I don't know what this drug is for, but that's a pretty tough trade.
What's the payoff here?
Yeah. You'll grow your hair back, but now you can't walk. Like, that's a weird side effect, right?
Is nose whistle really that bad?
Yeah, it's not. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I feel like...
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10
Currently
will win a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rangers play the Mariners at Globe Life Field on Monday, April 6th. These tickets come courtesy of the Texas Rangers. You can buy tickets at texasrangers.com, or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Coming up next, C-Block.
It's time for the level of concern. Next on the Fan.
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where the show is perhaps actively looking for a way to stay at 12 while also moving up from pick 20 to pick 6.
You say the show. You're doing this. You're forcing this upon us.
Am working on an idea.
You've always said you're the show, so.
That is not true.
Kevin walks around, he's like, my show. Y'all listen to me or else. That's Mike.
That is not true. But I bet Mike would call in and be like, oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he's totally right,
true.
yeah.
We'll try to work on that some more. But in the meantime, if you didn't win the Rangers-Mariners ticket giveaway, remember, we'll be doing that all week long. And now, it's time for the C-Block starring Corey Majors.
Kevin, I appreciate you sending it my way because I'd like to take this opportunity right before the level of concern to talk about the burger that I'm currently eating. Is the Bacon Steakhouse Double. It is phenomenal.
So much so that I said I would filibuster for time, if need be, for him to eat more the rest of his burger.
Do you want to know why I said no? Because I can still enjoy the burger while I'm talking right now. I can still smell it and feel it and taste it.
Oh, I thought you were going to just start eating.
So now it's going to be longer that I get to enjoy and savor this burger.
Okay.
Tangy steak sauce, crispy fried onions, smoky bacon, melted aged cheddar, all your favorite steakhouse flavors on your favorite burger. And it's back for a limited time only at your hometown Whataburger. Kevin, and also, guess what?
Tell me.
Spicy ketchup available. So you can do that if you want to, too.
What percentage of people do you think prefer the spicy ketchup to the regular ketchup? It's like 85%?
I don't have a preference, honestly. I'll
okay.
take either. Usually I take both in some way, but I'll take either no matter what because they're fantastic. Also, Kevin, option out there, the banana pudding shake. They stopped by, yeah. The Whataburger stopped by and brought some goodies. The banana pudding shake is back, but for a limited time as well. So get yours at Hometown Whataburger.
Okay.
Thank you, Whataburger, for supporting the KNC Masterpiece and our lives.
Okay, I like it.
Now, there's an Eric Chiafalo sighting, but he, you love Whataburger, Eric?
Yeah,
Is that what?
I love Whataburger.
Yeah. Eric Chiafalo is like Candyman, except you just say free food and he just appears. And you just have to say it once.
Actually, it's free Whataburger is usually whenever he shows up most.
That's when I really jump.
Yeah.
I like the Greystone roofing cap, too.
Thank you.
They match his shorts.
They do. That's so crazy.
Yeah, they've matched his clothes in so many ways. I'm so proud. Now,
and they helped fix my roof.
Your level of concern, and Aiden, I'm going to need your help on this one for sure. Your level of concern for one, Brian Schottenheimer, as he tells this story.
Brian Schottenheimer joining us here, and I want to first of all give you a compliment because so far you're in the minority. A lot of our coaches that have visited us have had to wear sunglasses. They can't deal with the pain of looking into the sun and the TV lights. You apparently are tougher than most.
This is a true story, Laura. My father taught me as a young coach, coaches do not wear sunglasses.
I love this.
Wow.
Okay, so I was like, but we're in San Diego, right? And I'm like, whoa, it's bright outside. He's like, the players have to see your eyes when you're coaching them.
Tomlinson can wear the tinted visor, but you can't wear sunglasses?
It's Marty Schottenheimer. But literally, honestly, true story. I was like, okay, makes sense. Because when you're correcting or criticizing, they're like, I want to see your eyes.
Man.
So it's pretty cool. The other coaches I let wear, but I'll never change.
I love that.
I guess I've built up toughness.
I was trying to give you a compliment. I did not expect such an incredible answer to come out of that question. That was absolute beautiful.
Kevin, I go to, if you can, take your attention to the fan cam, where currently Aiden has collected a series of photos, I do believe, and posted Marty Schottenheimer wearing sunglasses.
What are you doing?
In San Diego, as the head coach of the San Diego Chargers. Here's the deal. I could not find him wearing sunglasses as the Chiefs coach, but I did find pictures of him wearing lots and lots of pictures of him wearing sunglasses. Now, were these like those that automatically tinted? Or were these those that just were sunglasses anyway? I don't know. Are your level of concern that Brian Schottenheimer is telling stories out here?
My is low. My level of concern is you trying to undercut our head coach and his dad.
Marty Schottenheimer is beloved. Correct?
Is he beloved by you?
Yes.
Okay.
However, in this story that was told live on television about Brian Schottenheimer's eyeball toughness, there's a bit of a fib. Now, here's the if Brian Schottenheimer comes to me, he's like, Corey, guess what? Later in life, he decided to change to that. You know, like something like that.
All
And
right.
there's a reason why.
Throw out another scenario.
Okay.
We're at training camp, and he says, no, he didn't. Are you going to have what it takes to do the Google search and be like, explain?
Show me what happened here.
Okay.
That's exactly what I'm going to say. What's going on in this scenario?
That was a bold decision by you.
You think he'll get mad?
Yeah, my level of concern is really high.
Will he punch me?
No, but I think he'll be like, oh, thanks for calling out my dad.
Oh, dude. I really like Brian Schottenheimer a lot.
Man, do you? Because you just downgraded it from love to
As
like.
I was hearing this audio, Kevin, I was watching this video yesterday, and I was like, and he said true story, and maybe it is a true story, and then Marty changed his mind later down the road.
No, what do you mean? Maybe it's a true story. The whole point of this is you to point out it's not a true story.
Well, again, maybe it was later down the road that Marty decided this, but all the pictures of him wearing glasses are in San Diego. But I was sitting there listening to this, and I was like, I'm 100% certain I've seen Marty Schottenheimer wearing sunglasses.
Okay.
And then I got home a little bit later, and I typed it in, and I was like, I just typed in Google Marty Schottenheimer sunglasses. Aiden said he didn't even need to type sunglasses in. He just typed in Marty Schotten, and as soon as that came up, the first picture was him wearing sunglasses.
Okay. Wow.
So, look, Kevin, we've always been a show that gets to the bottom of the story. Mm-hmm. And I think this is one of those stories that might have no bottom. Your level of concern for Stephen Jones, as he knows the media will continue to ask about George Pickens' contract, even though he has said, look, we are not going to comment on that any further. Will he snap at some point and be like, I told you?
Yeah. And let's face it, the odds are it'll be against us.
Dude.
We've pissed him off many times over the years.
You got a phone call
I
once.
did. Please hold for Stephen Jones. What?
Were you honest with him whenever he called?
Yeah, I was. We had an adult conversation.
Did he say agree to disagree at any point?
Not exactly like that, but more or less.
Yeah.
I explained my side, as did he, and we came to the conclusion.
I will say this. I thought this year of Steven and Jerry on our show and Sean and RJ was the best year we've had. Like, we had tough stuff we had to ask, and they had to answer it, and they did. And then there were other moments where it was just thoroughly entertaining.
Yeah.
You know, like I just thought that there were, even though the season was what it was, I thought this was the best. I think that they kind of, they're like, you know what, we get these guys a little more now.
I hope so.
But Steven's going to be asked that question.
Was it the Jeevan Stones thing that really broke through for Steven?
Sometimes there's those moments, Kevin, yes, where he's just like, that right there is why I like you guys. Your level of concern for Josh Young, who is 0 for a million right now.
Well, what's the scale? Like, what's the highest you can go on this?
Alec, this is something we've never done before. I've decided to ask this question now. How do we measure the level of concern? In most levels, you put something that weighs grams on it and then something that weighs more grams on the other side, and you say that's a 20 sack or something like that. I don't know. In these instances, are we gonna measure it in pounds? Are we going to measure it in kilograms? How do we measure the levels of concern?
Quid.
Not going with quid.
What about a ton? So
a ton is, because sometimes you'll say my level of concern's high.
Yeah, 1 to 2,000. So I can be like, my level of concern here is 1,714.
Okay. All right, we will start with 0 to 1,600 pounds.
Oh, like the SATs.
Yeah, so that's what it's going to be. the highest level of concern is a ton.
No, it should be this.
Earthquake.
Oh man, could it be? Oh, I'm sorry, buddy.
I'm sorry, buddy.
Girthquake?
To Girthquake.
I want that to be the scale. That feels more confusing than perhaps before.
Yeah, let's just use pounds. So yeah, your level of concern for Josh Young based on pounds.
10 pounds less than the max. That's my level of concern. Because it's not just the offer. Because you could break off 3 or 4 hits today, and that really changes the dynamic. And if you have 2 back-to-back games, you're back in it. But some of these at-bats, he looks lost up there, falling off the plate. And these at-bats have been ugly, and I hope he figures it out.
From the 214, you know what you got to do, Corey. You got to make a level of concern chart.
Oh.
Got to make a level of concern table since I'm in Plano.
Oh, yes.
We have a lot of tables out there.
I like it.
Based on what we've discussed.
Smart.
And now, lastly, your level of concern for this guy, the IT guy, for this Texas judge. Texas judge, something was going wrong. He called IT up. And Kevin, have you ever talked to IT and felt like they weren't being...
No. Every IT complaint that has ever been lobbied is a burden to the employee who has to deal with it. I don't know, it's because they don't like their job or they think I'm too stupid to have this job. And it's been at multiple jobs. Every question you've ever asked, I would love to meet the employee and IT person where they were like, this is my problem. The IT goes, ooh, yeah, that's a tough one. Let's figure this out. And they didn't mean it in a sarcastic manner.
Did you beep out the cuss word?
Yeah.
Okay. Whew. Listen to this.
And you're disjoined from the audio here, right? Yeah, it should be. Let me see. Sorry. Mariah, did I make this up? No. 5 seconds. 1 second. You don't have to go far. You're disjoined. Okay. Yeah, you're good. Okay. False alarm. No, it wasn't a false alarm. False negative. Sorry. Don't joke around. I'm serious about this. It was happening. Again. I understand. I'm just saying I can't see it, sir. We're good. Thank you. Get out of my courtroom. Fine case supervisor. Jesus Christ. Sick and tired of this today.
Your level of concern for that IT guy and the possibility of losing his job.
Yeah. Dude, he's done.
All he said was false alarm. He was like, no, it wasn't a false alarm. And he was like, okay, false negative. He was trying to make a joke.
See, that's where the IT guy made a mistake, or that's where they made a mistake. If somebody comes back at you and you could tell they're displeased, probably not the time to fire back with a joke. Like, false
negative.
Yeah. He really misread that situation. That guy is pissed, but this time I'm going to break him down with my clever quip. That's not going to work, and that made him madder when he's like, don't make a joke about this.
I don't know, dude. I just don't think you should take it that seriously. He said, find me his manager.
Okay.
What if he's the manager? What if the IT guy is running IT?
That is a good bit when the person goes, yeah, 1 second. They turn around, then turn back around. Like,
I'm the manager.
That's a good bit. But what I've taken from this audio is that guy would not be amused by that bit. So I get what you're saying, Corey, but
that guy was so mad.
I know, but don't you have to go along with what your supervisor is? Like, if your supervisor loves to be serious all the time, don't think you're going to change that person and be like, he just doesn't know my brand of comedy.
What is the rank when it comes? Don't people act like IT is way down on the list?
See, I think people act like IT is way down on the list because they always give them attitude, but they're way high on the list because they're like, I don't know how to do it.
Oh, yeah,
it's like point. Alec. If they were like, Alec's out and you have to run the board. Well, how's that going to go?
We're not getting the show done today.
Yeah,
we're not playing any commercials.
Exactly. Commercial-free radio.
4 straight hours of commercial-free radio. The first hour of G-Bag is commercials.
And then I'll be like, Alec, whenever you come back, there's a big mess. And I don't know what to do about it, so good luck.
And that's the C Block, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, if you like, we can start the discussion by the new rules changes in the NFL. We'll start with that next right here on The Fan.
Have you been injured in a car or truck wreck? Call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
He's looking to drive the basketball for sure. Two-man game. Edwards to the cup with a flush. Right back at you, Coop.
KSC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where the Mavericks get crushed. They lose by 30 to the Timberwolves. Only 7 games left in the season, and the Mavericks sitting there with the 6th worst record in all of basketball. All right, we got a lot of stuff to get to here, including some basketball stuff. Do you want to start with that, or do you want to go with NFL rules?
Yeah, I think we should probably go ahead and start with this because this is going to infuriate some people. And I'm fascinated by a couple things here. One, Mark Cuban has already said he's upset, that he sold the team.
Sure.
Which we're like, dadgummit, why are you saying this now? Kenny Bybee, a friend of ours actually, said in the interview with Intersections, Mark Cuban said Finley had no involvement in the Luka trade. So Michael Finley was not involved in the Luka trade at all.
That feels like a good thing for his candidacy to be GM, right?
And that kid, all caps, did play a role. That doesn't justify it for our coach and general manager to stand up and trade our best player. So there you go. Is that you've asked this question many times. Nobody's ever really truly had an answer for it.
Yeah.
But as Sean Sharif said, remember when Kid told us, quote, "I know what the F I'm doing." So that's, part of that. And I think you kind of always had this mindset that he did have something to do with it. And it would make sense because Kid wanted control of that team. And he could never control the team if Luka was part of it.
And it just makes sense. And I think the same thing for most organizations, but somebody as involved as Jason Kidd. The idea that they had no say in this move is silly to me. And the idea that your coach would feverishly step out and be there's like, no way in hell should you make this trade. And then they make it anyway. That doesn't stand up, does it?
Yeah, no, not at all.
Yeah. And so I've always thought he had something to do with that. Now, the extent of it, we'll probably never know totally, but there's another person who was in the room and is still part of the organization who was like, oh yeah, he was part of it.
Yeah. So, but you have an extension with that guy now. Like that, is it 3 years? You have that coach for 3 years now.
Well, I mean, think about it, though. But who gave him the extension, right? An ownership group who also believed this was the right move. Mm-hmm. So, I hear what Mark Cuban is saying. I'm not here. I don't think anybody around here is defending the Luka trade and the return you got or even the trade itself. But think about it. If you were going to find people that were going to defend it, it's the ownership group that gave him the extension. So while Mark Cuban is upset that he sold the team and the Luka trade got made and everything like that, that doesn't feel like the prevailing sentiment of the people who are actually running the show, does it?
No, not at all. Because they're trying to say, how do we keep this thing rolling and kind of move on from the controversy that was. Like, that's where their mindset is right now.
Yeah.
And a lot of people still don't want to let go of the Luka thing, no matter what comes from Cooper Flagg.
Yeah. No, I firmly believe this. We go back to last year. If for some reason there was no injuries and the Mavericks would have won a title, I don't think you could have said 100% of Mavericks fans or even close to that would have been excited. I think that number.
Yeah.
I think that number would have been way lower, and they'd have been like, "Oh, wow, you won with a bunch of mercenaries," or whatever the line of logic is. But that's really interesting, and I think that should help the case of Michael Finley to be the next GM of the Mavericks, because fans are going to be mad if it's somebody who was part of this, right? Like, I know the ownership group can make whatever decision they want and deal with the consequences. Lord knows they know how to do that. But don't you think fans want somebody who's like, I had nothing to do with that?
Yeah. That being said, well, after our interview with Michael Finley, which I still thought the rest of the interview was awesome.
Yeah, me too.
And that last part was one of the coolest stories. I know the Twitter world was in a bit of a tizzy about it. They were
plenty of people didn't believe him, right?
Yeah. That being said, you heard Newy this morning when Newy was given the case for Michael Finley and laying it all down on why he should be and his knowledge of what he's doing. And then when it comes to Mark Cuban wants to buy this team back, you think that's going to happen?
I don't think he can afford it.
So why is he throwing these shots at it now?
Well, I think, first of all, Mark Cuban has struck us as the kind of personality that, and I will say props to him for this, he believes what he believes, and whether you agree with him or not is irrelevant to him.
Yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. And then whether or not it gets him in trouble. I'm always curious about that. He's saying that openly right now.
Yeah.
Is he going to be in trouble with them?
Yeah, I mean,
are they going to be like, dude, why are you doing this?
Okay, fine. Let's say he's in all kinds of trouble with the Mavs ownership group, and then what are they going to do about it? They can't make him sell, and he also doesn't have any power already. So what are they going to do? Take away his power? Done. Make him sell the team? You can't. Or his portion of the team? You can't. So what are they really going to do?
He's going to get his words out there.
Yeah. Oh, I'm going to take your tickets away? Well, guess what? He can buy them anyway.
I'm going to tell my truth.
Yeah. So that is the truth, the way he sees it. And, I mean, and look, that's the thing. Let's say he does buy the team back. That doesn't change it either, right? You don't magically get Luka back.
Man, yeah. No, yeah, that's not going to happen. Unless you trade Cooper Flagg.
Well, then maybe you could.
Would you?
I personally have no comment on that. No, I would not. But that is just me.
Okay.
All right. So on the NBA front, got two more things for you. Joe Mazzulla, who is always good for a quote, was asked about being named the Coach of the Year. He starts by saying this: "I think it's a stupid award." That's not surprising, but just wait till the very end of the rest of his quote. They shouldn't have it. It's more about the players. It's more about the work that the staff puts in. It's that simple. And I don't ever want to be asked or talk about it again. Like, I totally get what he's saying, and I think that's a great answer. It took a pretty hard turn there at the end, and he goes, I don't ever want to be asked about it again.
Very Stephen Jones of him when it comes to the George Pickens contract, right?
Yeah.
I'm not commenting about this anymore.
Or Howie Roseman, right?
Yeah.
And then now, since we were talking,
under a rock.
Yeah, since we were talking about Luka right now is the third favorite to win MVP, but he's third by a pretty sizable margin, and it feels like it's down to SGA and Wemby, with SGA still being a pretty darn solid favorite. But last night, Wemby had 41 points and 16 rebounds. I think SGA had 47 points. But he became the third fastest player to have a double-double since 97-98.
Wow.
He had 10 points and 10 rebounds in 8 minutes and 31 seconds of court time.
Is that all he played?
No. Well,
okay.
Because remember, he had 41 points and 16 rebounds. But
that's pretty impressive.
By 8 minutes and 31 seconds in, he had reached his double-double.
Why didn't he do that every night?
I feel like he almost does,
Kevin,
right?
If a player only played 8 minutes a night and always got a double-double, would you be like, greatest player on the planet?
Yeah, their per 48 would be insane. They'd be like, yeah, he's averaging 60 points and 60 rebounds. If you could ever actually get him out there for that entire game, it would be freaking incredible. Now, for the rule changes. Now, there are some that I don't think people will really care about. Modify the kickoff alignment requirements for the receiving team players in the setup zone. Neat. Boring.
What do they do?
They're just going to move their positioning some.
Like their footing?
It's probably where they stand, so kind of.
Okay.
Eliminate the kicking team's incentive to intentionally kick the ball out of bounds when kicking off from the 50-yard line. Again, one that I feel like maybe it's kind of more boring for people. Here are the two that are probably going to
It was a loophole, though, that was
used.
Yeah.
Correct. Here are the two that I think will probably catch more people's attention. You are now allowed for the kicking team to declare an onside kick at any time during the game. I like that. I think that makes a lot of sense, especially if you have to tell the other team. Mm-hmm. You should definitely be able to do it whenever. And then we talked about this last week. For 1 year only, to allow the NFL officiating department to correct clear and obvious misses made by on-field officials that impact the game in the event that there is a work stoppage involving the game officials represented by the NFL Referees Association. So this will not come into play if they figure it out with the union and the regular refs are out there and everything. But if they're not, if they're replacement refs, they're saying that they will be granted an allowance for 1 year only to essentially, if we're being honest, overrule those officials if it is a important moment in the game, which that feels a bit subjective.
Kevin, have you seen the movie Mercy?
I have.
Doesn't it feel like what's happening here?
Not quite.
You're going to have Rebecca Ferguson sitting there telling the NFL each game, you have 30 seconds to tell me exactly how this is going.
Unless you get more time and you can short out the AI system with emotions. Come on.
Is that what happened?
No, but like you saw, if you've seen any part of the movie, she gets a little glitchy with the emotions. And I was like, yeah, because that's what we've learned about AI. They're really susceptible to your feelings.
I like this for a couple reasons, but it does sound like they're already making plans, right? Like they're already like, look, we need to have a backup plan.
Well, I mean, the Referees Association is like, you brought in BS people that can't even negotiate. And now both of them are arguing that the other one is sharing false information. So it feels like it's getting ugly at a time when the NFL makes all of the money in the world. I realize you don't want to set a dangerous precedent, but you don't want to meet some of their demands.
How important are the referees?
Don't
you think the owners are saying that? They're sitting up in their ivory towers, Kevin. Every one of them has an ivory tower at their facilities.
That's fair.
And they sit there and they call each other on their laser phones or whatever, and they're like, hey, don't you think that these guys aren't that important? And they're like, yeah, we shouldn't pay them anything.
You know what?
The players are more important.
Oh, I for sure think that. And even, don't you think the NFL has tried over the years multiple times to determine if the players are that important too?
Yes. Actually, I think, Kevin, there's part of me that's like, let's let the players officiate the games. And instead, kind of like street ball where you're just like foul on every play, let's let the players do it. And then whenever they get that, they'll be like, we don't even need these good players.
Yeah,
people are still going to pay to watch whoever.
Over the years, and not that long ago, the NFL has made the determination that the cities they're at are not that important as long as they get the stadium they want. They've made the determination that maybe we can keep doing this without the players who want all of the money because they're greedy or whatever they think. They tried that as well. And now they're like, let's see if the refs are that important. Guess what? They don't think we're that important either, but we're a means to an end.
Oh, the fans?
The fans. They don't think we're important either, but we're a means to an end. At a time where this sports league is making more money than any sports league in the history of the world, they're like, you greedy refs. That's really what's bringing them down?
Come on. What are we doing here?
We're the KNC Masterpiece, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ.
If their attitude is that, and but I did hear they have a contingency of folks there at the workout, so maybe they're more interested in But I was hearing that the whole thing was, and this was 3 weeks ago, and I even brought it up on air, that they were just not interested in taking injured players. I think this is a big difference. I think him working out, I'd like to see how the workout actually looked, the positional drill stuff. I think that could tell you a lot. The 80% he was doing the other day, trainers told me he just didn't look confident coming off that knee. So we'll see how he looks today but the numbers, everything appear well. But I'm not going to lie to you. If Dallas is not going to take him, please let him go before Dallas picks.
Because you're just going to be so mad.
I don't want to be mad. I just don't want to be mad. I want to have a good draft. I want to be able to,
easy war zone.
I want to work the 20th pick. I want to go down the board and work to 12th pick, work to 20, and kind of feel that way. But if they're not interested in the guy, please just let him go.
Yeah, let Kansas City take him, and they might.
Cincinnati, so one of those teams. Yeah. Cincinnati has the same needs you do on defense. They were just as horrible as you were. So they could take any one of your defensive players.
But he's a better press man. I mean, that's what he really did a lot of, and Spags runs a lot of that in Kansas City. So would they say, like, okay, if he checks off the health boxes, we're going to go ahead and rock with McCoy over Delane. And then maybe that allows Delane to have a chance to get to you at 12.
We could lose both those guys, though. We could honestly lose Delane and McCoy.
But that might help a Styles or one of your other defensive players, a Ruben Bain Jr., fall to you. If two corners go ahead of you, that hopefully means that one of the other defenders is able to fall to you at 12. So I mean, it might end up being okay either way.
And if we could get Ty Simpson up in that top 10.
Man, that's what I feel.
That's a third-round pick right there.
Yeah, it feels too late, but for a while I was like, man, come on, Ty Simpson. Like, go show people. Go show the Cardinals, the Jets, whoever.
Throw the ball over the mountains, Ty.
Yeah. Figure out a way
Get yourself
to,
up in the top 10 to push a defensive player into our laps.
Exactly. So we were having a little bit of fun with this earlier.
I would consider moving up, though, to go get Delane now.
Ooh. Would you move up for Styles?
I think I'd move up for Styles,
Absolutely.
too. Absolutely.
Yep. Okay, well, and I was going to pitch this out eventually, but staying at 12 and using your 20 and next year's first-round pick to move in that situation.
It's hard to evaluate what next year's one will be.
Yeah.
It's hard to say. Teams are kind of interested in now. I mean, I know teams like to take next year's one, and it sounds like the 27 draft's got a lot of promise, what people are talking about. But it's hard to put a value on next year's one.
And you have to do some weird stuff to try and even make that possible.
Yeah, and I would be worried.
Trade,
exactly. But then I would also be worried because of that uncertainty, you'd have to kick in your 3 this year. And I wonder if that would be a non-starter. But if I told you.
Where are you going?
I'm going for 6 or 7 to pick up Styles.
What you do then is you turn around and you just give them 12 and 20, but you're talking about you just want to give up 12.
Exactly. So I can find myself in a position where I'm going all out and I'm trying to get Styles and then either, let's say, somebody from the trio of McCoy or Downs or Delane.
The math works if you go 6 and 39 for 12 and 20. It's a pretty fair trade that way. It, honestly, I mean, you could talk about a 5 or something like that. You could work that way. But to me, the best way of going up is going to Cleveland, in my opinion, because I think you get ahead of all those teams that are looking for defensive players if you really want to do it.
And then if he's there, would you all feel good about Rodriguez at 39 in this scenario?
I don't think he gets to at 39. I think you feel absolutely great about that. I think he might end up being a late one for somebody.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think you're going to need to take him at 20 just to ensure that you get him, and I think the Cowboys might do that.
Do you feel good about that?
Yeah, 100%.
He's been on that. I give you credit.
November.
Walchuk would take him number 1 overall.
Let's not push it.
Pull that note out of your pocket like Kevin Costner.
Top 2?
No matter what.
Rodriguez, no matter what.
Maybe top 18.
Okay. All right.
He's right around there.
That's a good way to do it because then you're justifying getting. It's a deal at 20.
Yeah, it's a steal. The value? Are you kidding me? What a value!
I would have taken him 18.
That's a home run.
And I feel like every team gives you a version of that after the fact. They're like, we had him at our 7th best player. And you're like,
Jerry will show it to you. Jerry will be like, hey guys, look, we really did.
They've got players that we really don't like on their board. They've got guys like the Falks and the Parkers and guys like that we're probably not as high on. But again, they don't give a damn what we think.
Is it that Falk doesn't stand out at one particular thing?
He's a really good player at 6'6", 285 pounds. He's just not very twitchy, and he's not the best pass rush guy. I think you kind of got guys that, with the way that Donovan Ezeraku has shown he could play the run, I think you need a twitchy rusher. And
yes.
he's one of these guys that kind of fits in. He is not a bad player, and I wouldn't be surprised if they took him at 20. I really wouldn't. But I think there's guys that they have up there. I think the defensive tackle as well from Clemson is another.
Peter Woods.
Peter Woods is another guy. But they seem like that they've got 2 or 3 guys on that board that we are not as high on.
Were you part of the group that drafted Canty?
Yes.
What were your thoughts on him?
Bill Parcells had a great idea. We needed base ends, and Parcells' base end was 6'5", 285, and that was Chris Canty. Shout out to Melissa Stark. Her dad was a doctor, an eye surgeon, and you remember he got hit in the face with a beer mug in a bar fight. And he worried about having cone eye, which was just a single, everything in his eyes just kind of shut down, but he could see just like a straight thing. Mm-hmm. And Dr. Stark told Jerry Jones, he goes, listen, if you take this guy, he'll be fine. Don't worry about the cone eye. And Dr. Stark was right. He was absolutely right about it. And shout out to Melissa Stark for helping us draft that player.
And Tony Stark, just because.
I agree.
Do you count him as a superhero? He doesn't have any superpowers.
Yeah, it's the same reason Batman's.
I mean, I agree, but I know there's other people who do not.
Smart. Wouldn't you say his brain is a superpower?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah. Computer-like brain.
Okay.
Like Batman's the best detective.
He is the world's greatest detective. But some people will argue he's not a superhero.
They
it's a different category. It's very clever.
He's one of those people.
I'd like to learn how Batman packs, because that utility belt has everything known to man. I can't get anything into a suitcase.
Yeah, that grappling hook is giant, but somehow it fits in this little tube.
It's giant.
Well, he travels on a private jet, so he didn't care.
Of course.
Throw it in the jet.
You got the wing.
Or in the bat wing.
See, he can fly.
All right.
In a plane.
So you're not a Batman is a superhero guy.
No, I'm not. No, I think superheroes, pretty defined set of qualities.
They come from other planets. They're bitten by something, or they fall into a vat of something.
Yeah, what happened to the Incredible Hulk? Some kind of gamma
radiation.
Yeah.
They couldn't open the door. He got caught behind the door.
Yeah. See, it's changed your DNA. For the better, for the most part.
What's our guy's name? Reed. What's the Dr. Reed? What's his last name?
Oh, yeah.
Arrow Reed.
No, you're talking about Mr. Fantastic.
R. Reed.
Is Ed
Richards.
Reed Richards. Yeah, there's Reed Richards.
Mock draft
he gets blamed. He carries a lot of guilt because of that. Every time he looks at him, he goes, "Oh, geez,
my bad, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry, bro."
Life.
Yeah, especially the Thing. Because, don't turn invisible. Don't catch on fire. The Thing's just walking out there like, hey, I'm a rock man.
Awful. You feel so bad for him.
I do.
He's just moping around.
Hulk's pretty incredible because his skin just does not obey the same laws of science that human skin would. He's eating bullets.
Yeah.
He can be in an inferno.
All-time epidermis for that guy.
Same with his shorts. They stay on, even though he gets freakishly big. His shorts are like, we'll proportionally shift.
They wear pants.
Yeah, okay.
They wear pants.
They
tear
wear
in
pants
shorts. They're like tearaway shorts.
Yeah, well, that's because they don't want to show his dong.
Yeah, exactly. Which makes sense.
Watchmen would do it.
Oh, that's true. Watchmen got weird.
Did. What do you guys?
Sexy stuff going on.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. We're going to take you up to Rangers pregame at 5 o'clock. Sands will join us at 4:20.
Jake Berger today?
Jake Berger at 2:30.
Woo!
Delicious.
Burgers. Love it.
And Shento Whataburger. Love you.
Indeed.
Did they drop food off? I missed
Yes.
that.
Burger right outside.
Did Chia follow each six
Six
of them?
and the shake.
No, I only had 3.
You had 3?
I'm just kidding.
Dude, I see why you're
one.
stretching over
I
here.
had one.
What are you doing? It's like you're on the front of the...
Making ready for round 2.
Like he's on the Titanic, the front. What are you...
Put beef tallow on again
Little
today?
hip situation. No, I haven't done the towel in a while. Probably need to get back to that.
You got some sun, though.
Yeah, I did get some sun. Yeah,
That sounds like an off-air conversation.
All right. I'm sorry. You guys are trying to go.
The G-Bag
Pretty sunning.
Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 to 2, right here. Oh, no. Tomorrow, 10 to 11, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Your face, Sean.
Shorty.
Next to the fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on The Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Learn more with Robinhood at
Bro days that are very relevant to talk about with you as well as we open up this edition of the G-Bag Nation. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A.
Sorry.
There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout and Super Bowl champion. You got Lucius Alexander making his triumphant return.
Welcome back.
Over here, 75 and 635. Fixes to go 3 flawless like it's nothing. That's the way you come off a little vacay with a 3-hour show.
Hell yeah.
Right there.
Lucky Lucius P, man. I just got lucky again, bro.
Yes, sir.
Ease on in. Just ease on into that.
Got a day game tomorrow, too, Lucius.
How about that?
And the Rangers are winning.
They're winning.
Come on. All right. Of course, you got Wolchuk and Chiafalo here. Thanks to Whataburger for bringing by some bacon steakhouse doubles.
I tell you what,
getting rave reviews here.
Incredible burger. Really incredible burger.
Well, that's what they do.
And a banana shake.
Banana
pudding
now,
shake.
we used to have one of these at Chick-fil-A, I got to say. I love my Chick-fil-A. Whataburger's doing a little better.
Yeah, well, that's no surprise. They do most things the best. And salute to Whataburger for bringing us by some goodies. Okay, Jerry Jones talking at the league meetings, quote, make no mistake about it, we have long-term plans for Pickens. There have been no conversations. It's a shame because there's an opportunity here. If you could get a long-term deal done with Pickens, that represents all the money you need to get out of the cap. Bring this cap number down, do a long-term deal, then take that cap money out into the trade market, make some things happen. I mean, there's still some free agents available. You could sign some. You could trade for some. But I guess the good news is Jerry Jones saying we have long-term plans for Pickens, and that's what I want to hear. I mean, worst-case scenario is this idea that folks were floating last week that maybe you could just have George on a 1-year tag and then they'd find something else to do.
Well, then get it done.
Let's do it.
They get it done. Don't tell me, just show me the baby. Don't want to hear the crying.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, if you says, hey, we got long-term plans, well, is your deal like so bad that he's going to say, well, that's not long-term for me. That's not good enough.
They don't want to do it like that.
Don't tell me.
No.
Don't tell me. Like, listen, I'd rather hear him say, we've had no conversations with George. We tagged him. We're probably going to see George in training camp.
Other teams would be like, let's get this thing done. They just don't want to work. They don't want to work on deals. They just want to be like, well, there's a deadline out there months from now. Yeah. And if you want to call and accept the offer that we've made, go right ahead.
Yeah.
But they don't want to stay on it day after day and press for a deal, either as a negotiating tactic or a preference to do other stuff with their time. I don't know why. But they won't. They won't call on this for the rest of the offseason. The deadline's July 15th, and I believe they've told Mulugeta what they're willing to do.
Either that or Mulugeta is just so ridiculous. I mean, and Jerry's probably not going to say that. He might. I'd love for Jerry to say, well, you know what? It's funny. We're trying to do this deal, and Mulugeta just asked for $45 million.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah. And so if that's the case, then. I mean, he doesn't want to negotiate, but don't encourage me. Don't tell me that you got long-term plans. Long-term plans mean you could, let's go. I think I trust guys like Adam Pacifica and guys like that. If in fact they're going to get the deal done, I trust the guys over there. But don't just say, well, yeah, we got long-term plans. But it doesn't hold any weight with me anymore.
It's a good point, though, that we don't know what Mulugeta might be asking for.
Mulugeta might be asking. He might be looking at. He might take the Todd France card out and say, let's ask for 60, see what happens.
Well, the thing is, he can do that with any team in the league right now, though, right? Like, that's part of the tag. So it's like, hey, if you want to do that, go ahead. Go ask the Colts or go ask New England or go ask whatever team it is that wants a wide receiver right now. Try and get that. Because they can go ahead and sign George to a deal, and then the Cowboys can say, well, we'll match that or not. So he's got the option to negotiate with the rest of the NFL. The fact that nobody else seems to want to go up to that number right now is very telling. And I think the Cowboys, maybe they do have long-term hopes, but I think that they want to see this year out. I think they want George to go out there and prove, hey, we can get another year of this for you with maybe it's just you're being late. That's the only issues we have. And you can double up another year, and then we'll go ahead and talk about it next offseason.
Well, these teams are crazy. And I think it's to the benefit of the Cowboys that they're not having to negotiate against teams that are coming in hot.
I would, if you're Jerry Jones, why don't you just say, well, he's out there, he has opportunities. It doesn't appear that he has any deals done. I would kind of put the ball in their court a little bit. make it look like, listen, you're not getting anybody knocking your door down here, David. We're here if you want to try and get a deal done, but long-term plans and all that. Just tell the truth. Just tell either say, listen, we're going to let him play on the tag and that's it, or or go get the deal done. I don't need to hear any other rhetoric other than that.
It's a shame because the opportunity here is to get that long-term deal done, lock it in, get fans excited about CD and George for the next 5 years, and then have that additional cap space from doing a long-term deal to further fix this defense. They're close. Couple of players away. Okay, we got the report here on Jermod McCoy, projected first-round pick, did not play this last season. It's sad if you look up Jermod McCoy and look back on Twitter during the fall, how often Tennessee fans got excited because he was like seen at practice in October and August, and it's like, oh, here we go, Jermod McCoy and Colton Hood, we got the best corners, and then he just never played. But he did just run, I guess, an unofficial 4.38 with a vertical jump at 38 inches and a broad at 10.7. It wasn't known if he was going to run. He didn't run to the combine. Then he posted a workout video last week that didn't look all of that convincing. But I tell you what, one of the best opportunities to take an elite player at 12 was McCoy. I don't know. Now that he's gone sub 4.4, maybe all the questions about him are answered, and it's going to be tough to imagine him even having the chance for the Cowboys to make a decision on him. What do you guys think?
I mean, I'm hopeful that I would not mind Kansas City or somebody else pulling the trigger, so the Cowboys just don't even have to be in that decision. And if that means Delane's there, totally fine with me. I personally still have Delane just a little bit above McCoy because I just think he's proven he can do zone, man, a little bit everything for you. Fits into whatever type of scheme you want to run. I do think man is what suits McCoy the best. But if maybe they both go, then maybe it's possible. Lance Zierlein's mock today has Sonny Styles falling to 12. Can that end up funneling one of these other players? Maybe it's Ruben Bain Jr. out of Miami to you at 12. So I don't think it's a bad thing if he did propel himself into the conversation for New Orleans at 8, Cleveland at 6. We keep mocking offensive linemen there, but they could use another corner. I don't know what Washington's going to do. They definitely need a defensive player, so maybe they'd look at McCoy now. There's a lot of options there, so I would not mind it if he ended up playing himself ahead of Dallas at 12, just so they don't even have to worry about that problem.
Your concern is he's a scheme fit?
I mean, I just think I'm not saying he can't play zone. He just was very much I think press man's his game, and I think that's where he excelled at Tennessee. And I do think there's always a little bit of concern where I haven't seen the guy play, but, I mean, Brian, you've mentioned it with the COVID year. Yeah. There were tons of guys we didn't see play, and they came in and were successful. So that's not I think the fact that
included.
Mike included. The fact that he worked out today was huge. So, it's good that he ended up having a great broad jump. The 40 time was awesome. Saw a clip of him doing some of the back pedal. Everything looked okay there. Didn't look like he had lost a ton of explosion on the knee. So, I mean, hey, it all comes back to your doctors and checking on that. But for me, I'd kind of like this to just be taken out of the Cowboys' hands. And let's just have Delane fall.
If they're not going to take him, if in fact that they're not going to take him. But I was hearing that they had guys up there watching the workout. If that's the case, great. Maybe there is some interest. 3 weeks ago, I didn't get the impression that they were interested in taking guys who had been injured. Maybe that was something new. Maybe it was a new attitude. Wilczyk's got this guy right. This is a press man corner. You can't run away from this guy. You really can't. I mean, he is fluid. He's got size to him. He's got closing speed. He's got a burst. He's got all these things. He could change directions in a hurry. This, in my opinion, is the best corner in the draft. But if you're going to tell me, Dallas Cowboys, that we're not taking her guy, please let him get drafted so I don't have to roast you for taking or passing on a position that I think they absolutely could use.
I hear you.
Proudest loves him some McCoy, man.
He's really good. The tape is awesome.
No, the tape is awesome.
I mean, just look at this guy run right here. This is a freaking unit, dude.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, listen, he's a Texas kid.
Super physical.
The thing about him is you're talking 6 foot, 193 pounds. He's like perfectly built to play the position. Yeah. And he's just powerful and effortless, and just watching him move. He's just, it's just, like I say, you watch these corners play and you go, oh, that's one of the better ones. Mm-hmm. Delane's just as good. I don't think Delane is as physical.
He's not as physical
as this guy.
He's not.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
Delane is Delane, and trust me, I love Delane because thank God he was the best player we had on defense last year at LSU. And the defense did improve. But he makes play after play after play. Big time. People wouldn't throw the ball at him, and all of a sudden it'd be fourth down to the end of the game, and they're trying to make a play, and they throw it to Lane, and he knocks it down. And you're like, you didn't throw at him the whole game. Why are you throwing to him on fourth down? But that's the kind of player he is. Either one of these kids, I wouldn't be surprised if both of them are gone before Dallas picks. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Now if this kid ran 4.38.
But could that mean Downs gets to you? My hope is if that were the case, maybe he just funnels one of those other defenders to you and you still feel good about it.
Let me ask you this, though. We had this discussion, I think, yesterday, or I'm on too many platforms. I can't remember the ones. But we had this discussion about, do you need a nickel corner? Do you need a guy what are you going to do? And maybe I'm making too big of a deal about it.
Shoddy said they do.
Yeah, but I'm worried. But everybody seems to think the nickel corner they're talking about is the hybrid dude. The hybrid safety guy that can play nickel.
That's the perfect world. I think if Christian Parker just could snap his fingers and get anything he wants, I think he would want that.
What's Thompson then?
And this draft is, you said that Thompson's better as a free safety. You said Thompson, I like him on the hash.
I like it. No, I like him playing on the hash, but you could also see him covering and stuff like that.
No doubt. He has that ability.
The thing I worry about, absolutely, but the thing about it, if one of these guys, if Bland's foot balks, then all of a sudden, what are you doing at corner? And now you got the hybrid player that you're trying. I mean, I don't think you want to put hybrid player out there as a starting corner.
No.
See, that's what I'm trying to say.
You need both. You need multiple guys to help.
Maybe they need hybrid corner and another corner.
Yeah, I think that very likely could end up being the case. And I think the good thing is for you, I think that 92, let's say Downs falls to you and he's too good to pass up at 12. I think with that third round pick, there's going to be a corner there that you're going to like. I think this thing stretches really well into the fourth round for you.
Okay, the AL West leading Texas Rangers improved to 3-1 on the year. Strength of a marvelous start from Jack Leiter. Nimmo, Berger, Carter all had 2 hits, and tonight we have Jacob deGrom on the hill. He is ready to make his debut. Game time temps looking at 80 degrees there for the 37-year-old. And then tomorrow you're going to have either Kamar Rocker or Nathan Eovaldi. That game's in 11:35 first pitch tomorrow morning here on The Fan, and then they'll be back for home opening day. So looking forward to that. Did see something, Chief. What you got?
I was just wondering, was that the worst throw to home you've ever seen there in that first inning when Bassett was trying to get it to his catcher?
It was pretty rough. I was listening to it on the drive home. I didn't get to see it in real time, but it sounded pretty hilarious.
It is as funny as you will see a professional pitcher who's trying to just get the ball to the catcher, and he cannot.
Why do pitchers, and I need to ask Mike Bassick this question, have you ever noticed when a ball goes to a pitcher and they have to make a throw, or they have to make a throw to a base, how bad the throw looks? It's like they're so trained about going through a motion that they can't normally throw a ball.
Just toss it over to a bag.
There's so many bad throws to bases from pitchers.
I just sent this one to you guys so you guys can get a feel for it.
It's horrible.
Yeah. It is so bad, dude.
That's why a lot of them like to underhand it or just do a little baby toss type of situation, because the full throwing motion, they got the yips about throwing any other way than pitching.
Have you ever seen a pitcher, they take a ground ball and they turn to throw to second?
Oh, yeah.
And maybe it's standing on the mound that makes it harder to do, but pitchers throwing to bases just don't always seem to work out very well.
No, they embarrass themselves.
Yeah, but he just fired this one like he was at center field trying to hose a dude out at home. Like, you're a couple feet away.
We'll have the audio a little bit later on. Mark Cuban throwing fuel on the fire between him and the organization, really, not just the owners, but also Jason Kidd now for being involved in the Luka trade. Said Kidd was loyal to AD from their time with the Lakers, and both Nico and Kidd were practicing some nuclear-level confirmation bias in the days and weeks that led up to that Luka trade. We'll have the audio a little bit later on, but he also, going back after the Adelson family and Dumont, saying, I don't regret selling, I regret who I sold to. I made a lot of mistakes. So he's trying to buy the team. He's going after the coach. He's going after the new owners. Like, Mark Cuban is not happy with how he's being treated post-ownership change. All right, there's a snapshot. That's what's happening in the local and national sports scenes as we're off and running here on a Tuesday. Got the Sunnyvale girls and boys in action tonight over there in Capel. It's starting at 6 o'clock, so we're fired up for a regional final and a chance to play in the state semi here coming up this week. And if we can get some dubs tonight, so we're nervous. We got some butterflies here, but fired up. We got the champ on the other side. Then Wolchuk's top 10, buddy. Where are you taking us?
Top 10 90s comedies in honor of Tommy Boy, turning 31 today. That's next.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy.
With exclusive private dining spaces and handcrafted cocktails. Visit knifeplano.com for reservations.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're 8 minutes from the Rangers Player Show. Jake Berger is going to join us. Segment of the Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, Jake's one of our favorite Rangers players guests. And so we're looking forward to chatting with him coming up here in just a few minutes. Wolchuk's top 10 in just a second. But let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your champ. Welcome back, buddy.
Yeah, back in the building, baby. Back in the building. Okay. So I don't know how many days this champion is. I haven't seen it. I'm not going to read the title.
You should probably throw this one away, Lucius.
Yeah, I'm not reading the title whatsoever.
What did you title it?
Yeah, I'm not going to read the title.
Is this day 2 because we didn't do it yesterday? Was it a champion from Friday?
It's still just a one-time champ.
Wolchuk, Tiger Woods conversation. I haven't listened to it. Damn you, Wolchuk. I can't believe you said this, fam.
Well,
I can't believe you said it.
You haven't heard it yet. I mean, it was just an accident.
All right. Well, here we go. This is our champion. My man Brada says it's 2 days here. Did this happen on a Friday or something?
Yeah. This happened Friday.
Okay.
It happened on a Friday, and then we didn't get to run it because yesterday, the baseball game, today we won't get to run it again, right?
Okay. All right.
Needs to go away.
All right. So it's still day 1. Here we go.
Well, Tiger can't drive because he happens to be Oriental.
Whoa.
No, okay. That's so out of context right there. What are we doing?
All right, back to you, Mr. Dawson.
What are we doing? That's not even. Come on.
Wow.
What are we setting,
Day 1.
Setting me up for failure here.
I tell you what, man. I think Lucius has this right.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, okay.
The Bill Parcells of sports radio
Lord
over
almighty.
here.
You mean there's more to it?
Yeah, there was a lot more to it.
That's all that was left in the folder right there, fam.
Wolchuk was reading texts.
You jerk.
And
hold on. He's about to shoot you some bail. Here's the whole audio right here.
Thank you.
Shoot some bail.
Tiger can't drive because he happens to be Oriental. I didn't say that. That was the text that said that. So,
you're doing a really nice job.
I think you added the Oriental part, though.
Well, I didn't. I just didn't say Asian. Wow. I thought maybe Oriental sounded better. I'm sorry. I apologize.
It
doesn't.
So you're saying football?
That was not the pivot.
Right.
That was not the pivot.
But I'm going football here. I'm pretty sure this is an Auburn lineman.
Coach Parcells over here in the nation. Wow. That's right.
Can you just clean this up in post if you don't mind? Can you help me out here? I'm weak in confidence, but I'm pretty sure I nailed this.
Sheesh. All right, I'm pretty sure we got Jake Berger joining us in 5 minutes.
Okay, he didn't hear that.
Let's cleanse the palate and get you some of the Wooly Bullies top 10 here at 2:20. Yeah. Here's exactly the age.
All right, let's pivot away and let's talk comedy.
Go home, Dodgers.
Right, let's just move right into comedy gold.
Great Oriental dishes.
Delicious top 10 Asian foods. Yep. Shout out to the orange chicken, the crab rangoons.
Wolchuk was scared of the word Asian, so he pivoted.
I was like, I know, in the moment, in hindsight, it's like,
that was a hell of a pivot, bro.
It was a pivot.
Won't travel.
Brian thought I was lying about reading the text and getting help, so I had to show him that that's what the text was saying, and it didn't go well for me. That's not aging well. All right.
You said Asian well?
Aging well. Aging well. Thank you, Lucius. Maybe I did say that. All right. Top 10 90s comedies in honor of one and only Tommy Boy. 31 years ago today, Tommy Boy was released. It's freaking crazy.
Such a good movie.
Best 90s comedies. Lucius, do you have a 90s comedy that just immediately pops into your mind?
Every Monday night, had to see that Will Smith, that Fresh Prince, bro. Had to see that.
Oh, so good.
Had to.
So good. That's such a great show. We've got honorable mentions on here, going back to, we got a mix of even your Christmas movies that are on here. Clueless is an honorable mention. The Big Lebowski is an honorable mention. You've got Austin Powers, International Man of Mystery. That would be the first
these
one.
are movies?
These are specifically movies.
I thought you meant TV shows.
I do have TV shows.
I thought you said sitcom.
No, just comedy movies.
Oh.
But Fresh Prince is still great.
Yeah.
Groundhog Day.
He says you don't hear well.
Oriental.
Yeah, you don't hear well being Oriental.
Liar, liar. Whoa, okay. Jeez, pull that one. That's a G-Bag of the Day nominee, huh? Let's get him up here. My Cousin Vinny.
Oh, classic.
Yes.
The two Utes. Yes.
We really had like some comedy gold in the 90s here.
And the Tread.
The Wedding Singer.
Yeah, the Wedding Singer was that 90s, really?
That was in the 90s. Yep. We've got.
I was going to say Friends because it keeps popping up here on the TV, but that would be a TV show, not a movie. If you go back and watch Friends, it's amazing the amount of TNA they were really selling on that show. You know what I'm saying?
With Jennifer Aniston?
I mean, Jennifer Aniston, Courtney Cox mostly.
Yeah.
But it's constant cleavage.
It's a lot.
It's a ton.
And it was very cold wherever they were filming.
I didn't realize that
chilly.
back in the day, what they were really selling. But it's in every scene.
You guys never saw Charlie's Angels then? Back in the day.
I saw the movie.
I saw the.
I think I might have caught the
Cameron Diaz movie.
This Bill Murray. Yeah, this is very 1970s. Farrah Fawcett and Kate Jackson and those gals.
Tremendous. Friday is on here as well. As an honorable mention, Bobby, I don't know if we played this. We'll have to look at that later. There's something about Mary in Wayne's World.
Why is Bobby bothering us on our show?
That's what he likes to do. He doesn't text back during his show.
Yeah, exactly.
The Waterboy at 10. Billy Madison at 9. Gosh, Adam Sandler really just ran everything when it came to the comedy.
And then ran it right into the ground.
Yeah, some of the Netflix stuff has not been good.
Well, I think what happened to Sandler is the same thing that happens to musicians, is they get successful enough that they don't have to, use anybody else to polish the product. Like, once a music is like, I don't want a producer, I'm going to work with my friends. That's what Sandler's doing. The director, the producer, all the actors, it's just his friends. So what they think is funny is, it's very unique for them.
Yeah, well, he kind of had a shtick, and it worked.
Yes.
And then it kind of maybe
they
phased
overdid
out.
the shtick, I think.
Yeah, it probably did.
You don't have like a corporate influencer coming through saying like, guys, we got to head in this direction. We got test audiences. This isn't really working out.
He had his wheelhouse.
Sandler's like, screw you. I have $100 million. I'm going to make movies with my friends.
Yeah, 214 Friday was an honorable mention. I thought that it would have made the top 10 as well. Dumb and Dumber getting love. American Pie getting love on the text.
Dumb and Dumber is all time.
Office Space, and we're getting Office Space 2 coming out soon as well. The Mask, first time they ever saw Cameron Diaz. She looked fantastic in that movie. Big Daddy getting texted in. Courtney pre-surgery's fantastic looking woman, says the 940. Heavyweights. Absolutely. Heavyweights is a great one in the 90s. Toy Story comes in at 8. Mrs. Doubtfire at 7. Hello! I still think one of your best bet payoffs would be dressing up as Mrs. Doubtfire, Brian. I'm waiting for that one.
I think I would look a lot like Mrs. Doubtfire.
You would. You'd pull that off.
I think I would.
Speaking of Will Smith, Lucius, Men in Black at 6.
Men in Black.
Ace Ventura, Pet Detective at number 5. Do I have something?
There's my one seed. Oh,
it's hilarious.
Unbelievable.
All right, you're not going to like
I'm a
4.
doctor, not a pool man.
The Sandlot coming in at 4.
Never
top
saw
10.
Pretty good movie.
You never saw The Sandlot?
Never did.
That can't be a top 4 funniest movies of the 90s. It's no knock on Sandlot.
It feels like you're knocking on it.
It simply cannot be
Dawson,
funnier.
Dawson just did
So you're
Dawson.
telling me it's funnier.
I can't believe that.
It's funnier than There's Something About Mary. It's funnier than Friday. It's funnier than My Cousin Vinny and Liar Liar.
I mean, take it up with America. You go up to Ranker and you go ahead and pop up those votes for the other ones. But
I will.
Coming in at 4. Dumb and Dumber at 3. Happy Gilmore at 2.
Yeah, that belongs. That deserves it.
But number 1.
Freddie Got Fingered, Tom Green.
It's a good one. Number 1 is indeed Tommy Boy.
Oh.
Fat guy in a little coat. I mean, Tommy Boy's outstanding, and we miss you very, very much, Chris Farley. May you rest in peace.
Yeah, I would say all those movies were really good. I think in the 90s,
The Sandlot, right?
The Sandlot was a children's movie. Dumb and Dumber was a little shticky, and I thought that Jim Carrey had sort of lost his fastball. Like, you had the sitcom Jim Carrey in Living Color, and the skit show, and then you had Ace Ventura, and then after that, I don't know, it kind of lost the momentum and the genius.
Okay,
I mean, I'll agree to disagree on
diluted.
it. Like Dumb and Dumber and Liar Liar will stand the test of time to me.
Yeah. And The Mask is great.
Yeah.
There
There
was like a raw energy to Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, and in Living Color. I don't know. I think that Jim Carrey, by the time you got to those movies, I don't know if it was corporate or what it was. Maybe he was on some insane drugs.
That could be.
Maybe in the early days, and you get sobered up once you get successful. I don't know.
Did you see the butt birth mechanical rhino from Pet Detective was sold?
What?
No. Remember that? We all remember that scene.
Yes.
Of course. Yeah. The mechanical rhino was sold for just under $60,000.
I didn't know that they still
last
had this
week
to sell. Last week?
Yeah, last
Gosh,
week.
Dang it. Should have mortgaged the house.
Somebody's birthing at home right now.
That's amazing.
Just having fun.
Oh, Nutty Professor. That's a good one. That was honorable mention. Yeah, I mean, Big Lebowski was 16, I think, on the list. But yeah, if you want one of your favorite movies, go to ranker.com. Go find the list and pop your favorite up there. Move it up there.
Okay, we do have Rangers baseball coming up at 5 o'clock tonight with the first pitch at 5:35. Jacob deGrom is going to be on the hill. And then tomorrow it's an 11:35 first pitch here on your home of the Rangers. And we got the Jake Berger appearance coming up for the Rangers Player Show in 3 or 4 minutes. Saw a Rangers fan post last night with updated numbers for production on Jonah Heim, Adolis Garcia, and Marcus Semien.
Yeah.
This is bad for them. 5 for 34, $147 with 0 home runs and 4 ribbies. With your new guys absolutely cleaning up, I'd say, Chris Young and the Rangers scouts and personnel department really did a hell of a job deciding to move on from a collection of World Series heroes. And those decisions can be tough to make. It's still early, and maybe they're going to, pivot and have successful seasons. But it's just a hell of a job, I think, after the first 4 games of the season for Chris Young. And they got to be feeling really, really good about where they are. Although last year, would remind you, they were 3-1 last year after 4 games, and wheels started to come off after the first couple of weeks. But this is definitely the beginning that we were hoping for, and at least so far we're getting. Okay, pregame's coming up at 5 o'clock. First pitch at 5:35, and it is time now for the Jake Berger Show here on The Fan, brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. And a good afternoon. How you doing, Jake?
Good. How are you?
Doing wonderful, man. Putting on a laser show up there, locked in. I mean, does the ball look like a big old brisket sandwich as it's on its way to the plate these days, or what?
You could say that for sure. No, it's been a good start to the year, and for me, it's felt really good in spring, just with my routine and dialed in. I love playing for Skip in Miami, and now that he's here, I'm excited to keep that going.
Huh. What do you do? What do you try to keep in mind when you got it going to keep it going?
I think it's easy for us to tinker and stuff, and if something doesn't feel right, you kind of throw in a new drill or something to get that feel back. But for me, it's just sticking to what I know best and what gets me locked in, and it's sticking to that routine day in and day out, and not faltering from it. And, just knowing that you're not going to have to be the guy every single night to hit a home run is always great as well. I think 1 through 9 and all of our bench guys, I feel like I've contributed in some way in a game so far. And so that always gives confidence to everybody in the lineup.
We knew it going into the season, but you got thrown at the gauntlet of Philly pitchers there with some really, really good ones. Sanchez on opening day. Overall, how'd you think you guys worked as a lineup coming out of that and then starting it with Chris Bassett last night?
Yeah, I think we did a really good job up in Philly to take 2 or 3. I mean, that's obviously a tough place to go into and take 2 or 3 and win a series. Sanchez is a bona fide ace in this league, and he's second in Cy Young last year, and he showed us why. And I think we took some really good at bats off of him. And I think what's cool about this team is it doesn't seem to be the same guy every single night right now. It's 1 through 9, we can hurt you in different ways, and each guy has their own skill set and knows exactly what their role is in that lineup on a nightly basis.
Jake Berger here with you on The Fan.
How much was the wind factor out there in Philadelphia?
Yeah, that was a game 2. I'd like to pop us back, but we ended up winning. So anytime you make an error like that, it's frustrating, and you try and work your butt off for these pitchers that are making unbelievable pitches against a good lineup, and you kind of know the implications of using another bullpen guy and being short-staffed for that Sunday. But if you had a homer in that game, it feels a little better when you put your head on the pillow at night. So fortunately, I did knock one out in that game.
Who's been made fun of more since that? Is it that play right there, and you're taking heat from the teammates, or is it laughing at the crappiest umpire in baseball now, CB Buckner?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what umpires get exposed with this ABS, but I think the guys still aren't done razzing me about the pop-ups, but I think that'll be an all-year thing.
Does it make it better when you go to the ground like, hey, guys, I gave it my all? Or would you rather stay on your feet in that situation?
Well, I think for yourself, you get to swallow your pride a little bit, stay on your feet. But if you don't want the air, I feel like acting like the sun's in the way or you can't see it. I think there's a little soccerish tactic to it, going down a little flop so you don't get the air.
That face down reverse snow angel is a hell of a look, dude.
Yeah, the body felt it that night too.
Well, and it was freezing out there. I mean, we saw Sandler in the pregame. He's all bundled up and his teeth are chattering. I mean, how your opening weekend in Philly, it kind of stinks that it's freezing out there.
Yeah, and I at first base you get a lot of traffic there and a lot of conversations, and I think each one of the Phillies guys and myself included in this combo saying, I think anybody at least the first 2 weeks, start in the South or start in a dome. It makes too much sense, but it's the cards you're dealt, and to take 2 or 3 early from them is huge.
So you were saying you really like playing for Skip. What is it that you like about him?
I think there's a mutual trust between us, and I think one of the best things a manager can do in the big leagues is communicate really well. And I felt like from day one, I was with him in 2023 in Miami. He always communicated what the role was, where I was going to be at. I remember Game 3, I was sitting actually in Texas. It was the third game I was with Miami, and he came out to me. He's like, enjoy this off day because you're not getting another one the rest of the season. And so, just communicating like that and knowing that a manager has your back and is going to communicate with you and tell you where he's at with you, I think that's pivotal. And, with that trust and just the conversations we had in spring, him putting me in the 4-hole every single night and just showing that trust in me, kind of frees up the mind a little bit to go out there and just do what I do.
You mentioned, we talking about starting on the road. Is that one of those things where you go straight from, spring training? Would you rather start at home? And I know the weather and stuff could be factors and stuff, but are you just now looking forward to getting back to home and getting back into a routine, or is it better starting on the road and kind of getting that under your belt a little bit?
I kind of go back and forth on that. I've thought about that a decent amount over this road trip, and for me, I think it's better to start on the road just because you can kind of get your feet wet in a big league game. You get that adrenaline, and then you have 6 games, coming back home. Your feet are wet. You're kind of up to speed, and then you have the opening day festivities, which are really fun at home. But I think it's better just to kind of stay in that groove. You're not. I look back at the Phillies home opener. They had the guys walking in from center field, giving fans high fives through the field, and it's just, your routine's not dialed in as much when you're at home versus, when you're on the road. It's like, yeah, you got to do the introductions, but that's really all the obligations you have. And so I think I'd probably prefer starting on the road, but it just makes, if you can take 2 or 3 from Philly and win a series here in Baltimore, you come back on a high note. It's pretty exciting to get back in front of the home fans.
I was going to ask you, I was an NFL scout for 13 years, and I lived in hotel rooms and stuff. Do you have a hotel routine that you do when you go on the road? It depends solely based on if my family's there or not. Sure.
I think there's some hotel room set up with some cribs and, making sure the stuffed animals are in the proper place.
There you go.
You'll get yelled at by a 3-year-old, as many people know. And the arm's got to be in the exact right spot,
Right.
So obviously when they're with me, it's we kind of get into that routine. And then when I'm by myself, it's more, all right, let's try and figure out who wants to play video games with me, and let's check out for a little bit.
There you go.
It's our buddy Jake Berger with us here on 105.3 The Fan. It was awesome seeing what Latsy did on Saturday, but DeGrom making his debut today. Do you get a little bit giddy like the fans do for a Jacob DeGrom start, getting to watch him work at first?
Oh, yeah, it fires me up. Every single time he's on the bump, it jacks all of us up in the infield and, just defensively, just knowing who he is and what he does, and it just gets us excited. And, I think gives the offense confidence, too, that he's gonna do what he does, and we go out there and perform as well. We'll see what happens, but it's always a confidence booster when you get one of your guys on the bump.
Well, nice catching up with you again, Jake. Congrats on this early season success, and best of luck to you. Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Yes, sir. Thanks, guys.
Salute. There he goes, Jake Berger here on 105 The Fan, the Rangers Player Show every Tuesday, usually 3:20, but earlier today because they're in Baltimore with the pregame coming up at 5 o'clock. Wolchuk, what's in store next?
All right, I think we're doing some Troy Aikman GM audio here. All right, he's talking with our buddy Clarence Hill. What does he think about working with the Dolphins, not getting to work with your Cowboys? That's next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, did the Rangers keep it going in Baltimore? The Stars taking on the Massholes, and we'll chop it up at 7:40 in the Expressway. It's the Hump Day edition on The Fan.
Turn up your radio, Ranger fans. It's time for the Golden Chick Dot Race. Make your picks, and remember, no wagering, please. And they're off. They're neck and neck. Red moves ahead, but Blue's a strong second. Now Green takes the lead at the home plate turn. And speaking of plates, I always add extra rolls to mine. Golden Chick rolls are baked fresh daily and so good, they're famous. Green starts to lag. Blue is nowhere to be seen, but Red digs deep for the win.
Golden Chick. Wooly back with you, and let's chat East Dallas Diesel. It's a Tolo Truck Tuesday. That's right. I'm checking out EastDallasDiesel.com right now. Got my eye on the 2022 Ford F-150 Shelby Super Snake Whipple Supercharger BDS lift. This thing is absolutely customized. It's got that black exterior, the black leather on the interior. Just under 39,000 miles on here. You got the warranty. Everything from the bells and whistles and trim. Blacked out 22-inch Shelby wheels wrapped in 35-inch all-terrain tires. This thing is absolutely gorgeous. Hey, if this isn't what you're looking for, don't worry. East Dallas Diesel, they're pumping out new inventory every single day. And if you see one of these trucks, or maybe it's one of their motor cars, whether it's the Range Rovers, whatever you might have your eye on, it's not exactly what you want, but it's close. Maybe you want to tweak something here or there. That's what East Dallas Diesel is there for, all right? Give them a call. Ask for Tony Alberti, and him and his staff are going to put together exactly what you're looking for, because everything is custom at East Dallas Diesel. No cookie cutter stuff there at all. They're not doing anything when it comes to shortcuts. It's all about the best. Owner Tony Alberti's been in the car and truck game for nearly 30 years, and he's personally handpicking everything that you're seeing on their lot, and he's putting it through inspection, so you know you are getting the best and quality. They got every brand you can think of: Ford, Chevy, GMC, Ram, Toyota, you name it. And when it comes to the motor cars, the Corvettes, the Escalades, the Tahoes, the Bentleys, the BMWs, they're family owned and operated. Go check them out. EastDallasDiesel.com. That's EastDallasDiesel.com, or check out that gorgeous showroom. Tell them Wolchuk sent you. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard.
Sean and RJ here with Base Power. Don't wait for peak storm season to prepare for it. That's why thousands of Texans are switching to Base Power. With Base Power, you got automatic whole home backup for up to 95% less than a generator.
For a limited time, get $100 off with The Fan while install slots are open. BasePowerCompany.com/TheFan. That's BasePowerCompany.com/TheFan, and take advantage of the $100 off offer by being a Tolo with Sean and RJ at Base Power.
Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Elvis Andrus.
Baseball has given me amazing moments, but what matters most happens off the field. Family, memories, and the future we're building together. As a player, I prepared every day for what might happen tomorrow. That's why I believe in Globe Life. Globe Life helps families feel secure and ready for whatever tomorrow brings.
Globe Life is the official life insurance of the Texas Rangers.
Glove Life, make tomorrow better.
My dad's sleeping on the couch. Yeah, Mom's really not happy because Dad forgot to mention his IRS problems. She found out when a whole bunch of IRS letters rained down on us like bad report cards. Mom's freaking out that the IRS will grab our stuff. She said if Dad doesn't get this fixed, he's out. And I don't want to see my dad on the street like a homeless bum. Plus, she said at this rate, I'll never get that little brother to be player 2 in my video games. I'm calling IRSprop.com at 214-214-3000 to get Dad a free consultation with Randy Martin. He's right here in Dallas, and he knows how to tackle those IRS monsters. Listen up. If your dad's in hot water with the IRS, you gotta dial 214-214-3000. I'll say it again, 214-214-3000. Call now. Those government guys aren't getting their hands on my toys. And don't forget to tell them that Tommy sent you.
The average car payment in America is now nearly $800 a month, and many auto loans stretch longer than 6 years. That means millions of drivers are paying for vehicles long after they're ready for something new. Most people don't actually have a car problem, they have a loan problem. That's why more drivers are calling D&M Leasing, the nation's leader in automotive leasing. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com. D&M Leasing, the smarter way Texans drive.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Hey, Mama, stop endlessly scrolling to find a caregiver. My trick to saving time and my sanity is SitterCity.com. They've helped busy parents find the perfect sitter for over 20 years, matching you with caregivers who actually fit your needs. I love that all caregivers undergo ID verification and background checks with real parent reviews, so you know they can handle your sassy toddler. Plus, you can always talk to a real-life human if you need help. For a smarter, simpler way to find trustworthy care, visit SitterCity.com today.
Join G-Bag Nation live at Rally House in Arlington this Thursday for Friday's home opener event. 4 lucky customers will win $100 Rally House gift cards. Don't miss it this Thursday at Rally House, 309 Curtis Mathis Way in Arlington.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppa here from my good friends over at Gaylord Golf Mecca. It is that time of year. It's time to plan that summer golf getaway. If you're a golfer like me, if you love the outdoors, if you love being immersed in 70-degree weather in the middle of July and August, then Gaylord, Michigan, Northern Michigan is the place to go. Easy flight, 2.5 hours up to Traverse City, an hour drive. You're nestled amongst Michigan's northern forest. 16 championship-level golf courses. Stay and play packages available online at GaylordGolfMecca.com.
Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Elvis Andrus.
Baseball has given me amazing moments, but what matters most happens off the field. Family, memories, and the future we're building together. As a player, I prepared every day for what might happen tomorrow. That's why I believe in Globe Life. Globe Life helps families feel secure and ready for whatever tomorrow brings.
Globe Life is the official life insurance of the Texas Rangers.
Globe Life, make tomorrow better.
Gather around Ranger fans for the Golden Chick Dot Race. Make your picks, red, blue, or green. And they're off. Red quickly pulls ahead with blue and green coming up fast as they round the turn. My stomach reminds me that dinner is also just around the corner. I'm hungry for some crispy, delicious fried chicken. Juicy and tender Golden Chick is a winner in my book. And who wins the Golden Chick Dot Race? It's a photo finish with green taking the checkered flag by a nose.
Golden Chick. As Pittsburgh prepares to welcome the nation to the unofficial beginning of football season, the city's kickoff celebration will begin with an unforgettable, invite-only night of music. The night before takes place Wednesday, April 22nd at the Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/the-night-before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Price includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius, and thanks to Jake Berger for joining us. The Rangers Player Show every Tuesday, brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. Here's a Wolchuk with some Troy Aikman content.
All right, so what are you giggling about?
The way he teased that one?
Yeah.
Or presented it. What would that be? Would that be a tease or present?
Present.
And here's Wolchuk with some stuff from Troy.
Yeah,
we got the stuff.
It's like
Troy stuff.
It's like late in the day. It's like, here's Chief with some sports.
A lot of sports. It's pure gold as always.
Like, you don't know if his computer went out or he just doesn't give an S.
It's setting the table with paper plates is what he's doing.
Yeah, we're just going to go ahead and throw them away. No need to do the dishes. Here's Troy. This is from DLLS, our friends over there. Shout out to them. Clarence Hill sitting down with former Cowboys Super Bowl champion quarterback Troy Aikman, and he's discussing the consultant role with the Dolphins, and Troy had some thoughts on that, and I don't know, do you ever want to do this for the Cowboys?
I won't be a general manager in the NFL, but with that said, I'll always wonder what kind of general manager I would have been, and I believe I would have been a good one, but everyone thinks it would have been good at something that they never tried, so it's easy.
Any conflict of not being able to do it in Dallas?
No.
You knew that wasn't part of the...
Yeah,
even as a consultant.
Will McClay doesn't get to do it in Dallas, and he's been there a long time. So, I think probably... I don't know. I think the Dolphins were wise in understanding my relationships around the league and knowing that I have information that they don't have or can't get. And I think they were smart in taking advantage of that, whether it was through me or through somebody else. The Cowboys have never elected to do that, at least with me. Maybe they have with others, but no, I don't feel there's a conflict. But I will say I'm pulling for the Dolphins, and I know that because now I have something at stake, and I think they hired 2 really talented, wonderful people, and I think that's going to prove itself out. Now 26 is going to be a tough season because of the cap that took a big hit when they let Tua go, but. Time will tell, but yeah, I'm pulling for him. I want to see him do well because I feel like my fingerprints are on it as well.
Man, there's a little bit of a conflict there, I think, as far as him working for the Dolphins or him wanting to see them succeid.
Yeah.
And being a broadcaster, in his role.
I was kind of wondering. I was wondering the same thing.
Yeah. But I think there was some incredible insights into what he said in there, talking about how the Dolphins recognize that what they don't know or they can't access is the most powerful information in football relative to them, and they needed to get a solution to that. And I wonder how much the Cowboys have prioritized finding people who look at things differently or are willing to give them perspectives and truths that they don't want to hear. And I think Troy Aikman would be a great candidate for that kind of deal. But I also hope that Shoddy's updating their operating system and their knowledge base, their strategic ideas.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we got to hope. I mean, I do think he does seem to take some shots at Jerry when he can. I mean, he certainly did towards the end of that Netflix docuseries. I mean, he mentioned the Will McClay dig there. Look, I think Troy, it would have been fun. I think there's a lot of fans who would have loved to have seen what he could do. I mean, I think that he would have been a great consultant. But I will say, I mean, at least from the Jerry perspective, that's what we hear is he does try and talk with people around the league. Now, maybe they're friends of his. Maybe it is people that are going to tell him what they know Jerry wants to hear. And to your point, it's not those that are going to challenge or give non-group think, which is maybe what Troy would give. Maybe it is Barry Switzer, who Barry's going to say, hey, you know, Jerry, this is kind of what I know you're looking for, and I'm going to tell you exactly what you want in that regard. But I would have loved to see what Troy could have done as a consultant with the Cowboys. I think it would have been great.
Yeah, and he could do a tremendous job, you know. So I mean, the ship has probably sailed on that opportunity, but it's fun to talk about. And I mean, I'll be rooting for him to do well, and maybe that can in turn make the Cowboys curious about what he's capable of doing. And if they don't find a desire to seek those answers with him, maybe they can find it somewhere else. We got a football fix coming up though, Wolchuk. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, let's do it, man. We got Hard Knocks, we got Grading the Mocks, and would this be the oldest quarterback room in all of the NFL? That's next.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on the Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Arizona took down Purdue on Saturday in the Elite Eight. The Wildcats are heading to the Final Four for the first time since 2001. Tommy Lloyd took over as head coach in 2021. Lloyd has the most wins in his first 5 seasons with the team in college basketball history. Could Tommy Lloyd leave for North Carolina? That'll be the big question this week in Indy at the Final Four. I'm Chris Black.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. Did you notice that we hit 92 degrees in March? That's a full month earlier than usual, and that means most AC systems already have weeks of extra runtime, and we're not even to May yet. But here's what most homeowners don't realize. Breakdowns don't just happen. They start as small issues, like a clogged drain line that should have been caught weeks earlier with a simple tune-up, because small problems can turn into expensive repairs. So for a limited time, Reliant Air Conditioning will tune up your AC system for just $85. But here's the best part. When you join our Hero Club maintenance program, your AC tune-up is absolutely free, and you'll stay protected year-round. Our schedule is filling up fast, so call us at 877-YOUR-HERO or schedule your AC tune-up online at ReliantAirConditioning.com and see how we've been gimmick-free since '83.
Your Radio Ranger fans, it's time for the Golden Chick Dot Race. Make your picks, and remember, no wagering, please. And they're off. They're neck and neck. Red moves ahead, but Blue's a strong second. Now Green takes the lead at the home plate turn. And speaking of plates, I always add extra rolls to mine. Golden Chick rolls are baked fresh daily and so good, they're famous. Green starts to lag. Blue is nowhere to be seen, but Red digs deep for the win.
Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Elvis Andrus.
Baseball has given me amazing moments, but what matters most happens off the field. Family, memories, and the future we're building together. As a player, I prepared every day for what might happen tomorrow. That's why I believe in Globe Life. Globe Life helps families feel secure and ready for whatever tomorrow brings.
Globe Life is the official life insurance of the Texas Rangers.
Globe Life, make tomorrow better.
The NFL offseason is here, but the action never stops. The draft is right around the corner, and Heed the Call NFL podcast with Dan Hanzus and Mark Sessler is your pro football destination. Prospects, team needs, and pick-by-pick coverage of draft weekend.
Heed the Call covers all things NFL, and we have fun. No fake hot takes or boring data dumps here. Just entertaining football talk from your favorite buds at the bar.
So come hang out with the Heed the Call heroes for football news, analysis, and mirth. All the mirth. Follow and listen to the Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
I know it's hard to take that first step when you're not feeling like you. But if you do take that step to optimize your total wellness with Men's T Clinic like I did, hormones, mood, weight, muscle mass, they're all going to fall into place, and you're going to leave the symptoms keeping you on the sidelines in the rear view once and for all. Men's T Clinic has pioneered optimizing hormone levels and total wellness for men since 2014, pursuing their mission of restoring men's health, confidence, drive, and vitality. Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T today or visit mensteclinic.com.
1-800-246-OT. mensteclinic.com. This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is Hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We got C-Note coming up in 20 minutes. We'll give you the Cowboys news and the takeaways from Jermod McCoy's Pro Day workout today over there at Tennessee. That's coming up in 20. Here's Wolchuk with your football fix.
All right, let's get our fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
Well, it is official. We know the Hard Knocks teams for this year and for next year, as it'll be the two Super Bowl opponents. Your Seattle Seahawks will be on the training camp version of Hard Knocks, and then for 2027, they just went ahead and scheduled the New England Patriots. So this will be the first time ever for, I believe, both these teams. Seattle's never done it. So your reigning Super Bowl champs, first reigning Super Bowl champion to be featured on Hard Knocks since the Ravens back in 2001. So we'll get JSN with his fresh new deal, Sammy Darnold off the Super Bowl championship, all the I'm hoping Tank Lawrence is featured on this again. He, of course, knows all about Hard Knocks, but he still hasn't committed to coming back yet. I don't know if he's going to end up riding off into the sunset as a champ. But we got Seattle this year, New England next year. Interested?
Yeah, always interested. Wolchuk, and always interested.
Sounds like no.
In a Tank Lawrence return.
Not interested at all.
I just don't know that.
You know what I said?
I mean, Mike is out, right? So a Tank return, let's bring it.
Okay, this is perfect. I'm so happy that everybody was listening to this conversation. We can.
You were talking about Hard Knocks, and were we interested in it?
New England and Seattle.
I've never watched Hard Knocks since I've been in it.
I don't know why they have the Super Bowl champions.
Why did
it's
you
usually,
say Mike over there, by the way?
Well, because he said a Tank return, and so I thought, Mike is not
Tank
here.
Being on Seattle for Hard Knocks, and he knows all about Hard Knocks. But will he return to Seattle because he's flirting with possibly just retirement?
Okay, gotcha.
So that's where we were there, just to catch everybody up. So we're just all on the same page.
Okay, that's
here.
Perfect.
And maybe Green Bay ends up being in it in 3 years from now.
You're an effing idiot.
It's all good.
Well said, bro.
At least I didn't say the
I
S
take
word.
the reins. Maybe you can go ahead and just I'm just going to chill and do something else. No big deal. I understand how it goes. I'm guilty of this too at some points.
No, I was actually getting information from
McCoy?
No, yeah, I have a scout that was texting me from the Pro Day itself.
Okay, perfect. You can save this for Krusty's Corner?
Well, that's kind of what I was hoping.
Yeah, you save it.
But I was listening.
You save it for Krusty's Corner.
I was listening to you speak about the Hard Knocks, and ever since I was in the Hard Knocks,
you're just not into it.
I'm just not into it.
Lucius, are you still plugged in with watching the Hard Knocks? Like, I know the off-season stuff. I thought that was fun.
I thought the off-season stuff was good, but I fell off a little bit. I ain't gonna lie, I fell off.
Yeah.
I mean, were you guys locked in on the season one with the division, and you got
I did. That was good. I like the storylines and that, and it helped. Let me know about that. What is it? The AFC South.
Oh, yes. 2 years ago, they did the AFC North.
Yeah.
That was good. That was good. I liked it in season one, based on the division.
Thank you,
Wolchuk.
I got you.
That was excellent work.
I got you.
God.
Yeah.
It kind of helped me about the whole NFL.
But it does. I mean, and it was with all the coaches.
Well, the interesting one with that, from that seasonal one, was Shoddy replacing Eberflus.
Yes,
firing
that was,
Eberflus.
Yeah, it was. And it kind of,
the coaching staff meeting they had,
right?
Where
At
let
the end of it all.
Yeah, we let the coaches.
And then we
know.
got like
It's like,
2
hey, he's a
seconds
great
of fame.
man. He's a great man. Let's just make sure you reach out to him. It's about the man right
They
now.
clipped the post-game show, put it on there for a second. That was nice.
Yeah.
Next year, the Cowboys won't be featured, so we won't have to worry about that. But Las Vegas official, 2029, it happened. The NFL did name Las Vegas the host for the Super Bowl in 2029. No idea what number that is. We are. I can't read the Roman numerals anymore.
Wait a minute,
I don't even know
now,
what's going on.
Did San Francisco just host 60, right?
Sounds right. So
San
that'll be
Francisco-
63?
Yeah, so it's 63.
63. Gosh, we're getting up there, aren't we? Jerry, by the way, today said...
You're telling me.
A lot of words.
Yeah, basically is in line with Broadus's...
I had my life. Like the first
You were born on Super Bowl I? You are, yeah. I
was born in 63, yeah.
You're in lockstep with the Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Holy crap, that makes it way easier now.
Yeah.
How
I
old
know
are you,
it was
Ryan?
Super
That's
Bowl.
what Super Bowl we're on.
Super Bowl 50 was San Francisco. Super Bowl 60 was San Francisco. So now you just take...
Perfect.
What do we got next? We got Atlanta. Oh, no, we got Los Angeles, Atlanta, and
Vegas. And then Dallas.
Good luck with you guys, man.
No, we're never getting the Super Bowl
We're
back,
going to go
guys.
to Cleveland and Buffalo before we
Ever.
come back to Dallas.
Tennessee's probably in there too, right?
That would be sweet.
DC, we'll
Do you
get
think
one.
there really is going to be a Buffalo Super Bowl?
Hell yes, I do. I think that's part of getting a new stadium.
I think you got to have hotel space to do this. I don't think
Cross their
Buffalo,
fingers.
I don't think Buffalo gets.
They don't have the infrastructure.
Can they keep us in Toronto?
They did it for New York, and that day was like 5 degrees.
Yeah, but I'm just I'm just saying though. Don't you have to have the hotel space to be able to account for everybody?
Yeah, and you need a parka too.
Right.
You know.
I mean, like
Good point.
The media coming in, you got the fans coming in.
It is a little bit sketchy
You can't have
because
like the days in.
Nippy and brisk up there.
If you get a Buffalo snowstorm, I mean, how
That
many
would
times
be-
have we seen those
We
guys
get a
where
blizzard
they're
up there. We're not going to know
they
what the
can't
hell to
open
do
their
with
front
ourselves.
door?
Who the hell is going to be bitching about that choppy will in the morning show?
We're all going to be complaining.
Oh, it's got to be. You can't play in bad conditions here. You got a Super Bowl decided because of snow. Imagine that.
Oh, that's true. He was on one on Monday with you, Eric. About. I mean, I guess Berger
By the
just
way, good
co-signed
job.
it.
Good job of carrying that show.
The drama and the theater of it
You
all.
and Jake did a great job.
Yeah, shout out to
you and Jake.
Jacob Ray really brought it.
Yeah,
really
you and Jacob.
crushing.
Yeah, exactly. And Chop.
Great work.
Was he heavy along the way? Did he feel like heavy
All
carrying
right,
him
enough
along?
about Chop. We got other things to get to here.
He's light as a feather.
Oldest quarterback room in the National Football League. I think the Rams are about to have it. They put out a not-so-quiet pitch for Kirk Cousins to serve as the backup there for Matthew Stafford. What do you think? McVay, he's like, Kirk, hey, come on, come see us.
What about our guy that disappeared at Georgia, the quarterback?
Yeah, Stetson Bennett, I
We
think.
said Stetson Bennett. He's an old dude.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, he's an old.
He's an
man.
old. He was an
like
old.
27 already, I
No,
think.
seriously, he was like an old college dude.
He's 25 and
He
he
was
was drafted.
still peeing on front doors.
Did he disappear for a little bit?
Yeah. He left the team.
And that's one of the few that it's like it's out there that something's going on, but no details ever got out about. Like,
they
He got
what
hit
it
in the
was.
head with a stripper pole. That's what happened.
I think he
who
was
else
putting the
did that?
TV up.
Yeah, he was putting the TV up. And got
I
hit.
think Bennett was putting the TV up.
Oh, he was.
Yeah,
I thought he got
Stetson
hit in the head
was.
with a stripper pole.
Well,
No,
that's
there's some confusion
allegedly.
there. Yeah.
Allegedly. All right. Have you ever heard this story about Marty Schottenheimer, Brian? Here was
I
Schotty
have.
yesterday, NFL Live, sitting with the group. And why does he not wear sunglasses? Take it away, Schotty.
And Schottenheimer joining us here. And I want to, first of all, give you a compliment because so far you're in the minority. A lot of our coaches that have visited us have had to wear sunglasses. They can't deal with the pain of looking into the sun and the TV lights. You apparently are tougher than most.
This is a true story, Laura. My father taught me as a young coach, coaches do not wear sunglasses.
I love this. Wow.
Okay,
Please
so I was like, but we're in San Diego, right? And I'm like, whoa, it's bright outside. He's like, the players have to see your eyes when you're coaching them.
Tomlinson can wear the tinted visor, but you can't wear sunglasses?
It's Marty Schottenheimer. But literally, honestly, true story. I was like, okay, makes sense. Because when you're correcting or criticizing, they're like, I want to see your eyes.
Man.
So it's pretty cool. The other coaches I let wear, but I'll never change.
I love that.
I guess
do
I've
too.
built up toughness.
I was trying to give you a compliment. I did not expect such an incredible answer to come out of that question. That was absolute beautiful.
He was beautiful.
Shoddy will do that. He's got some of the best pressers in the sport. I think once you become sunglass guy, you can't go back. Once your eyes get used to having the shade from it, like if I try to go outside on a sunny day, I'm done for. I got to close my eyes and like try to walk to the door by braille.
Well, you got the blue eyes too, right? Wasn't that a thing with Josh Hamilton?
Yes, that's right.
And you're a little more sensitive during
Caffeine.
the day. Yeah, that'll get to you.
It's a real deal for me. You know, if I find myself outside without sunglasses in the summer, if I forget them, I have to go to a gas station. You know, we're going to immediately buy sunglasses. I will not be outdoors without them unless there's significant cloud cover.
Tom Coughlin used to make us in Jacksonville stand on the field without sunglasses on, and it was horrible. It was absolutely horrible.
Yeah.
And I would have problems with sweat that would roll down into my eyes, and then
salty.
The whole practice, I'm fighting.
Yeah.
Like that, burning and all. And then a lot of it had to do because just, again, the sunglasses, at least my eyes were somewhat protected, and I was always, they were watering up, and it was bad. I mean, I would never, I would never tell anybody they couldn't wear sunglasses like Coughlin did.
Yeah.
That was just a bad rule we had. And I don't know how you stand on the field. Like there were days like in Baton Rouge or wherever, like pro cities as well, stand there watching practice. If I didn't have sunglasses, I wouldn't see what's going on. There's no way of, just that my eyes were that sensitive to it. But hey, good for him if he could get away with it. But then his old man, I've seen pictures of his old man wearing sunglasses.
Yeah, I mean, I was listening
games.
this morning. I think Corey was sending Bobby pictures of him wearing them.
I think there's been games where he was in San Diego, maybe he had the lenses that change like mine do.
They could be like
I think
tinted,
Marty might
maybe.
have butt cracked Brian. He was pranking his son the whole time.
There are pictures.
We got to keep an eye at training camp, though. Like, is Brian really never wearing sunglasses?
There are pictures of Marty Schottenheimer wearing sunglasses.
I think you're right, dude.
promise
For
you.
sure. Got a couple up there, and it looked like an aviator guy.
Yeah. He had
big ones.
He had aviator glasses normally, and I think he was poor. They bought that hook, line, sinker. If you know anything about the history of NFL, Marty Schottenheimer wore sunglasses out there.
All right.
Brian was just trying anything he possibly could for 2 decades straight to become a head coach. So he was like, well, I'm going to try this.
Yep, not wearing the sunglasses. I mean, I like overall what he's saying there, the eye communication. I mean, there's something to that.
Can you have a better prank if even from the grave it is still working?
The legend lives on.
It's amazing, dude.
Man, all right.
It's somewhere in his will. Make sure to tell Brian on his 75th birthday, gotcha, son.
His mom will let him know at some point.
By the way, the backward visor, too, is a bad look. I'm just
you know
telling
that he wears that? You don't
when he wears
that
that backwards visor, that's a bad look.
He had to get that from Florida,
Oh, yeah.
That's just a
His
bad
mentor.
look. When you wear a backward visor, man, I can't.
Not a fan.
Not a fan of
That
it.
should be a bet payoff for Broadus one of these days when we're out on remote. He's just got to go backwards visor.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, if I wore a visor like fishing and you get the
the sunburn
but with
line.
with the line.
Oh my
How
gosh.
ridiculous would that look?
Ridiculous.
I think I did notice at the presser yesterday, by the way, maybe Shoddy losing a little up top.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's starting to thin.
Well, that head coaching stress will get you, man.
Yeah, immediately.
His dad had wispy hair.
Yes,
I
absolutely.
like the word wispy hair. There you go, wispy. That's a good description of it.
I thought he might have been hungover too, to be honest with you.
Did you see the coaches? The coaches, they have a darty going on. Like Jay Glazer was darting. It was all the young coaches. But guess who was the old coach in there boozing it up with them?
Andy Reid,
your guy.
Sean Payton.
Sean Payton was standing up yelling at everybody.
Right. He is a legendary booze, bro.
He was holding.
Bring us another round.
All the young coaches were kind of looking up, and Sean was like shirt tail out, and
Let me tell you,
pointing and drinking hand.
Where's Nathaniel Hackett?
Let me tell you when I was in Eastern Illinois.
Get over here.
Yeah, he was just ripping Mike LaFleur to shreds for having Nathaniel Hackett as his offensive coordinator or whatever.
You idiot. Why'd you hire him?
He's standing with a drink. He goes, Mike, no offense, right? Got me.
Well, Zerline's got his new mock out, NFL.com, and he does have Sonny Styles, the linebacker from Ohio State, falling to the Cowboys at 12. He's got Reuben Bain Jr. going to the Cincinnati Bengals at 10. He also has Mansour Delane going to the Commanders at 7, the corner from LSU. At 20, he's got the Cowboys circling back and taking Colton Hood, the corner from Tennessee. So if you landed Sonny Styles and Colton Hood, job well done. I'd be pretty pumped. But I don't know that Sonny Styles is getting past number 7. Now remember, this is smokescreen season. Everybody's lying. Everyone's you got to look through the tea leaves here. But this was Adam Peters, GM of the Washington Commandos, with Kay Adams, and well, he's glazing Sonny Styles.
Sonny Styles, friend of our show.
Is he?
Unbelievable.
He's an impressive kid.
Unbelievably
He's a really
impressive. But I'm
young
saying
man.
that from a chatting perspective, from your evaluation perspective, Sonny Styles, objectively.
Oh, he's outstanding. I mean, we went to their pro day last week, and they had 4 guys that are probably going to be picked in the top 10. That place is a factory, and they got great coaches, and the players are really well coached, and they're really good. And Sonny fits into that category. He's big, he's long, he's fast, he's athletic, he's really smart, he's a great leader. So, he's a really good player.
I told him I think like of all these things, but your football IQ is really what sort of pops a little bit. Can you speak to that a little bit from what you see?
Yeah, I mean, he gets those guys lined up. All the players on the team revere him. They talk about his leadership, his ability, his football IQ. The coaches do. So, I mean, if you talk to anybody there, he's going to be a team captain, guy for 10 years.
I'm with him. I mean, I do think Sonny Styles is absolutely fantastic, but he sounds like he loves this guy. So unless
pretty
he's
significant glazing there.
Yeah, unless he's just like trying to throw that out there, put some chum in the water, I'd be surprised if Sonny Styles does not make it past 7 with the Commanders there. Which, you know what, that trade up to 6, you could leapfrog him if Sonny Styles is really who you want, but I did like the clearance, so I'm just going to say, you guys know I have to. Clearance, putting it out there, that he thinks that the Cowboys would like Jacob Rodriguez over both C.J. Allen and Anthony Hill Jr.
That's pretty awesome.
We're starting to get some momentum, boys.
Okay. It is exciting.
There was positive buzz coming out of Lubbock last week. I've been keeping it to myself. I don't want to get over my skis here with excitement, but Jacob Rodriguez is the pick at 20. You heard it here first.
Lock it in.
Lock it in. Run the card in, boys.
Gosh, Walchuk's pants are going to go flying off in the middle of that draft show. It's going to be a not safe for work environment.
I'm going to get escorted out of there. Chris Beam's going to carry me out.
Rodriguez is the pick at 20.
What if it's Sonny Styles and Jacob Rodriguez in the linebacker?
Pretty fired up.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that would be exciting.
Hello, Navarro.
If you could double
Patrick
dip,
Wilson, Navarro Bowman.
If you could double
let's go.
dip at corner, linebacker, or edge, which one would you double dip at?
Wow, so at edge, what would it be?
In the first round?
Like if
just
you
get Bain and Mesidor.
Exactly.
Bain and Mesidor.
Freaking sick.
Yeah, I'll take Bain and Mesidor.
Probably have to do that in the long term.
Yeah.
As tempting as it is.
What if you went McCoy and Hood?
I'd be really happy with that as well. I mean, you have a lot of capital spent on corners that aren't probably going to touch the field that much.
Yeah.
So there's a short-term building situation as well. But either one of those would be very exciting. All right, the combination of players that the Cowboys will get at 12 and 20. We are now 3 weeks and 2 days away from that all being revealed.
Yeah.
Okay. We got C-Note coming up next. Cowboys news of the evening here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Rangers pregame coming up at 5 o'clock. They're in Baltimore, and we're back here on the Fan. I want to chat Frankels with you before we do anything else, though, because, life is unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence. If it happens to you, we highly recommend you call the Frankels. They'll make sure that you don't settle for less. And, 6 or 7 figures of damages is quite common. It might seem like a massive figure for you right now, but if you just sit down and look at it, like the ambulance ride can be 5 figures, a hospital stay, lost wages, maybe you can't get back to your job ever, you need career re-education, long-term disability, maybe you need that blue placard, and you're not going to be able to play with your kids or your grandkids for decades to come. What is all of that worth? Well, the Frankels understand, because they've been doing this for 3 decades, protecting victims of negligence right here in North Texas. Scott and Mark Frankel, they're the best at what they do. Their name commands respect across North Texas courtrooms. The Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. When you're hurt and it's not your fault, the guilty party is going to put the best lawyers they can find on the case to get you to settle for less. You want to fight back with the best lawyers we have available to us. Here is Tolos. It's the Frankels. Go to frankelfirm.com, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey iHeartRadio
$100 trade pays out $273 if either one wins it all. Download the Kelsey app. Use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kelsey, trade on anything.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now here for the C-Note, the Cowboys news of the evening. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Brian Bet Payoff says next year at the Combine, Broadus has to wear a backwards visor for a full show complete with interviews. Would you do it? Or would that be too much of a humiliation?
No, I'm not going to wear a backwards visor.
No, let me eat some gut rot out of a old musty boot before I wear a backwards visor.
I just think it's a ridiculous look. I mean, a backwards hat's cool. Yeah. Visor's ridiculous.
That's the point. I think that's why it would be a great payoff, especially at Oxnard when you have people that respect you.
Yeah,
and you're watching ball.
I'll say this: I'm one of these guys too. I think you have to have a certain hairstyle to be able to wear a visor. I think you have to have hair that actually goes over the visor, like the pro golf.
Once you're a bald guy, you're a full hat guy.
If you're a bald guy like me, you're a full hat guy. Wear a visor, you look ridiculous.
It would make the bet payoff even better, though, if you could grow out your Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young hair a little bit.
Should I try that again?
Yes, absolutely. Your COVID pandemic hair. That'd be a great with a backwards visor.
Okay,
dude, that's electric.
You guys won't be
shed
honest.
an eyebrow.
You guys won't be honest. That hair looked ridiculous, though, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
It did.
I mean, when you got it cleaned up, when you had a fresh hairdo. I liked it because you were kind of rocking in the 70s a little bit.
I wanted to feel that thing blowing in the wind.
I just wanted to be on a fishing boat and actually have it blow in the wind. I never had that experience, and then it happened. I've got a picture. I need to, Darcy, I'm going to send you a picture. You tweet this out. And this, if people are listening, they're going to laugh at this one.
Looks like you should be fishing with two guys named Gator and Skeeter.
I'm going to send you a picture that's ridiculous to me, and I'm going to let you tweet it out.
All right, we got we'll get that tweeted out from that G-Bag Nation here before too long. Follow us all when you get there. Our handles are in the bio. It is the C-Note though. Pro Day. At Tennessee, Shug, was today, and our guy Jermod McCoy blazed a 4.38. Really good news for the Cowboys. He's either healthy enough to draft, I think, or he gets taken ahead of the Cowboys and pushes another player down, and that's certainly possible when you're talking about corner and safety, especially if you get a team that really needs corner or values corner above them. I think Jermod McCoy could definitely be seen as a stronger prospect or be higher graded even than Sonny Styles. I think that much of him as a player. Jerry on the possibility of revisiting Max Crosby trade in the summer. Said that situation, I don't anticipate it. Is it possible? Yes. But
of course it is, because it's Jerry Jones.
Yeah. But
he was talking about ducks quacking too. Wasn't he?
Okay, P.T. Barnum,
what
are we doing over there?
What did he say? If a duck quacks, feed it?
Yeah, like the demand for an 18th game, like should they go? And they got, I guess, since till 2030 when the collective bargaining agreement runs out, they've got to get the NFLPA to agree on that, because in the agreement it says that you can't add another game until it's over. So if they want to go to an 18th game prior to 2030, they've got to get the NFLPA to sign off on that. I don't know that that's going to happen, but yeah, I mean, a lot of people look at the NFL being greedy, but that's Jerry's right there.
$15 million for Jerry.
Yeah. I mean, the money is so good for just one more game. If you leave it up to the team owners or the fans, yes, give us 20 games. What are we doing?
No preseason.
How much time off do you really need? Could we have 2 4-month seasons with 2 months off in between?
I hate the off season. This sucks.
Could we build the rosters out with like 30 additional players just to give more depth for injuries? Yeah,
I think they should make the rosters bigger.
Yeah,
and I think you're onto that.
If you do that, though, I think the one thing I would be looking for from an NFLPA perspective is we got to be making more people generationally wealthy. Right now, there's just like 10 guys per team that are making all of the money. Mm-hmm. And as the collective bargaining agreement and the salary cap goes up, like the quarterbacks are making more, the wide receivers and ends, like the absolute best players on the team are making more, but like the bottom guys are still around $1 million, which is where they were 15 years ago.
There's no real middle class. It's just the big dogs, and then everybody else is on the cheap.
Like let's just distribute this a little bit better so all of us might have the kind of stability when it comes to negotiate the next collective bargaining agreement that everybody could feel like, dude, we got $40 million in the bank. We don't need this paycheck. I think that's the number one thing holding the Players Association back from like negotiating from a stronger perspective is just like wage insecurity from so many of the players that need that game check ASAP. Shoddy was on with Kay Adams, who's
Shoddy making the rounds.
Yes, and Kay Adams making the rounds, interviewing a lot of the movers and shakers over there at the NFL League meetings. But she asked him about Bobby Wagner, and he said he's one of the biggest fans of Bobby Wagner, and he's still playing at a high level. Said he loved him when Wagner was with the Seahawks. And Shoddy was with the Seahawks. That was probably 6-7 years ago, and said we'll see how everything works out. Which maybe that means I have no interest in who Bobby Wagner is as a player right now. Maybe that means we have to see how much money he's looking for, and maybe we can't afford that. But I don't know. Watching Wagner play last year, he looks every bit 36 and 37 years old. But if you just wanted a linebacker that can stop the run, he can still do that for you at a very high level.
You just need to get him off the field on third down.
Okay,
but as a two-down player, he still has value.
I am kind of surprised that Kay Adams is still doing her thing on this level. Like I feel like
that bother you? Kay Adams interviewing people?
It does.
He's great.
I mean, you think Kay Adams is great? You like her show?
I do. Well, I mean, I can't say I watch her show start to finish. It's clips. But I was a fan of Kay back in her NBC Sports days.
I think at NBC Sports, at NFL Network, like as part of the cast of people that were talking football, it was cool.
But just her by herself?
Just Kay Adams, I don't know. I think something's missing from it. I'd like to see her back as part of a team. Okay, Omar Kelly, Miami Herald, reporting on the latest on Jordan Brooks, said the Dolphins GM John Eric Sullivan told reporters he has fielded a couple of calls from teams interested in acquiring the NFL's leading tackler. Cowboys are one of those teams. However, a deal's not imminent. No offer made seems to be good enough for Miami at this moment. Quote, I want Jordan to be a part of this. He's made of the right kind of stuff, said Sullivan. We want him to be a pillar on the defensive side of this as we build this thing out. So that is Omar Kelly, Miami Herald, reporting on the Jordan Brooks story. And Cowboys beat writers were talking about this last night. Nick Harris on Twitter. Clarence Hill, I believe, talked with Omar Kelly a little bit. Kelly says the Dolphins recently opted to not restructure Jordan Brooks' contract, though, as they did with others, which makes people wonder if they are willing to trade him. And it's kind of saying, like, if you follow the actions instead of the words, it seems like the Dolphins are wanting to maintain their trade flexibility right now with Brooks. And part of their decision to move Jalen Waddle was, at the time, they said the 27-year-old didn't really match their competitive window. So if he doesn't match their competitive window, Jordan Brooks wouldn't as well.
Yeah, that was the big thing that jumped out to me, is because he was like, and Waddle's going to want another contract here very soon. Like, Brooks is about to get one. Brooks is playing on the last year of his deal. So, are you guys going to pay him this offseason and extend him? Are you guys going to pay him next offseason? He's going to want some bag for sure as being one of the better linebackers in the league. So, does that really make sense? I still think that Jordan Brooks could be had, but are they not going to budge on a price that might just be a little too much?
And you got to pay some guys. You can't have a team with no players because you have to hit the floor, and a lot of their floor is going to be taken care of by dead money this year. But still, you have about $100 million you have to spend, and it would make sense. Veterans made of the right stuff can help mentor your next class of guys. If your new head coach likes him, it would make sense to keep Brooks. But I think for the Cowboys, they got to make Miami say no multiple times. And hopefully they're pressing it with urgency, with consideration for the deadlines. And they really do have the better part of 5 months, really, to work on this thing. 4 months. 4 months at least, right, till late July. Stephen Jones was asked if he feels like they need to add a linebacker before the draft. He said no, he doesn't feel any timeline urgency right now, and that player acquisition is a 365-day-a-year business.
For everybody else.
Yeah, but everybody's talked about Jerry, Stephen, and Shoddy that Last year they waited until middle of the offseason to get George Pickens.
Yeah, and I think they're kind of living on that. It's like, hey, maybe we wait and see. Do we come out of the first round with a linebacker? Is it Sonny Styles? Is it Jacob Rodriguez? Maybe it ends up being the third round. Do you end up taking a Josiah Trotter from Mizzou? Whatever it is. But we can circle back maybe and restrike trade talks for Jordan Brooks post-draft and go ahead and do next year's draft capital like we did with George Pickens.
Or find a free agent vet like Jadeveon Clowney.
Yeah, and maybe that's Bobby Wagner. Who knows?
Yeah, there's players out there. Then there's going to be players cut at the end of camp, and then almost immediately once the season starts and somebody's 0-2, we'll have trade deadline discussions. So, but I think the Cowboys, based on a lot of the stuff that Shoddy said yesterday, I went home and watched that entire 33-minute interview. Like, it really seems like before too long we're going to have a couple of more bona fide, legitimate starters added to this defense here to talk about on your home of the Cowboys. All right, we got Krusty's Corner coming up next, though, buddy. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, we got a report from Tennessee's Pro Day, and I got some questions for my guys. We'll do that next.
I want to chat about Window Nation with you before we do anything else, though, because Window Nation is the best window company in the world. They have the most energy-efficient windows, and right now, heck of a deal going on right now at Window Nation. 50% off all new windows, and special financing is available right now at Window Nation. Nothing down, and payments as low as $199 a month. With Window Nation, you're going to love the customer service and professionalism, and right now you can have the guys out to the house. They'll do a free evaluation of your existing windows. How much energy efficiency do they have left in them? Were builder-grade windows installed when the home was constructed? Are they 8, 10, 12 years old? If either one of those things is the case, they're probably not that efficient. And here with the hot summer weather coming up, your AC can be running overtime and costing you hundreds, if not thousands of dollars every year on your energy bills. WindowNation.com is the website, and you're going to agree with me. Customer service and professionalism, these guys are the best at it, and they can give you a no-obligation quote that's good for 6 months, so lock in the savings, have them out to the house, go to WindowNation.com, 50% off, and special financing, nothing down, payments as low as $199 a month right now at WindowNation.com. Salute.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, did the Rangers keep it going in Baltimore? The Stars taking on the Massholes, and we'll chop it up at 7:40 in the Expressway. It's the Hump Day edition on the Fan.
Fast breakthrough checkout with EECU's new TCU Debit MasterCard. As the Horned Frogs official credit union, EECU helps frogs make their best financial plays and now ups the game. Use EECU's new debit card to round up and support TCU NIL and help win Horned Frog championships. Plus, you can win TCU tickets, merchandise, and enter monthly gift card drawings. Get your card today. Call 888-853-5548 or visit EECU.org/TCU. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership requirements apply. For additional terms and conditions, call 888-853-5548.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
New Bluebell Brookie a la mode ice cream brings brownies and cookies together like never before. Big chunks of brownies, soft chocolate chip cookie pieces blended into a rich, creamy brown sugar ice cream. It's not too good to be true. It's just that good.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your local Aldi store.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Buford, what are these IRS notices?
Karen, don't worry about those. Just put them on my dresser.
You hid this from me? They're saying we owe the IRS what?
Honey, I can handle this.
Buford, I'm going to...
Hi, I'm Randy Martin at irsprob.com. We help good people with IRS problems. If you're receiving IRS notices like Buford, you need to give me a call right now.
Wait, who are you?
A friend, Karen. At irsprob.com, we protected thousands of families from the IRS and negotiate settlements, oftentimes for less than the original amount owed.
Hey, Randy, can you help us?
Absolutely, Buford. But you need to call for an appointment right now at 214-214-3000. That number again is 214-214-3000.
We're calling now. Thanks, Randy.
IRSprob.com is here to help. Check out our 5-star reviews. Call us today at 214-214-3000. Again, 214-214-3000.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Question: what business couldn't use extra income? Hey, it's Tiki Barber. Right now, Amazon Hub Delivery is looking to partner with ambitious local businesses to become Amazon Hub partners. You and your staff will deliver packages to customers in your area when it's convenient for you. With each package delivered, your business gets paid. Get started at Amazon.com/Hub Delivery. That's Amazon.com/HUB Delivery.
Why the long face? Summer's coming up, and in Texas, that means swimsuit season's hitting by late April. Don't panic because you got Souza Clinics. Real Texans dropping up to 20 pounds a month. It's medically supervised, rapid, safe, natural. No surgery, no pills, no shakes, no side effects. See for yourself. Real people with real results at weightlossfortexas.com. That's weightloss4, Texas.com. You can also call 972-479-5187 for your free consultation. Call Souza Clinic today and leave those pounds in the dust.
As Pittsburgh prepares to welcome the nation to the unofficial beginning of football season, the city's kickoff celebration will begin with an unforgettable, invite-only night of music. The night before takes place Wednesday, April 22nd at the Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/the night before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Price includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Time for Krusty's Corner. Brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Great to have you back, sir. Dylan did a fine job, too, but always nice to have the boss back, for sure. Talked to a scout that was at Tennessee's Pro Day. Was this the one we were the most interested in, Pro Day wise?
I would say so.
Yeah.
I mean, McCoy, nobody's mocked more to the Cowboys these days than McCoy. So, and we haven't seen him move. So, yes, I would say for sure.
I know we've had a lot of discussion on our show about the young man. We've had discussions about him, I know, over at Crown Global Media on the Doing All Right and in the stack. You know, where
By the
to
way,
go.
I tagged Crown Global Media in this fishing picture that we posted from @GBag Nation.
I would hope that everybody out there enjoys the picture of me. If you haven't, go to the GBag Nation Twitter page and see like me catching fish at night
Looks like you're having a great time.
And look
maybe
how
about
crazy,
8 beers in.
Look how crazy my hair looks.
Back to the future.
Yeah. Very, was it Doc Brown?
Yeah.
Very Doc Brown of me right there. But if you're on the page and you haven't followed us, please do.
You're clearly in your happy place, though.
Was that a 4-pound bass or a flex capacitor in your right hand?
Yeah.
That was.
He's got the collar all popped up on his shirt.
I'll tell you what, man.
Styling.
That's all day fishing right there, because you're trying to like. I'd love to take you guys fishing at night out the lake, because they have these lights in the water, and the fish are attracted to the lights.
Oh, so it's just easy money.
So you can run what we call a square bill through there, which is like a kind of it's a lure that looks like a minnow, but it's got a front that's square, so it shakes. And so the fish, I mean, you drag it through that area.
Ball sacking the fish.
And you could see those big fish just like you could see it moving, and those fish just hammer it. And like you just, as soon as you just set the hook.
Yeah.
So you're literally, the light's attracting the huge bass, because they're like, whoa, what's this? Light. Whoa, let's go over here.
Hey.
And you throw that square bill in there, and you literally have 3 people on the boat fishing, and all 3 get bites.
That's
the same. It's
got these Marty Schottenheimer fish, no sunglasses.
Yeah, no sunglasses at all. But all right, that's enough about my fishing stories. But check out our page, if you would, over there on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call that thing. The thing that if you get hacked, you'll never get your account back.
Yeah, that one.
Just don't even think about getting your account back at all if you're one of those folks. All right, McCoy, he ran 140. 4.39 is what they had with him. My guy told me he was really good in drills. He said he was more fluid than explosive. Really good in the hips, though, with this guy.
Well, it's all in the hips.
Yeah. I asked him, I said, confident in that knee, drive off? He says, yeah, no issues, moving at all. Impressive vertical and broad jumps as well. So you see the strength and the power there. I said, I said, any reason why you wouldn't draft him? He said, no reason for me. He looked really good to go. So
all right,
that's what he said. I asked him about Hood, the other corner.
Yeah.
I said, hey, how did Hood look? He goes, he ran 4.50, 4.54. So 4.52 would be the split time on that.
Okay.
He says he was really good in drills. He just says McCoy is a notch better than him across the board.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what he was saying.
2024 tape would indicate that as well.
Yeah. So, people have already asked me on Twitter that they're like,
Are they back in play?
Well, if they ask me, do you really want him gone? And if I find out, Dallas, and 3 weeks ago, I had some people in the organization say, hey, we're not into the hurt guy. We're not into the red shirting guys and stuff like that. We're not into that anymore. I said, will that include McCoy? And he goes, that includes McCoy. So we'll see. They did have people there. Dallas had folks that were part of the workout. So we'll see how that.
Yeah, I could see believing he's hurt guy because he's not running, and you're thinking he's one of these guys hiding. But today changes that.
Yeah.
He was hurt guy in 2025. Tennessee's the fan base left with sorrows and questions about what could have been. This is a clean slate for this dude. Take him, Cowboys.
Yep. Trust me, that's cornerback 1 on my board. I could totally understand why people love Delane, because I love Delane as well. I just thought McCoy, when you look at the size, the movement skill, the way he plays on the ball, and damn, you could say the same thing about Delane.
Who do you think is more scheme diverse between McCoy and Delane?
Delane. That's why I have Delane over McCoy.
Delane.
So do you think Parker would like that more?
I think a lot of teams will like Delane more than McCoy.
I just think Ryan Smith would be a sponsor for Delane. He recruited him at Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
So that's my
he's the
assumption.
DB coach.
Yeah, that he would like him, but I could be totally wrong. That was a long time ago now.
Yeah. Well, like I said, if they're going to pass on McCoy, I'm just please let him go somewhere before he gets to Dallas. I don't want to have to deal with that, because I like the player that much. I'm going to stack this kid really high. I just don't want Dallas to just pass on him and take someone else that I'm just going to go, oh, okay.
Thanks. That'll be a real
TJ Parker.
Thanks for taking. Falk.
Gosh.
One of those guys.
Peter Woods. You're losing your mind.
Yeah, I'd absolutely lose my damn mind. Chief.
Yes, sir.
Stephen Jones said this quote yesterday, and I want you to give me a reaction after I ask you this question.
Is it we like our guys?
Nope. He said this quote, "We made some runs at the top of the linebackers, but couldn't get any deals over the finish line." And I ask you the question, why?
Because they only went after maybe Quay Walker and Nakobe Dean. Like, those are the only two in what was a deep linebacker class.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no excuse for it.
There's absolutely no excuse for that. Listen, if you're going into this thing and you need linebackers, you absolutely need linebackers and veteran linebackers to boot. And you can't sell that guy on the fact that, like, well, your coach is here, but listen, what else can we do? What else can we throw in to make this worth your while to sign here? I mean, maybe we're going to look back on it was a huge break. Maybe it was a huge break.
Probably was, given his injury history and limitations.
But I'm just saying, though, they made a run.
They did. That's right.
That doesn't help me. I don't need to hear that one either.
But what if Nakobe Dean tells you, dude, it doesn't matter. I want to play with my buddy in Vegas.
Okay, then this is what you do.
It's fine.
Okay, Nakobe, no problem. We're going to go make sure we get someone else.
Yeah.
In a linebacker class in free agency that is pretty strong. We're not just going to say it's Nakobe Dean or nothing. We're gonna pivot to a handful of other guys that are solid and immediate upgrades for you. That's what it's like.
Look, I would have gone for Alex Singleton. I thought, and that was a cheap signing for them. I mean, I thought that would have made a lot of sense. But they clearly said we want Quay Walker and Nakobe Dean, and they struck out on both. And yeah, in hindsight, I'm with you. There were other linebackers you could have gone to get, but those were the two that they looked at, and they probably felt like they were going to get Nakobe Dean. They probably didn't realize the whole connection with him and his buddy wanting to play together in Vegas.
Yeah,
and that was a mess up by them.
I think it's worth just giving them a couple more months here, and it sucks. And right now, if this is what they plan to show up for training camp with, plus their 2 first-round picks, I'll be with you. But I think there's probably reason to believe the reason they were willing to say, okay, we didn't get one of these guys, but we don't need to rush in and overpay them, is because we have other options. And our best fallback now isn't to give that guy whatever he needs to agree to come to the Cowboys. It's to wait a little bit longer until this other plan that hypothetically, I guess I'm, giving them credit for. And as I'm talking through it, it sounds ridiculous to give them credit. But, last year they needed a wide receiver and they went into the draft, and it's like, how can you get out of the draft and not have it? Because they had something. They had something in their back pocket. They were just waiting for the right time to execute on. So I'll crush them though. If and last year, as bad as their linebackers are, they might not know how to go find them.
How about this one for you, Wooly? Brian Schottenheimer.
Mm-hmm.
He uttered the phrase "drafting pure." Hollow phrase, or is this who they're going to become?
I think it's a hollow. I'd lean hollow phrase.
Is he lying to us?
I think we know the short list of positions they're going to go with, right? So we'll see. And look, drafting pure would be you do have a player that falls to you, whether it be a Jeremiah Love or Francis Malinoa, or there's one of these receivers maybe they have at the top of their receiver stack, and everyone's is different. We know that. Mine's different to yours, and yours is different to Corey's or whoever else, Gavin's, but... yeah, I mean, that would be drafting pure. I think we know they're coming out of this thing with a corner, an edge, or a linebacker. And I don't know how pure that is drafting.
Dawson?
I guess we throw safety in there.
I'm going to buy it. He also had the line where if the best player is
Dawson's
off...
hopium man today.
He also had the line where he said if the best player on the board's offense, then I believe Jerry Jones will stand there and take him, because that's what he does. So, and the way that they've talked about Tyler Guyton, I don't feel like the confidence is there.
I don't think it is either.
Yeah.
It all started when, and I've said this before, Isaiah Stanback on DallasCowboys.com, I don't think he's questioning the work ethic of Tyler Guyton unless there's something there. On that platform, in their building, and Isaiah's a former player, I respect the hell out of what he's saying. The second he started questioning Tyler Guyton and how bad he wants it, it made me think twice about him and his future.
And with this report that maybe Delane is running in the 4.6s, Like, you can't take him at 12. That was my fallback.
Terrell?
Terrell, my bad.
Yeah, Terrell with the 2 times that my guy had. He had, what do you have on that? He had 4.63, 4.68.
Before he got hurt.
Oh, that's before he got hurt?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he was feeling something already, but that is brutal.
Yeah, it is. But he doesn't play like that.
No, that's pretty shocking.
What's so weird. That's one of those. It's like, that was something I did not have on the old, as they say, the bingo card. That one I did not have.
That's a brutal number, dude.
That is brutal.
That was my fallback plan at 12.
For a guy who's undersized already, sheesh.
Better be ready to take an offensive guy there.
All right.
Thank you, Brian.
Boys. Appreciate you.
Krusty's Corner brought to you by Greystone Roofing. We got Sports Hodgepodge coming up next. Chief, what's in store?
Mark Cuban throwing Jason Kidd right under the bus, and your baseball stat of the day next in the nation.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
18 regular season games will soon be a reality, and it could happen as soon as 2027. Patriots owner Robert Kraft has suggested this could happen by adding a second bye week, eliminating a preseason game, and having every team play one international game per year. Extending the season and shortening the offseason at the same time as preaching player safety doesn't really make sense, but the NFL knows we can't get enough. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, a natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural, drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit KordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit KordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Dallas, Fort Worth, and St. Louis.
Hey everybody, it's Corey Majors. Tolos, when it comes to retirement, timing your Social Security can make a huge difference in how much you actually get. My good friend David Dustin, founder of MoneyWorks Group, helps people all over North Texas navigate the system so they don't leave money on the table. Right now, David's giving away a free copy of his Safe Money book to help you make more informed decisions. Visit MoneyWorksGroup.com for your copy or call 972-736-7373. David Dustin and MoneyWorks Group. Reinvent your tomorrow with confidence and guarantees.
Who says Easter baskets have to be baskets? At Academy Sports and Outdoors, we say grab a bucket, a wagon, a cooler, heck, grab a crawfish boiler. Then load it up with gear that outlasts Easter morning. And if you happen to find a lower price at a competitor, we'll beat it by 5%. So go ahead, build out those baskets the Academy way. We got everything but the eggs. Academy Sports and Outdoors. Fun can't lose.
Texans enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the Kroger app. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's always easy to get Texas-sized savings. Kroger, Texas proud since 1955. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
Save big on your Easter ham. Kroger bone-in hickory smoked honey glazed spiral ham is on sale now, just $1.25 a pound with your card. Limit 2. Kroger, Texas proud since 1955.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to celebrate? Hop into Easter festivities with everything you need at Target. First, get ready for your special occasion with 25% off stylish looks. With spring vibes, vibrant colors, and fresh florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Sean and RJ here with the greatness of Base Power. Peak storm season is right around the corner. And for the first time in over a year, Base Power can install in weeks, not months. Thousands of Texans are switching to Base Power to get a whole home backup battery that automatically keeps your home running.
For a limited time, get $100 off with the fan while install slots are open at basepowercompany.com/thefan. That's basepowercompany.com/thefan. Take advantage of being a Tolo at Base Power.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the nation. We are 1 hour away from Rangers pregame. They'll take on the Orioles once again this evening, sitting at 3-1, and they have Jacob deGrom on the hill. Now, Jerry Jones' line, "When the ducks quack, feed 'em," which I feel like is iconic and historic. I don't think he can get swept under the rug. I'll try to keep it alive as much as I can. But he was also saying that in reference to games on different days of the week. So get ready for another step down that path.
Your path.
Yes. Rolling NFL schedules. Mm-hmm. We have somewhere between 5 and 9 days off between games, and we have NFL every day of the week for about 4.5 months. Sound like a plan to me, Chief? Sounds like a plan to you?
Football every day.
All right.
Who says no? Not me.
No, I'm
not. More ball.
I think Jerry's a Tolo. He's probably been recognized, and I've been having this idea for a couple, 2-3 years, and now he's going to press it onto the path into their future, and I think it's genius. Okay, here's Chief with your sports hodgepodge.
Cuban has let the cat out of the bag right after this.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10? You don't think it's rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it
is
the home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
Your viral sports clip of the day here when it comes to DFW sporting is former Mavs owner Mark Cuban taking to the Intersections podcast.
Yeah, new podcast apparently.
Well, they're getting some plays today.
They are blowing up.
Mark Cuban sat down, probably talked about a lot of things, but this is the 60 seconds that has been clipped and sent into the stratosphere by Mavs fans. Listen to Mark Cuban talk about the Luka trade, who wasn't involved,
who,
and who was.
Some people got in their feelings.
Yeah, can you stop it real quick? I'm sorry. I do want to acknowledge, for whatever reason, The Intersections podcast has a weird mic situation. Okay?
Yeah.
Oh, this
I
is
checked it
terrible.
on multiple. Now it somewhat gets better, but it's going to sound like he's a little bit underwater, and I apologize for that.
That's why I said it's a new podcast.
Yeah.
The producer, he's got it double clicked one way or another.
Trying to get it figured out. Here we go, Cubes.
Some people got in their feelings. All I'll tell you is that it wasn't Michael Finley, and you can surmise who else was in the room. But I think there was animosity between our former general manager and some people on Luka's team, his agent and some of the people that worked around them. I don't think they got along. I think there were issues that, J. Kidd had coached with Anthony Davis and was close to him, and Nico was close to AD, right, since he was like 13 years old. And so I think, you talk about confirmation bias, there was some of that as well. But, that doesn't justify it for, our coach and our general manager to stand up and trade our best player.
There it is. Comes out of the gates hot. Finley, Michael Finley, who dispelled the beer-taking rumors a couple weeks ago with the KNC Masterpiece. Apparently, his hands are clean of this, which bodes well for him moving forward as a maybe full-time member of that front office in a GM-type role. But then he goes as far as to say, we know about Nico, of course, but Jason Kidd directly involved, even though he wanted to play coy. I found out at the 11th hour.
Yeah.
Cheeks.
I love Mark Cuban being open about this. At the very beginning of the Nico storyline, he was trying to protect the organization and telling fans to be quiet and stop chanting "Fire Nico." And, he was trying to keep everything kumbaya. And then when Nico gets fired, I felt like Mark was trying to get his foothold back in the organization. But then we heard from Brian's sources that maybe he was sitting at the little kids' table. That's the analogy that Brian used.
Well, now they've threatened to what? Cut his ownership to just single percentage points?
Yeah, so now he's basically saying, okay, if that's how you want to play with me after you screwed everything up and you're freezing me out, hold my beer and watch this. How about Jason Kidd, you don't want to have my back inside the organization? Well, those are tire tracks on your back, buddy. You just got thrown under the bus from the guy who hired you.
Yeah. And there's a lot of fans that are like, do we believe Mark? I do. I don't really think that he'd have a reason to lie about this. I get why he kept quiet about it. Yeah. Now there's no reason to try and save face for anybody. It's like, hey, you guys don't want me around? You're basically threatening to take away ownership stake from me?
Yeah, and they had that option. They agreed to that. He was naive in the contract that he signed to sell the team with the wink-wink and the handshake deal of remaining governor. But, it's not contractually enforceable. I mean, I even saw that coming
You called it immediately when it happened.
And I think for a lot of us, this is not a surprise. Now, in real time when the trade went down, I was kind of getting suckered into the idea that this really was just Nico running roughshod.
I thought the same thing. Jason Kidd's reaction at that press conference, looked like he saw a ghost.
Yes.
He seemed like a guy that this totally came out of nowhere and he had no idea. So either he deserves an Academy Award or, we all got balls. I got ball sacked.
Yes, for sure. Now, over the last few months, I think we started to understand a little bit more like, no, Jason Kidd was definitely in on this. Now, it is very much so out there. So I'm pretty sure there's at least a handful of Mavs fans that show up to the AAC and know that Jason Kidd was involved. But now, every single one of them is going to know.
Yes.
And you're going to get the chance, man.
What is the backlash here for Kidd now? Moving forward,
I think the fan base is going to call for him to be fired.
Like handling Nico, is that going to be enough for these folks?
No.
Or no?
No.
Is Jason Kidd about to get the wrath of MFFLs?
Oh, he's getting it brought. The wrath, because they have no other reason to go. They got a home losing streak, and I like J. Kidd. Anytime he's made the postseason, he's gotten to the conference finals or better. He's been really good as a coach, but I think there is such a connection to Luka. We've seen it. And we're already seeing MFFLs rallying the troops for Fire Kid chance at the AAC. This is going to happen.
Okay, I'm not doubting that there are some MFFLs who are fired up and passionate about this and are going to be leading those chants. I don't know if they're going to get the mass appeal. I don't know if they're going to get the
Clown Nico shirts and everything else that came with that.
I think a lot of the fan base wants to move on. And I think firing Nico gave them that movement where now they're looking about towards the future. And I think the fact that Jason Kidd won a championship and has had success as a head coach. You had your fall guy in Nico.
It's true.
But he's one of the great all-time players in the organization as well. For me, I've come all the way around on him the other way, that I was a huge believer in Jason Kidd. I believe for a while that his hands were clean here.
Me too.
But now that I know they're not clean, I feel like he should go. And I don't think he is such a great coach that you wouldn't be able to find one as good.
Do you think Cuban's playing a game of trying to prop Finley up to maybe get the general manager's job?
Yeah, that could make sense. Little Game of Thrones going on.
Yeah, and he's propping Finley up like, listen, fan base.
Yeah.
My guy, he had nothing to do with it.
I'll help you get this job. You bring me back in the fold.
If that opportunity presents itself, I can see that.
I think from talking to people in the organization that I know, there's blood on all their hands. There's some coaches that weren't buying into it, but there were front office people and I heard Finley was involved in it. So I think Mark might be playing a game right now where he's trying to
control the narrative.
Well, they've got co-GM guys, and they're going to have to make a decision on that here at the end of the season. Do they want to go outside or do they want to bring? So maybe he's propping up Finley as kind of hey, listen, no, this guy, he towed the line. He didn't want anything to do with Luka. Finley, to me, is a guy that absolutely will always have a job because he'll never be getting the way guy. He'll never have an opinion one way or another.
Yeah, I don't know that he's necessarily a guy that you want as the general manager.
Will survive. He will survive all kinds of regime change because he's never willing to get dirty. He's never willing to be that guy. So I think Cuban's trying to pump him up and take stuff away from Jason Kidd here, to be honest with you.
Yeah, because I think the dirty secret is that Kidd just wants to be in the front office.
Well, Kidd, I've heard the Kidd's a really good evaluator. There was talk about him being director of basketball ops. The guys say he doesn't want to be a general manager.
Maybe he does want to be the general manager.
Well, I think the basketball ops position would be something that he would be more interested in.
So could this be Cuban trying to C-block that? Trying to undercut him here?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Sure.
He's trying to make sure that Finley's positioned well, but if Patrick Dumont and the Adelson family's smart, they don't listen to Cuban.
I could see that, but I could also just see Cuban being emotional and saying, screw you guys. Listen, I'll tell the dirty secrets if you don't want to include me.
Listen, there's people
show respect for what I've done for this organization.
There's people that say that he didn't have the stomach or the funds to fund a Luka deal.
Yeah,
and so that's why he sold. He blamed it on his family basically. Mm-hmm. He blamed it on his family for, listen, I don't want my kids to be fighting over this, and and good for you. But listen, you can't sell something for billions of dollars and come back and have buyer's remorse and be that guy. Just go away. Just go away. Go run for political office or go try and do things in pharmaceuticals that you do.
Doing some pretty good work over there.
Yeah. Don't be the guy that's I'm all bitter now. I can't believe I sold my... No, you sold your team because you didn't have the stomach to pay Luka. That's it. You didn't have it. And you got tired of losing money. It was really good when Mark Cuban bought the team and he'd get fined $500,000 and laugh about it.
I think he made the same mistake Nico did, though, in not shopping the deal.
Yeah, that's essentially what he said. He said, I don't regret selling. I regret who I sold it to. So I think you're absolutely right. I think if he could go back, he would handle the sale way differently. He would probably go ahead and it wouldn't just be the Adelson family. He'd probably shop it. To your point.
But for a guy who's so smart and well thought out in a lot of places, and that's why he's on Shark Tank, it's crazy how emotional he gets.
Way too emotional.
Yeah. And that's been that way forever.
He's probably emotional right now.
Yeah. And I'm sure Jay Kidd's a little bit emotional getting this blasted out there like that. Will be interesting. Will be interesting to see how it all shakes out.
Like I said, when this all went down the pike, Cuban got relegated to the little kids' table for Thanksgiving.
Now he's kicking and screaming.
Now he's kicking and
like
screaming.
that. Yeah. That's not going to go well.
Yeah.
Well, the Mavs fall 124-94 last night to the T-Wolves. Who's our Tanqueray player of the night? Is it Middleton going 4 of 10 with 5 turnovers? Could it be Cooper Flagg going 5 of 19?
Ooh, that sounds worthy.
With a minus 35 in the plus minus? Or is it Klay Thompson off the bench giving you a good 1 for 8 and 2 turnovers? Handful of guys last night.
I
that
vote
are
for
worthy.
Cooper Flagg for the Tanqueray Tanker player of the game.
Okay.
That's
you feel
my
good about
vote.
that, Cooper Flagg?
I mean, there's a lot of worthy candidates. I'll vote for Klay Thompson.
Yeah, I'm on for Cooper. It's definitely not Daniel Gafford who decided to show up
again.
Dude, Gafford,
this guy.
I know. I thought they shut him down because of the injuries. They need to.
He refuses, man.
He's shooting like 85% from the field over the last month.
He's got to go get his. Now, if you notice, Anthony Edwards did not start the game last night. Instead, Mike Conley Jr. had to start for the T-Wolves. Anthony Edwards, why did you not start versus the Mavs last night?
I was taking a but yeah, like I said, Mike held it down for me.
Yes, he did, and we appreciate you, Mike Conley. Go
Sometimes
T-Wolves.
it happens, man.
I mean, he says things with a smile on his face, and like he's got this young LeBron type of energy. But just like the actual words are just so abrasive.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like they were wearing all white last night. That's not the dangerous game you want to be playing there in front of a bunch of people with cameras.
Yeah.
If they were in the dark blues, maybe he gives it a go.
Yeah.
But you got to bow out when you know the self-awareness. I appreciate it there. From Anthony Edwards.
And it's the Mavs, so
exactly.
Of course
everything's going to be all right.
It's going to be fine as long as I show up at some point in this game and make sure there's no stains, put the dude wipes to work, and everybody will win. All right, we got Jared Sandler coming up next, our Rangers insider, pre- and post-game show host and play-by-play man will tell you about everything that's gone right for your baseball team. Pre-game coming up at 5 o'clock in Baltimore, and we're back here on The Fan. I want to chat with you about my friends at Men's T Clinic before we do anything else, though, because if you feel like you're just not the same man you used to be, your energy's low, it's like you're stuck in low gear. You want to hit high gear. You want to live your best life. You want to have the energy levels that you used to. Eliminate that brain fog. Men's T Clinic is waiting for you. 972-GO-MEN'S T, mensteclinic.com. Let's stop the scrolling. Let's stop the do-it-yourself-at-home type of remedies for addressing your symptoms and find a real solution with a dedicated medical provider at Men's T Clinic. They have 5 DFW locations. Wasn't long ago, actually it was quite a while ago, we were at their first location there in Addison at Beltline and Arapahoe there, and they quickly took off because they are the best at testosterone replacement therapy. They've set the industry standard for it. And Artolos describe Men's T Clinic's therapies as life-changing. And it's not just the testosterone. They have hair replacement, advanced bedroom wellness. They have joint therapies for weekend warriors. They will get you back in the game. They will have you living your best life and living your healthiest life as well. 972-GO-MEN'S T. If it sounds expensive, it is affordable. And they have insurance options as well. 972-GO-MEN'S T, mensteclinic.com. Salute.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Mr. Smith, there's someone here to see you.
Who is it?
They say they're from the IRS.
No need to panic. Get tax attorney Nick Namath on the phone right away.
Hi, I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath with the law offices of Namath and Flores. If you're facing IRS wage levies, garnishments, tax liens, or unfiled returns, whether business or personal, call me now. Nick Namath, the Texas tax attorney at 972-484-0-TAX. That's 972-484-0829, or go to myirsteam.com. Offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
Tired of overpriced energy drinks? Ditch the can. Meet Whip Energy Pouches, a better way to energize. Whip is made with clean caffeine and great tasting flavors. No calories, no sugar, no nicotine. Just pop it in and go. Whip is the best way to stay focused without chugging another expensive energy drink. So next time you need energy, try Whip. Whip Energy Pouches, a better way to energize. Find Whip near you in Dallas and Houston at Murphy USA and Quick Trip locations, or visit WIPWhip.com. Sick of crashing out on sugary energy drinks? There's a better way. Meet Whip Energy Pouches. No calories, no sugar, no nicotine. Just clean caffeine crafted for smooth, lasting energy. Whether you're up early, grinding through the day, or staring down a workout, Whip is energy that moves with you. Find Whip near you in Dallas and Houston at Murphy USA and Quick Trip locations, or visit WIPWhip.com. Whip Energy Pouches, a better way to energize.
Sean and RJ here with Base Power. Don't wait for peak storm season to prepare for it. That's why thousands of Texans are switching to Base Power. With Base Power, you get automatic whole home backup for up to 95% less than a generator.
For a limited time, get $100 off with the fan while install slots are open. BasePowerCompany.com/thefan. That's BasePowerCompany.com/thefan, and take advantage of the $100 off offer by being a Tolo with Sean and RJ at Base Power.
Partly cloudy skies tonight, overnight lows in the upper 60s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, if you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Time is approaching to protest your property tax. Don't trust some blind call center. Contact North Texas Property Tax, the #1 property tax firm in North Texas. We cater to high-end homeowners exclusively in Dallas, Tarrant, Collin, and Denton counties. Last year, we secured over $1 billion in reductions for our clients, which is why 93% of our customers retain our services year after year. No reduction, no fees, no risk. Save more, get more with NorthTexasPropertyTax.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You follow here, Tolos, and I love CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community, and you can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th, and you can trust them to get the job done right. That's why I love them, because they take pride in what they do. The process is worry-free, starting with your free estimate. When you choose CertaPro Painters, you're not just hiring a service, you're partnering with trusted local professionals with over 70,000 five-star reviews to make your house feel like a home. Do what I did. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by North Texas Property Tax Services.
Time is approaching to protest your property tax. Don't trust some blind call center. Contact North Texas Property Tax, #1 property tax firm in North Texas. No reduction, no fees. Save more, get more with NorthTexasPropertyTax.com.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers pregame is coming up at 5 o'clock. They're in Baltimore for the second of three. Victorious last night. Your Rangers sitting at 3-1. And we're about to talk with Jared Sandler here on your home of the Rangers. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And good evening, Sands. How the heck are you, buddy? Jared, we got you? Oh, we're gonna have Jared here in just a second, live in Baltimore. Is the Rangers up 6 spots in the power rankings? By the way, ESPN not hesitating to boost them all the way to 11th after winning 3 in a row. And Jared Sandler joins us now here on your home of the Rangers, buddy. How we doing?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you guys doing?
Doing good. Let's talk about Jacob deGrom here and what all went into the decision to not start him over the weekend, and what makes tonight the right night for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was like a very minor neck thing. He woke up with a really stiff neck, and it just was difficult for him to complete his pitches. And I think a couple things. One, if it was August or September in a playoff race, he probably pitches, but as you guys know, when you guys have an injury of some kind, as minor as it might seem, it has the potential, especially when it impacts your throwing motion, to then turn into an injury elsewhere. And then all of a sudden, instead of missing a start or delaying it by a few days, you now delay it by a few months, and you just don't want that. So, I mean, it was really a very minor deal, understandably, because it's Jacob deGrom that raises the alarm bells, rings the alarm bells right when, you find out not going to make that start. But they just wanted to wait and make sure. Thank you very much. I just got some matzah by the great Jake Mintz. It's Passover tomorrow night. I know you guys are all Zach. Yeah, Zach, you eat the matzah. I just got delivered a piece of matzah. Jake, thank you, man. L'chaim, shalom. So anyway, I think with Jacob, it was fine. And it's just a matter of, letting him throw a couple times, make sure it feels good, and obviously ready to go.
Did Skip have anything to say about him today of interest or anything else?
No, nothing. I mean, just simply that, hey, he passed all the tests. He's good to go. And, the Rangers will make a decision after the game who will start tomorrow, and then in turn who will start on Friday for the home opener, which I know, a lot of people are excited to hear. Could be Nathan Eovaldi, could be Mackenzie Gore, but, depending on how tonight goes, will impact that decision.
Definitely not Kamar Rocker, though.
No, it could be. I think I think there's a chance that Kamar. Is needed out of the bullpen tonight, right? I think he'd be available. I think there's a chance he starts tomorrow, starts Friday. I think that's still on the table as well. One of the things that I think that they might consider. I don't know for sure, but the Mariners are coming to town here, and you don't play your division 700 times anymore like you used to, and so. While you still play your divisional opponents more than you do non-divisional opponents, those games are now just a little bit more important because instead of 18 or 19 times, it's 12 or 13 times, I think. So, I think the Rangers might use this as an opportunity to make sure that deGrom and Eovaldi both pitch in that series. Now, there are a lot of different permutations and ways to go about that, but I do think that could be a part of the equation if things go smoothly tonight.
Okay, speaking of going smoothly tonight, is it a big night for Jock Peterson? Like, how do you put into context what's facing Jock here in the context of the entire season and where he is in his career?
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's no doubt that at this stage in his career, he definitely, I think, wants to show and needs to show that he still can compete at this level. I don't know that tonight in particular is a big night. Last night it wasn't like he racked up the hits, but he did have a sac fly, right? That's certainly a positive contribution. It wasn't like he was a non-factor last night, and then the Orioles go to their bullpen, and so Andrew McCutchen comes in. I don't think that the expectation is that Jock is going to hit his way into facing lefties and righties, but when there's a righty on the mound, you just want him to be able to contribute. And I think that. So last night, that was definitely additive in that regard. But yeah, obviously, I don't think that it's an unlimited leash for him. this year, but I don't think anything is imminent before this upcoming homestand comes to an end or anything.
Jared, the early thoughts on Tyler Alexander and what he's done in 3 games for the Rangers.
Yeah, pretty good, right? He had just 1 save in his career coming into this year. He now has 2. And that's not, I don't think that he is, as of now, considered this team's closer, just the way it worked out in the 10th inning on Saturday. And then with Robert Garcia and Chris Martin, I think Robert Garcia was unavailable. I think Chris Martin was, preferably unavailable, but maybe available in an emergency. That's who they went to. And what's great about Tyler Alexander, he can do what he did last night. He can also be a guy that gives you 3 to 4 innings if needed. He's really versatile in that regard. I don't know that I expect him to be the regular closer. I don't think this is an indication that there's a changing of the guard. But he's done a really nice job in the roles that he's been asked to fulfill. And, I think you could see him fulfill a variety of roles throughout the season. I don't want to say he's like a Dane Dunning in 2023, a little bit different path. Dane was obviously a starter that, way more recently, who then got put into a bullpen role and then back into the rotation. But Dane Dunning was really valuable in 23 because he filled a lot of different roles, and maybe that's kind of how Tyler Alexander is, just in a little bit of a different package.
It was noticeable, no Josh Young in the lineup, and it certainly has not been the start to the season that he was hoping for. Duran will be starting at third. What's kind of the chatter around Josh and where he's at right now?
Yeah, I mean, not a great start. He's hit a few balls hard, but it's not like he's been blistering the ball left and right and just gotten amazingly unlucky. And so, with a lefty on the mound tomorrow, I imagine that Josh will start. And so it just made sense for him to take today off or to get today off, given, that he's yet to get a hit. Maybe give him a day to reset and then get him in there against the lefty tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, this is, Gavin asked about Jock earlier. I think, it's a different situation. It's not like Josh is, his career, from an age standpoint is near the end. I think that his career is very much at the beginning, but he's got to start producing, and it's a lot different when the team is competitive and trying to win ball games. You don't have the same sort of leeway as you might maybe in a year like last year when the year didn't go the way that anyone wanted it to, but that also gives a guy like Josh a little more runway. But he's obviously got to get things going, and he'll get today off. Maybe he'll come in off the bench, but. It's also an opportunity, just to look at it from the other side. It's an opportunity for Ezekiel Duran, who for the last 2 years, hasn't gotten any real opportunity to play with any degree of regularity, to maybe earn some more playing time if he's able to produce.
Leiter looked pretty good last night. What stood out with his performance?
Well, second lowest fastball usage for him in his career in a game, and just the ability to go away from that pitch and have great success, I think, was really impressive. Also the wherewithal, right? Like the IQ to approach it in that regard, understand and see the approaches that Orioles hitters had and, make adjustments. But the slider and changeup were just absolutely electric last night. And then the biggest thing for me is, after the 5th inning, he kind of labored a bit, gave up a run. The Rangers really needed him to get through 6 with how thin their bullpen was. And for him to come back in the 6th against good hitters and go 1, 2, 3 and be able to complete the 6th inning, I think it was huge. It not only helped the Rangers last night, but probably is going to end up helping them tonight because it's one less reliever that they maybe had to exhaust. But it was just a really kind of like veteran-type performance. And I think, with Jack, just the stuff has never been in question, and you really got to see that slider and changeup on full display.
How much credit does Nathan Eovaldi deserve for what Jack Leiter's been able to do? I mean, he made another point of mentioning the mechanical cue that he got from Eovaldi during that first inning when he was just getting behind in the counts. And it's not to diminish anything else anyone else in the Rangers organization's done, but just the impact Evo's had for Jack.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost a joke. Like, just how far-reaching Nathan Eovaldi's impact has been on this organization. And it's not just major league pitchers. You go find just pick a blindfold in a minor league clubhouse in Arizona, point to a pitcher, and chances are that guy has been impacted by Nathan Eovaldi in some way. I mean, it's pretty remarkable. You hear people, we just came from Philadelphia, like Kyle Schwarber is a unique culture impactor type of guy. That's Nathan Eovaldi. And for him to, be as dialed in as he is and is willing to, like, you think about, like, it's easy to do a good deed if it's like put on a tee, but like to be able to impact guys the way he does, it's like a clear, committed, intentional focus to help others at all times. In a world where it's incredibly difficult for guys to just survive and do their own thing, right? And so the impact, the way he's been able to impact people has been really impressive. And yeah, last night, the adjustment with the weight distribution, he was able to, help with Jack. I mean, that's having an extra set of eyes like that guys trust and value. That's pretty cool. And it certainly made a huge difference within this organization.
It's Jared Sandler here with you. Tremendous focus tonight, Sands. The chaos in the background at Baltimore. Can you set the scene for us?
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in the tunnel right now, and Craig Albanez, who's the manager of the Orioles, his son's Little League team is here, and they're having a blast. It was actually cool to see. So they all just went into the elevator room. So that's what we had going on there.
How do you like the Rangers against Zach Eflin?
Love it. Zach Eflin's faced all 30 teams in his career, and he has by far and away fared worse against the Rangers than any other team. His numbers are pretty poor against Texas. Now, that doesn't really mean a whole lot because it's different iterations of the Rangers ball club. It's not like the same team over the last 5 years. Rangers fans might remember Zach Eflin pitched for the Rays in the 2023 wild card round. The Rangers had success against him. He's not a huge strikeout guy, but a guy who doesn't walk a lot of batters. He's got one of the better walk rates in Major League Baseball, but he's a kitchen sink type pitcher, but someone who I think the Rangers stand a pretty good chance against. Again, this lineup is really built to face righties, and Zach Eflin's another righty.
You're the man, Jared. Thank you so much. Have a great night, and maybe we'll catch up with you tomorrow after the finale.
Sounds good, fellas. Take care.
Salute. There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter, an absolute beast, a legend, dropping Rangers knowledge on you once again right here on your home of the 2023 champs. Little proper round tripper to wrap this thing up, old Chuck.
Let's do it, baby. We got Rangers odds, walk-offs, and early baseball history, but we got to talk Trajan Wealth with you. That's right. That's Trajan. And Trajan Wealth, speaking of the Rangers, that's right. They're now jumping in on the Rangers Radio Network, brought to you by Trajan Wealth. It's pretty darn cool seeing our guys doing that. And if your current wealth management manager is not hitting it out of the park, do what Eric and I did. Call Trajan Wealth today and set up an absolutely free consultation. That's right, I said free. Who doesn't love free? Number to call, 469-890-0098. That's 469-890-0098. You can also check them out, TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. The great thing is, no matter where you are in the Metroplex, they got offices all across DFW. I love the Frisco location. My guy Steve Shelby there helped out my wife Maya and I in a big way. They're also in Arlington, there in Fort Worth, there in McKinney. And Eric, I know you speak super highly about that team in South Lake.
Yeah, I love them. Shout out to Trajan Wealth, getting me taken care of at the highest level. Now, I too have the confidence and peace of mind that retirement is actually a possibility for me, and I would encourage you to go ahead and schedule that free, no obligation consultation, because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And the more money you make, the more money they make, so trust me, they want to see you win, and they are in this with you. Now, Trajan Wealth, they're also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape, we all know that can be extremely challenging, but great news for all of us, Trajan Wealth is here to help. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece. It's a KNC Quickie, so we will try to cram in at least 2 segments for every one usual segment, leading you in to Rangers Orioles. Join the show 10 to 11 a.m. right here on The Fan.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here. It is that time of year. It is that time to get that golf trip planned. That summer golf getaway to Gaylord, Michigan, I do every single year for the last 15, and it's fantastic. 70 degrees in the middle of July and August. Pristine forests and lakes and rivers, fishing, wildlife, scenery, and the best golf you're going to play. I promise you. If you're a golfer, it's the ultimate guy's trip. GaylordGolfMecca.com. 16 courses, stay and play packages. Available online, GaylordGolfMecca.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later on your timeline. No showings, no double moves. Plus, Orchard helps you sell for more with repairs that attract the right buyers. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Carrington Harrison here to help you beat the book through Westwood One Sports. Sometimes the movie that wins the Academy Award for Best Picture is not the movie that we remember most from the year. Back in 2017, The Shape of Water won Best Picture. It really should have been Get Out. That's happening right now in the NBA. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is going to win NBA MVP, but the real MVP this year has been Victor Wembanyama, who is an absolute alien. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Join G-Bag Nation live at Rally House in Arlington this Thursday for Friday's home opener event. 4 lucky customers will win $100 Rally House gift cards. Don't miss it this Thursday at Rally House, 309 Curtis Mathis Way in Arlington.
No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ownwell.com/terms. Estimate based on your neighborhood average and individual results may vary.
When I saw how high my property tax bill was, I was shocked. We couldn't afford this. But I discovered Ownwell. Ownwell reduced my property taxes and saved me over $1,000.
Your property taxes aren't set in stone. They can be protested and they can be reduced. But instead of filing protests yourself and very possibly losing your appeal, Ownwell does it all for you. And we give you the best chance to win and save big. Ownwell has reduced property taxes for hundreds of thousands of Texans and put money back in their pocket, and you can be one of them. And unlike other companies that take half of whatever you save, Ownwell charges just 25%. And that's only if you save.
Now I don't worry about my property taxes. Ownwell reduces it every year.
Don't wait. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com. Ownwell.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Come on. No. It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up.
I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
I only paid to know.
Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
H-E-B is making price cuts across the aisles to help Texans save even more when they shop. From household essentials to daily must-haves, you'll find thousands of low prices are now even lower, with hundreds more price cuts added every week. Just look for the yellow and black price cut tags in-store and online and add up the extra savings every time you check out. Save even more with Price Cut. H-E-B, another reason why here, everything's better.
Hey, Tolo's RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships in all of North Texas. Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep on the east side of the Metroplex, right between I-20 and Highway 80. And, of course, it's a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store right now. Take advantage of Ram Truck Month at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. One of the biggest selections you're going to find anywhere on brand new Ram trucks. You can also start the process online, PlatinumCDRJTexas.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Kalshi.
March matchups are down to 4. Trade the tournament with Kalshi. Arizona and Michigan are trading at 34% to cut down the nets. A $100 trade pays out $273 if either one wins it all. Download the Kalshi app. Use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
As Pittsburgh prepares to welcome the nation to the unofficial beginning of football season, the city's kickoff celebration will begin with an unforgettable, invite-only night of music. The night before takes place Wednesday, April 22nd at the Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/the night before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Price includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We're 15 minutes away now from Rangers pregame. They're in Baltimore. Tomorrow's pregame 11 a.m. So we'll join you after the postgame show, maybe 3:30, somewhere in there tomorrow. And hopefully we're talking about a sweep. You know, got to handle business here
Brooms
tonight.
out.
DeGrom on the hill. I like their chances as long as we stay away from the bombskis.
Yeah.
Okay, for more baseball commentary, here's Wolchuk with that proper round tripper.
Let's do it. Let's go around the bases right after this.
You don't know how to play first base. Scott? That's right. It's not that hard, Scott. Tell him, Wash.
It's incredibly hard.
There's no crying in baseball! You play ball like a girl!
Hey, for those that don't know, life-changing, the Tommy John underwear.
Could tie it with one swing.
Concession items. Oh my gosh, is the official show of Concession Record. We got a lot to go through here, boys, but first I got to tell you about Colt Emerson. That name doesn't sound familiar to you? It will soon enough. Number 7 overall prospect in the Mariners organization. Has not even played a game in the majors yet. He's a 20-year-old infielder. But Seattle decided, you know what? We're going to commit to you for our future. 8-year, $95 million contract. They handed out today. That is now the record for the highest amount of money ever given to a prospect before they've played a single game in the big leagues. The previous was by Jackson Chourio of the Brewers, who had 8-year, $82 million that he signed. But 8-year, $95 million, Colt Emerson. Hello. Get the bag, sir.
Did you say he's their 7th best prospect?
He's the number 7 overall prospect.
In all of baseball?
In all of baseball.
Okay, that's
so he's
good.
their number 1.
I thought you said he was the Mariners' number 7 prospect, and I was going to say the Rangers are so bleeped.
Yeah. That would suck.
That makes more sense.
That would suck.
Yeah. No, but congrats to him.
Yeah, it's big money, man.
You know,
life-changing.
For the organization, you hope it blows up in their face.
Last night, the big dumper, speaking of the Mariners, walk-off style, came up clutch, pinch hitting, and he ends up getting the walk-off homer. 2-1, Seattle beats the Yankees, and we'd like to see Seattle lose.
That's pretty epic,
but
though.
It is epic to see anybody walk off the Yankees. Nobody's got more walk-offs against the Pinstripes than Cal Raleigh currently. And wow. he has been slow to start the season, just 2 for 16, included 11 Ks, and then he's able to come up in that scenario and go ahead and get the walk-off. He has K'd in each of his first 8 at-bats this year is what he started off. That tied the most for any non-pitcher in the expansion era, and his 10 through the first 4 games was the most ever for a Mariners hitter. So he was on the schneid, and that also went back to the World Baseball Classic, where he appeared in 3 games, went 0 for 9 with 6 Ks. So the big number wasn't following up what he was doing last year, and then maybe this is what will wake him up, getting the crack of the bat. Bye-bye. Gets the team and their win.
I think it's the Randy Arozarena curse that he's battling.
Yeah.
Right
Should
here.
have shook his hand, man.
Yeah.
Should have just shaken his hand. And how about these rookies this year? They have stolen the show the first weekend of the year. It is just the second time that a pair of rookies have won the first awards of the season. We had Chase DeLauder of Cleveland take home the AL Player of the Week honors, and Sal Stewart of Cincinnati getting the NL Player of the Week honors. By the numbers, here's a look at the history that this class of rookies has made through the first 3 games of the season, courtesy of the Elias Sports Bureau. Still trying to... Did we figure out who Elias was?
I think Elias is brothers, right?
Yeah.
2 bros.
2 bros, just putting together all kinds of numbers. 15
One was
home
straw
runs.
dogging while the other was keeping score.
Right. 15 home runs, most in any season since 1900. OPS over 1,000, highest since 1900. 622 slugging percentage, highest since 1900. And the 308 batting average, 3rd best since 1900, trailing only 1938 when they had a 316 batting average, and then 1968, hell of a year with that 312. So the rookies are doing it big time. Shout out to the White Sox, Munetake Murakami. He's been awesome. His OPS is just under 1,900. He's got 3 home runs. He had a homer back-to-back. 3 straight games for the White Sox. So just an outstanding group. I mean, you got Kevin McGonigal of the Tigers has been really good. J.J. Weatherholt of the Cardinals playing second base has been awesome. Owen Casey of the Marlins has been great. So we got some good rookies right now. Keep an eye on the youngsters.
Not bad for a commie.
Not at all. Not at all. Shout out to Michael Soroka, 10 Ks and an immaculate inning. Gosh, the immaculate inning is so rare. He got it done after you had the Diamondbacks go ahead and get a win, 9-6 over the Tigers back home at Chase Field. After they lose to the Angels, they get swept in the opening series. But Michael Soroka, 10 Ks and that vaunted immaculate inning. Incredible. Most by a pitcher for the Diamondbacks since Randy Johnson back in 1996.
Big unit.
All right, let's talk some concession items, shall we, boys? The Yankees. They're going to have a mini dessert chicken bucket at home games this year.
I got to say, I like this, man. This is interesting. It looks just like the crispiest fried chicken leg you've ever seen.
It sure does.
Did you say dessert chicken bucket?
That's what I was kind of, yeah.
But it's not actually chicken. It's drumsticks that are shaped like chicken, but it's actually ice cream with a chocolate-covered cookie bone center, a coating for white chocolate and candied cornflakes served in a souvenir mini chicken bucket. So it looks just like a chicken leg, but you bite into it, and it's ice cream.
Let's go.
Yeah, you could fool somebody. I mean, I guess I'm sure it's cold by the touch, so you would touch it and be like, wait, what's going on here? But, like, eye test tells you
that's chicken.
I'm at Babes right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm serious. Yeah, I mean, look at this thing. Look at this thing.
It's that
like you got
cornflakes on the
that
outside.
candied cornflake on the outside.
It looks damn good.
I like this,
that's
man.
art. It looks good.
Yeah, it is art, and you get the souvenir bucket. I know you can collect cups, not buckets,
I
but
collect the
souvenir
cups,
buckets.
yeah.
You wouldn't have a little just bucket on the mantle.
No, either the hat, the ice cream hat, or the cup.
Broadus texted in yesterday morning saying he would purchase the $75 Shohei cup.
Yeah, I would.
This thing's actually aging really well because this now you have people that are bidding for this online.
The cup?
Yeah.
The
so
Shohei
people
cup?
are making money.
See, I would.
People are making money.
But you wouldn't
already.
sell it. You're trying true.
I would not sell the Shohei cup. No.
In 10 years from now?
That could be.
I've got cups from the '86 Final Four.
Heck yeah, you do.
Holy crap!
I mean, I've been trying to buy those from you for years, and you just refuse.
Refuse.
Man, the Colorado Rockies.
I might will them to you. Bennett won't take them.
He won't take them?
Bennett won't. He will. He just won't.
I'll take
Those
your
are
cups.
fantastic.
He'll be playing beer pong with them.
Yeah.
The Rockies have donut pizzas at Coors Field that actually kind of look like little sushi bites. I wouldn't say these are donut pizzas. They look like a little rice ball covered with some.
Don't we have
tuna.
I was like going through the aisle getting my dad some butter pecan ice cream. We've got those mini pizza bites, right?
Oh yeah,
those little
bagel bites are great.
Bagel bites.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bagel bites.
Holy
are...
jeez, I forgot how good those look.
they're so
Dude,
good.
they're really good.
Yeah.
But these are donuts covered in garlic butter, grated Parmesan cheese, mozz, pepperoni, marinara
this sounds
sauce,
high end,
and pesto sauce, along with Italian seasoning.
The pesto.
Hold the pesto.
Looks like
double
a lot
back
of
with some marinara.
Weird crap's going on there.
But it's promising. It's a good idea.
It is a good idea.
Yeah.
I don't really like what they've done with it, though. I think they've gone too far with it. We've got too much sauce going on.
Yeah, and I really want to make my own this weekend. Go get some donut holes, smash them, make pizza on top of that.
Nobody does more with a donut hole than you.
That's
You're
right.
A donut hole savant,
Yeah, they
sir.
say donut. Is this just like a dry donut or is this a glazed?
It looks like it's some sort of seasoning on the donut. It's not just a plain donut, but it did not specify glazed on it.
I do like Italian seasoning.
Yeah, they do put Italian seasoning on there.
All right.
The 99 burger for
The 99
Aaron
burger
Judge
looks freaking crazy.
That's passing the eye test for me.
Hell yeah. It's features 2 4-ounce American Wagyu beef patties, American cheese, caramelized onions, secret sauce, dill pickles, all served on a pretzel bun. Eric, I think you could take this down in 3 bites.
Easily, yes. And I do like the pretzel bun. That's a nice
Pretzel
touch.
bun's huge.
It's just the American cheese. Like, give me some cheddar.
You're on a cheddar kick.
Real deal.
Give me some cheddar on that. But otherwise, you're going Wagyu patties, and it's 2 4-ounces. So we're talking about a half-pound burger.
And the pickle doesn't bother you?
No, I love it. He loves that pickle, man, because that looks like a legit pickle. That's not your fast food, run-of-the-mill, bottom-of-the-barrel pickle.
He loves the pickle.
Some good girth to that pickle.
A lot of girth and tonnage.
Well, I just think the flavor is going to be incredible.
Absolutely. Last one, I'll just sneak it past the goalie. Dodgers have a wild new burger that is served in a lunchbox. It's the Lunchbox Burger. Features a grilled beef patty, melted pepper jack cheese, peanut butter, grape jelly, candied sriracha bacon, and crispy bacon.
So is this a collectible lunchbox?
It is. It's actually pretty cool looking.
Probably
Is it
$40.
a metal
It is.
lunchbox?
It's like your old school 80s lunchbox.
Yeah,
That's pretty cool,
Count
man.
me in. I'd buy the cup and the
it
lunchbox
looks
at the
pretty
same
badass.
time.
Sounds like a promotional item.
Yeah, it looks really cool.
Might set you back a decent amount of money for that for a
Yeah,
promotional
it probably
item
is.
like that.
It probably is expensive because of the lunchbox.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll double back on that idea for the donut hole pizzas and do a full report on that before too long.
Cut those things in half.
I think we could make an entire cookbook out of just alternate items to make items with your donuts as your donuts for the base of your cuisine. Alrighty, I'm on my way tonight for some
Good luck,
for
man.
some 4A
Really,
Division
bring
II
that thing
regional
home.
final.
Go.
Best of luck to Sunnyvale. Both the girls and boys playing tonight out there in Coppell. So if you
Austin
do
or bust.
see me, I'll be locked in. I'll be locked in and hoping for the best. Thanks to Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup here, Master Control, 75 and 635, back from vacation, went 3 flawless, like it was nothing. The man has it stuck on automatic. Thanks to Brian Broaddus as well, the former Cowboys scout, the Super Bowl champion. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40. Maybe we'll be on tomorrow in time for the corner. We might be on by 4 o'clock or something like that, because Rangers baseball tomorrow with the pregame at 11 o'clock. For Wolchuk and Chiafalo, I'm Gavin Dawson. Until tomorrow after the game, you're going home with the G-Bag Nation at Ease.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted